Caleb revealed a touch of a smile. What are you talking about? How is it that I don't understand what you're saying? Truman, you are the eccentric and vicious extremist here. What does that have to do with me? I am the gentle and considerate hero who betrayed himself in order to take down the mysterious organization. His words enraged Truman. You're shameless. Who did you betray? You only went to the special department because I wanted you to. I told you to do it. We were going to fight the old king together. Caleb replied, Is that so? But did you put up any resistance? Haven't you been doing as he wished the whole time? Besides, this body will only survive if I'm the one in it, no? If you're the one in it, you would be arrested. Those things you did. But I'm different. I'm the special department's informant. In everyone's eyes, I'm the good guy now. But you, Truman, are a heinous villain. And thanks to Dr. Smith, you haven't shown up at all during this period of time, have you? Don't worry. When you're gone and I get full control over this body, I will find a way to get Nora for you. I know you're in love with her. Otherwise, you wouldn't have visited her when you were younger, right? Caleb Gray, what are you planning to do to my little servant? She's my little servant, not yours. Truman yelled. That's not something you need to worry about, Truman. Although you are the primary personality, I am the one who controls this body. Don't forget how you couldn't do anything except shout and be angry in the past. Your anger was useless. Your arrogance a joke in front of the old king. If I hadn't shown up and helped you step by step to become what you are today, do you think you'd have been any different from those children who died in the lab? Anger is just a display of your incompetence. I summoned you today to say goodbye to you. No matter how much you resist, it's useless. You are completely under my control now, so you can't come out at all. You should be thanking me. If I hadn't let you out, you would have just fallen into a deep sleep instead. Truman was stunned. He fell silent, aware that what Caleb said was true. All his anger was pointless now. Suddenly, he stopped being angry. He whispered, Okay, even if everything you said is true, in fact, I'll even let myself be killed off tomorrow without fighting back. I only want you to promise me one thing. What is it? Don't do anything to that family anymore. Caleb smiled. Sure, I'll promise you that. Do you trust me, though? No, Truman answered truthfully. Then why bother saying that? My dearest big brother, give it some good thought. What else do you want to say? Truman clenched his fists. Anger was a display of incompetence, indeed. He didn't know what to do except throw temper tantrums, which was probably why they were in this situation today. Truman was the one who had saved Xander and Pete, but Nora and Justin obviously credited Caleb for it. As for Xander, he must think that Daddy Truman was a bad person, right? Only Caleb was a good man to him. Truman hung his head in defeat. He muttered, Xander is about to die. I won't tell anyone about this, so I hope you can also keep it a secret. He didn't want Xander to leave this world with regrets. Caleb replied, Of course. After a while, Truman continued, Xander loves ramen the most. I hope you can take him out for some tomorrow. I promised him that I would. Okay. Xander has always wanted a big helium balloon. He didn't want to be trapped in the basement forever. He wanted to fly into the sky. I hope you will buy him one. Buy a nice one. He would like that. Okay. Back then, when I visited Nora and gave her food, I only did it so that she would agree to be my servant. But she refused. She would rather starve to death than agree to it. She even bit my hand one time." Truman lowered his head and raised his arm. Sure enough, he had a bite mark on his forearm. He chuckled. "I was so mad that I threw the food to her and declared that I would make her my servant one day." Caleb rolled his eyes. "Why are you telling me all this?" Truman paused and then replied, "Since I'm going to die while you're going to live on as me, I'll give you a clear and detailed account of some of the things that happened back then. I hope you can let Xander leave without any regrets. And I also hope that you can keep those things a secret forever and never let them know the truth. That she killed the wrong person." Caleb kept silent and did not speak. Truman went on, "Although you and I share a body, you don't actually know the things I've done. But I'm willing to tell you all these details now. I just hope that you can stop yourself from hurting her in the future. Even if you survive, you will have to live under the Special Department's surveillance for the rest of your life, so you won't be able to try any tricks. In that case, I shall fill in for you the details of how I had interacted with them and let you become the real me." Truman heaved a quiet sigh and added, "This is a thank you for your appearance back then, which saved me." Back then, in the mysterious organization's laboratory, as Truman watched his brothers and sisters die one by one, he was furious. He was violent and angry, but helpless. It was at this time that Caleb had appeared. When Caleb appeared, Truman stopped butting heads with the mysterious organization and started to adopt a softer approach instead. Not only did he become the sole survivor, but he even gained the old king's approval and became the mysterious organization's heir. Back then, the old king had wanted him to have a child with Nora. But the furious Truman didn't want to obey his orders. He treated the situation like he was playing a prank and found a handsome guy to take his place. He planned to use him to neutralize the ugly girl's genes. At that time, Truman's real intentions were to defy the old king. Truman's personality was exactly how outsiders described him to be: untamed and ruthless like the devil. But at the same time, he was also very genuine. Growing up in the basement, no one had ever taught him the difference between good and evil, so he didn't understand what was good and what was evil. He was a little devil who wouldn't know if he had done something wrong. As a result, Xander, who grew up under his care, had a similar personality. Even if he was actually good, he did not know how to tell the difference between right and wrong or good and evil. But Xander had Nora and Justin to teach him. But Truman didn't. On the other hand, Caleb was a hypocrite. He smiled all the time, but in truth he was cunning and vicious. That was why he had planned out this whole conspiracy and pretended to be Truman to cheat Nora out of the V-16. In fact, he had even tricked Nora into treating his mental illness so that he could fully take over the body. Truman couldn't resist even if he wanted to. No. It didn't become like this because Nora had treated his illness. It was because he had been secretly taking medicine behind Truman's back, causing their control of the body to gradually go out of balance and lean toward him. It was now impossible for Truman to appear even if he wanted to. Upon hearing Truman, Caleb sneered and asked, "So, are you saying all this so that I will let you say goodbye to Xander?" Before their personalities could switch to Truman, Caleb cackled, "Because that's impossible." He would never give Truman the chance to take back the body and expose the truth. He would never let Truman say his goodbyes to Xander. Truman's lips curled into a smile. I know you'll definitely be afraid and refuse to let me do it. I'm dying anyway. Does it matter whether I say goodbye or not? That's true. In that case, sweet dreams, my brother. After speaking, Caleb closed his eyes. By the time he opened them, the look in his eyes had become gentle again. The next day, Xander woke up even later than last time. This time he slept all the way to 11 o'clock at night. By the time he woke up, the sky was already dark. Everyone went with him to dinner. Then, the group marched to Caleb's room. In the room, a dish with a lid sat on a table. As soon as they entered, Caleb pointed to the dish on the table and smiled. Xander, this is for you. Xander was taken aback. He looked at the dish, his eyes lighting up. Are you the Daddy Truman who treats me nicely every time? Caleb did not say anything. Xander slowly walked toward the dish and reached out for it. Caleb's eyes were fixed on him. No one noticed the corners of his lips curling upward slightly or the change in his eyes. Xander removed the lid. Underneath the lid was a cheeseburger. Xander broke into a smile. Daddy, you remembered that I like cheeseburgers. He picked up the burger and took a couple of bites. Caleb stopped the smirk from appearing on his lips. At the same time, two personalities appeared in his mind. You already knew, Truman exclaimed. Caleb sneered. Yes, there was no way I was going to trust you when you were telling me so much information, of course. If I had prepared ramen for Xander like what you told me to, I would have given myself away by now, right? Come on. Do you really think that I haven't been doing anything all these years? I am aware of all the times you visited that boy. I had installed a surveillance camera at the place where you locked him up. Truman cursed under his breath, but Caleb went on. I am not sure about your history with Nora, but it doesn't seem like it's necessary for me to know anymore anyway. Truman was furious and raging. He screamed, You're shameless. Caleb, you're so shameless. She is my little servant, and he is my son. You are so shameless. Truman, whether it's Nora or Xander, they are both mine now. Caleb laughed. He opened his eyes and looked at Nora. Let's do it. Is this the last acupuncture session? Yes. Nora walked over and picked up a silver needle. She nodded to Caleb. It may take a bit longer this time, and you will also fall asleep. The next time you wake up, he will be gone forever. Okay. With a gentle smile, Caleb lay down on the special bed for acupuncture and rested both his hands on his chest. When he thought of how Truman was about to disappear and how he would fully take over the body and become a good person, a smile appeared on his face. His smile was so relaxed. Then he felt Nora inserting the needle in her hand into his head. In his ear was her low and mellow voice. Go to sleep. He murmured, Nora, have I ever told you that I was in love with you too? Nora kept quiet and inserted another needle instead. Caleb began to doze off. Before he fell asleep, he could hear Truman's furious but quiet shouts in his mind. He sounded like he was about to disappear and fade away forever as he yelled, Shameless! You're shameless! The corners of Caleb's lips rose into a smile. Goodbye, Truman. Truman was trapped in the body. He felt like he was watching a replay of his entire life. From the moment he was born, he had been injected with the gene serum in the laboratory. People observed his body at regular intervals. The young boy did not know how people on the outside led their lives. He thought that people were born to suffer. After all, wasn't that exactly the case for all the children around him? For him, the happiest day of each month was the day when the old man came to visit. The old man had already gotten on in years. Truman was one of the youngest among his children. It was said that many of the old man's children before him had already died. Even so, he still liked the old man because he always brought him loads of delicious treats, including chocolates and candies that reduced the bitter taste in his mouth after he was injected with the gene serum. However, he always stayed at the back of the crowd and never dared to go forward to get closer to the old man. He was afraid of him. Over time, he grew up. He could no longer remember which gene serum it was, but one of the times he was being injected with it, he simply couldn't bear the pain and felt like he was about to die. At that time, a second personality, Caleb, had slowly formed inside his head. Caleb had a much better personality than him. He was impulsive and irritable, and he wore his heart on his sleeve. But Caleb was more likable, and he knew how to judge the situation better. When the old man visited, he even stepped forward to please the old man, making him so happy that he even gave him 2 more pieces of the chocolate he was holding. When did changes start taking place between the two? Ever since the old man discovered that Truman had multiple personalities, he was given special treatment. Since then, the numerous times he was injected with the gene serum, the mysterious organization put in full effort to save him, and he ultimately survived the years of ordeal. All his brothers and sisters around him had died. Feeling lonely, Truman regarded Caleb as his brother. It was just that Truman didn't understand why the old man had suddenly handed down the mysterious organization to him after he was injected with the V15. At the same time, he has specifically stated that the heir to the mysterious organization was Truman, while Caleb was only meant to assist him. It was probably because Caleb was a secondary personality, right? Then they started looking for the V16. Being paranoid, after he became the heir, he acted impulsively in everything he did, no matter what. No one could keep him in check, except Caleb, because he cared about Caleb. But never would he ever have imagined that Caleb would fight him for control of the body one day. He wanted to be the sole owner of the body. It saddened Truman terribly, but he also felt relieved. Perhaps only smart and manipulative people like him could survive in this world. Truman closed his eyes. Goodbye, Caleb. Goodbye, Xander. With Daddy Truman accompanying you in the afterlife, you won't have to be scared anymore. Soon, his consciousness disappeared. He thought that he would never open his eyes again, but in his daze, his eyes suddenly opened. Blinding light shone into his eyes, turning his vision completely white. He couldn't adapt to it at all. He suddenly stretched out his hand and covered his face. What was this place? Where was he? Wasn't he already dead? As soon as the thoughts formed, he heard a voice coming from the side. Daddy Truman, is that you? Truman abruptly looked in the direction where the voice was coming from to see Xander standing there. Truman was stunned. He asked, Xander, why are you here? Did your illness relapse so you reached the afterlife before me? The corners of Xander's lips spasmed. He turned his head to the side and said, Looks like he really is Daddy Truman. Yeah, it's fine as long as we didn't get the wrong person. The low and mellow voice took Truman by surprise again. It was then that he finally looked to Xander's side and saw Nora. Truman became even more stunned. Little servant, are you dead too? Snap. Nora switched off the light, dimming the room. She said dryly, You're still alive. Also, I am not your servant. He was still alive. He looked at Nora in disbelief and sat up suddenly. He looked down at his hands and then pinched his cheek. He asked Xander, "Quick, take a look at me, Xander. Am I still the same person?" "Yes, it's you, Daddy Truman." Even Xander felt rather helpless. He sighed and walked over to Truman. He said, "Mummy had already noticed that something was wrong a long time ago. The bad guy pretended to be you and kidnapped me and Mummy, right?" Truman nodded. "Yes, that's right." It was precisely from that point onward that he sensed that something was wrong with Caleb, so he had kept asking for control over the body. However, Caleb claimed that he had a way to obtain the V16, so he suppressed him and refused to let him out. The only time he had come out was when Xander had been in danger. Caleb had been impersonating him to deal with Nora and wanted to disregard Xander's life. Besides, if the rock had hit Xander, no one would pay attention to him anymore. With that, he would be able to inject the gene serum into himself immediately. However, Truman had fought desperately to emerge that time, successfully saving Xander's life at the crucial moment. It was also after that time that he completely lost control over the body. But now, he was finally back. He turned to Nora in a daze. Suddenly, he frowned and sneered. "My little servant, you and Justin sure are generous. You actually injected the V16 into me, and you are abandoning your son. The two of you are not worthy of being parents." Caleb had also feigned regret and anguish, but he had done it gently, which looked overly hypocritical. Who wouldn't want to live? There was scorn and disappointment in Truman's words, but also some relief and hope. This was what a normal person's reaction should be. The biggest difference between Truman and Caleb lay in the fact that Truman was genuine and not hypocritical. Nora lowered her eyes and said nothing. Justin took a step forward and brought Xander over to Truman. Before doing anything else, he asked Nora, "Caleb won't ever come out again, right?" "Yeah." Nora nodded. After realizing that Caleb was lying, she decided to go along with his ploy. To destroy a personality, the person must be completely relaxed. If Caleb was tense and distrusted her, it would have been even harder for him to get rid of him. Xander asked nervously, "Will he ever appear again?" Nora kept quiet for a while before she replied, "Probably not." This was unless Truman birthed another personality. Xander breathed a sigh of relief. When Justin heard this, he looked at Xander and then nodded to Truman. He motioned to them and said, "You heard your mummy. You can rest assured now, right? All right. Say your goodbyes to each other. Xander's time is running out." The light in Truman's eyes dimmed instantly. Panic also appeared in Xander's eyes. He was just a child, after all. How could he possibly not fear death? Xander looked at Truman. He grinned at him, revealing two little canine teeth. Truman's eyes reddened with tears. Although he had received the V16 injection and survived, which made him selfishly feel happy for himself, now that he was truly faced with the moment of separation, Truman suddenly understood something he had read on the internet. If one could exchange their life for another's, or if one could make a wish with their death as the price, then there would probably be a lot of mothers and fathers in heaven. Though Xander was not his biological son, he had brought him up for 5 years and watched him grow from a tiny infant to the big boy he was now. How could Truman possibly bear to part with him? He reached out and stroked Xander's head. "You're such a silly boy." Xander took his hand. "Daddy Truman, don't do anything illegal anymore. Mummy works with the special department, so she is authorized to arrest you. Daddy is also very fierce, He will be watching you too. Xander looked at Truman intently. Can you promise me that? Xander's words stunned Truman. Faced with the child's clear and pristine eyes, Truman's lips curled into a smile. Okay. Hearing his reply, relief flooded Xander. Although Daddy Truman was not a good man, he always kept his word and never lied. Xander returned to Nora's side. Truman looked at Nora and Justin and asked, What do the two of you intend to do about me? Truman could be said to be an out-and-out villain. Over the years, he had led the mysterious organization to commit a lot of crimes. Besides, he was not like Caleb, who had pushed the blame for all the crimes on him. He was indeed a villain. Nora and Justin exchanged a look. Justin replied, I will get you out of here, but everything else that happens after is out of my hands. The special department was still searching for him all over the world and trying to capture him. Although the mysterious organization had been dissolved, as its leader, Truman would remain a wanted criminal for the rest of his life. To be honest, Nora and Justin had the option of handing over Truman directly to the special department. However, Truman had saved Xander twice and even Pete too. These two reasons were more than enough to hold back Nora and Justin from doing something like that. Truman nodded and got up. We don't owe each other anything anymore. Justin said, The car is right outside. Justin didn't want to see him anymore, not even for another minute or second. Truman nodded and headed straight for the door. But halfway through, he suddenly turned to look at Justin. By right, I can be considered your elder brother, which would then make Nora my sister-in-law. I have something to ask her. You don't mind, right? Justin looked at him with a complex look on his face. No, go ahead. There was no way he would ever tell Truman the truth. After all, that would put him a whole generation younger than him. He'd just let them think that they were brothers instead. Truman looked at Nora. When did you discover Caleb's secret? The messages he had tried to send hadn't been conveyed to Nora at all. How had it occurred to Nora? Nora cast her eyes down. Suddenly she smiled and said, If I tell you that I never really trusted Caleb, would you believe me? Truman was taken aback. Nora explained. Back then, when he first appeared in New York, he was captured and humiliated because of me. I went to rescue him that time. You may not know this, but later, Morris told me that all those who had bullied him perished in a fire. When he was investigating the matter, he'd thought that either Justin or I was behind it, but neither of us is that cruel. Although the people who died were all bad people, Justin and Nora never broke the law in the United States. They were both model citizens who abided by the law. The most they would do was teach them a lesson. They would never cause any fatalities. In that case, the only other possible explanation was that Caleb had murdered them to vent his anger. Since they had kidnapped him, there was no doubt that he would want to kill them. However, Caleb had killed them in too cruel a way. All of them had been tortured before they died. All their bones were broken. Truman frowned. Nora went on. Later, when he was arrested by the special department, doubts did form in my mind when you sent me a text message to take care of him when there was no way he could access his cell phone in prison. But later, when he got someone to impersonate you and meet me, that was when I thought, I see. So you can do it like that too. He could totally just get a subordinate to imitate the way you speak and do what you're supposed to do. After his identity was exposed, I became even more suspicious of him. When the cook was killed, that was when I became sure that Caleb was not a good person. At that time, I'd thought you were pretending to be him. But the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. Considering how arrogant and conceited you are, how would you possibly pretend to be someone else? Ever since Nora met Truman, she had always known that he was a little devil. However, the little devil was awfully naive, easily provoked, and didn't have that many tricks up his sleeve. It was unlikely that he would be willing to pretend to be Caleb to approach her. Later, Xander finally confirmed your identity. He has spent the most time with you and knows you the best. He refused to call Caleb Daddy the whole time, but always addressed you as Daddy Truman. At this point, Nora said at last, "So I took a gamble. I gambled that you were the one who saved us back then. Also, it came back to me." Truman asked, "What did?" "The way you threw stuff at me from outside my door back then. Caleb's biggest mistake was telling me that he was the one who had given me food. Given that person's little devil-like behavior at that time, that person was clearly you." Truman lowered his eyes and smiled. "In the end, he was the one who ultimately exposed himself." "Yeah." After explaining everything, Nora gestured to the door. "It's time to go. I can't guarantee when Morris will be here to arrest you." Truman nodded and left. After he went downstairs and got into the car that Justin had arranged for him, Pete looked nervously at Nora and Justin. "Mummy, Daddy, will Xander really die?" Pete's question made everyone look at Justin. Only Nora, who seemed to have vaguely guessed something, pressed her lips together and kept quiet. Justin let out a small sigh. He squatted down, looked at Xander, and stroked his head. "Xander, you have two options now." The puzzled Xander looked at him. "What?" "The first one, we capture and bring Truman back, lock him up for life, and never let him show his face outside. This way, you'll be able to live on openly." Xander didn't get it. Stunned, the boy didn't seem to be able to quite digest the news. What was going on? What was this sudden plot twist? He didn't have to die anymore. They had the V16 now. Nora asked, "What is the second option?" Justin answered, "We let Truman go free while you stay hidden for life, unable to ever appear before others." Pete frowned. Cherry asked blankly, "Why?" At her question, Justin explained to the three children seriously, "Because we can't let outsiders know that a third V16 exists." Other 6-year-olds were still naive and innocent at this stage of their lives, but the three of them were different. All three of them were exceptionally intelligent, so Justin felt it necessary to explain everything to them clearly. Xander suddenly realized something. "A third V16 exists." Justin kept quiet for a while and looked at Nora. When he was about to speak, Nora interjected and spoke ahead of him. "My guess is that there exists not just a third, but also a fourth, fifth, and even more. Am I right?" Justin sighed. He knew he wouldn't be able to hide anything from Nora. He nodded. However, Xander didn't understand. "But didn't Grandma only leave 2? They were at the university." Nora explained. "That's because your father only allowed your grandma to leave 2. The more Xander heard, the more confused he became. He felt like he didn't understand what was going on at all. He stared at them blankly. Nora, however, looked at Justin and asked, "If I'm not wrong, the V16 is actually me, right?" A resigned Justin nodded. "When did you realize?" I became suspicious when you told me to give Truman the V16. Nora lowered her eyes. But when we found out that Barbarian was coming to New York for the V16 and that Mum had left clues in the bank, I slept very deeply for an hour that night. When I woke up, I found a needle hole on my soul, an inconspicuous part of the body. I didn't think much about it at that time, but come to think of it now, you must have extracted my blood. Therefore, my blood is the V16, right? No, to be exact, my plasma is the V16. Justin nodded. That's right. Enlightenment dawned on Nora. So back then, when you faked your death, your purpose was to create an illusion for them that those were the only V16s left. So if they failed to get their hands on them, they would die. It wasn't a diversion tactic at all. When Justin's identity as king was still a secret, Nora had really been under the impression that he was diverting attention away from her. But after his identity as king was revealed, Nora didn't understand anymore. Since he was so powerful, why did he still have to divert attention away from her? But she finally understood now. Justin had done all that just to protect her. If news of her plasma being the V16 were to spread, even if Justin was king, he still wouldn't be able to stop the whole world from wanting to become stronger. This was especially the case for the longevity gene. How many big shots and titans of various industries with their desire to lengthen their lifespans were there in this world? Sure, King could set up the Imperial League and rule over the world, but he would still never be able to control everybody's desires. Think about it. Once the news got out, how many people would try to steal Nora's blood? Their lives would become incredibly tiresome. Justin was actually the one who had left behind the Morse code and everything else that Nora's mother had put in the safe in the bank. He had already figured out the truth long ago and set up a huge conspiracy. Justin looked at Nora. Suddenly, he said, "Your mother really loved you a lot." Nora fell silent. Yes, Yvette had indeed thought of everything. If Nora wanted to fight the world's largest organizations, i.e. the Imperial League and the mysterious organization, she would have needed incredible strength and power. Her mother had prepared a great number of teachers for her. However, no one could say for sure how powerful she would become as an individual. So Yvette had also arranged one last route for her. This way, even if she lost the fight, the mysterious organization would still be prevented from killing her. After all, once she was dead, that would be all the blood they would have. But if she was alive, she would be able to continuously produce the V16. The gene serum she was injected with when she was a child was not an IQ-improving one at all. That was nothing more than a gimmick. Her mother had injected her with the V16 instead. When everyone suddenly realized what was going on, Justin said, "But I didn't foresee Queenie's sudden appearance." He had only made 2 gene serums. After all, if there were 3 or 4, it wouldn't be able to make the 5 survivors of the mysterious organization go for one another's throats anymore. One was for Xander. The other was meant for the mysterious organization as a form of hope. This way, at least the mysterious organization could still give Xander a way out, and they could also cut down on unnecessary trouble. But never would he have thought that Queenie's genes had also undergone modification. As a result, they were still 1 V16 short. Although Truman was not a good man and had taken and injected Xander with the gene serum, this didn't change the fact that he had saved the 2 children back then. Without him, Pete and Xander might have already died long ago. Even though Xander had grown up in the basement, Truman hadn't done it on purpose. He himself had grown up in an environment like that. In his world, that was how children were supposed to live. He had even given Xander a lot of animals as company. Justin was not trying to whitewash Truman. He was indeed a bad person, but his life should not end in their hands. Justin looked at Xander again. In order to keep your mummy's secret, you must choose one of the two options. If we lock up Truman, we can say that we extracted all his blood and refined the V16 from it, thereby saving you. So Truman must die. If Truman doesn't die, then you must. Justin lowered his eyes. I already have it all planned. Pete will receive all of the Hunt's assets in the future, but the Imperial League also needs a successor. If you wish to go underground, then it works out because you can be the next king to the Imperial League. If he chose the second option, then Xander would have to die tonight. From that day onward, he would have nothing to do with the Hunts anymore. Without hesitation, Xander said, I choose option 2. He had lived in darkness since the day he was born, so what if he had to continue living in the shadows for the rest of his life? But as he spoke, Justin's cell phone suddenly rang. When he answered, a flustered voice came from the other end. Boss, this is terrible. Truman, he... The caller, who was too distressed, couldn't help stammering. Xander panicked. What happened to Daddy Truman? Nora also looked over. Justin asked gravely, What on earth happened? His voice seemed to have some magic power that calmed the caller, who then answered, An accident has happened. In a hospital ward, Nora and Justin stood at the door, both looking at the man on the bed. Xander's eyes were all red from crying. Why are you crying? Truman, who was on the bed, sounded annoyed. You're a man, aren't you? I'm so tired of hearing you cry. Xander stopped crying at once. He stepped forward and stretched out his little hand to touch Truman's face. However, his face was all bandaged, and every part of it was injured. Truman was disfigured. After he got into the car that Justin had arranged for him, as they slowly drove to the airport, a thought suddenly hit him, and he cursed. Crap. Neither Nora nor Justin were a saint in the traditional sense. How could they possibly do something like giving up the V16 for him and letting their own son die? Truman would never have thought this deeply before. But when he found out that Justin was king, while knowing that King's identity must forever remain a mystery, it was at that moment that it suddenly hit him. He suddenly said, Stop for a moment. I'm going to the pharmacy to get some medicine. He took a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid and splashed it on his face. It disfigured him. This was his way of erasing Truman from the world and allowing Xander to live on. Xander had never let him down before. In that case, he wasn't going to fail him either. Xander couldn't help but ask, Does it hurt? Duh, obviously it does. Truman leaned on the bed and crossed one leg over the other. He shook his leg casually as he said, I am disabled now. Since I brought you up, you must take care of me until I die of old age. You hear? I'm counting on you to feed me from now on. In other words, he was willing to stay at the Hunt's residence and be under house arrest for the rest of his life. After all, even if he was now disfigured, going by Nora and Justin's personalities, they still wouldn't trust him completely. Xander nodded and said seriously, Don't worry, Daddy Truman. I won't let you go hungry. As long as I still have a bite of food, you will also have a morsel of it. Shit. Being a joker, aren't you? Leaving yourself a whole bite and giving your dad only a morsel. Truman pointed to his face. I did all this for your sake, you know. Xander wanted to say more, but Truman waved him off. All right, get lost. I'm going to bed. I'm exhausted. I've only just taken over the body, so I'm not that good with it yet. Okay. Xander walked to the door. Suddenly, he looked back at him and asked again, Does it hurt, Daddy Truman? Truman stopped shaking his leg for a moment. Then he scoffed and replied, Of course it doesn't. I told you, I'm a man. This bit of pain is nothing. I won't make a peep even if I break an arm or a leg. Only then did Xander breathe a sigh of relief. Nora, however, glanced at Truman. She said nothing and cast her eyes down instead. After the family of 3 left the ward, Truman clenched the sheets all of a sudden. Damn, it hurts so much. It hurt so much that all his toes had curled up. Yet, he was also so very happy. For the first time in his life, he had lived for himself and made a decision on his own. At last, his life was no longer dictated by the old king, nor was it the result of discussion with another. He had lost his freedom again, but it also seemed that he was finally free. On the way home, Nora suddenly asked, What do we do about him? Let's set him free, Justin said after a moment of contemplation. Nora looked half amused. Really? She didn't believe that the man trusted Truman. To be honest, even she didn't trust him either. What if Truman went crazy one day and told the whole world that she was the V16? Justin replied, I will get my men to keep tabs on him. The plan was to have someone tail him and report his whereabouts at all times. If he ever showed signs of reviving the mysterious organization, Justin would off him immediately. Nora nodded. Xander, surprisingly, also nodded, giving his approval for the plan. Nora was a little surprised to see Xander nodding. The drowsy woman leaned against the car seat. She heard the little guy's voice. Daddy Truman has made lots of mistakes, so it's true that it's inappropriate for him to stay with us. It would be awful if he led Cherry and Pete astray too. They soon reached home in the car. After saying goodnight to Xander, Nora went to bed. However, Justin put his arms around her. Just as he was about to speak, Nora said, I finally know why I'm always so sleepy. Justin was taken aback. And why is that? Because my plasma is the V16, all the nutrients in my body are constantly being absorbed at an insane rate, leading to my energy levels always being low. This, in turn, causes my perpetual lethargy. Nora looked at him and said seriously, So, if there's something you want to do, wait until I'm up again. Justin smirked. A week later, after Truman's wounds stabilized, Nora performed cosmetic surgery on him. Before entering the operating room, Truman, who looked like he was in a dilemma, asked, So all I needed to do was just request that you perform cosmetic surgery on me. Why did I splash acid on my face instead? An expressionless Nora asked, Uh-huh. So, why did you do it? Truman acted rashly. He felt it was right at that moment. Nora went on, Have you decided what kind of face you want? Truman answered, I want one that is more handsome, more arrogant, and more attractive than Justin's. Oh, right, he has a beauty mark at the corner of his eye. Give me one too. Nora looked troubled. I can't imagine a face more handsome than his. Oh, is she showing off how much in love they are? Truman thought. The girl yawned and said, Come on, hurry up and choose. I'm going back to bed after the surgery. She looked impatient. Truman was ready. When he came out of the operating theater, Truman had bandages all over his face. The stitches in some places were to be removed in a month's time, while some could be removed after just 2 days. When Truman woke up, he found himself on a ship instead of the hospital ward. He became angry at once. "Where are you taking me?" One of Justin's subordinates looked at Truman and replied, "Mr. Hunt has instructed us to take you wherever you'd like." They didn't tell him this before he went under. He wanted to rage, but held himself back in the end. He touched his face and asked, "Compared with Justin's, whose facial features look better?" The subordinate didn't answer. "Hey, answer me. I'm asking you a question. Are you mute or are you blind?" The subordinate still didn't answer. He didn't want to hurt Truman's feelings. 4 years later, in a playground of the top elementary school in New York, the night had already fallen, but a few people were still jogging there. "I can't run anymore," a sweet voice rang out as its owner panted heavily. A pretty little girl, somewhat resembling Nora, was bent over and gasping for breath. "Cheryl, did you ruin your body by playing games every day? You haven't even run that much yet, and you're already at your limit." A voice that sounded a little heretical reached her. Alexander Yale jogged to the spot beside the girl and reached out to tug at her. "Come on." "We must have already run 8 laps by now, right?" Cheryl retorted. Alexander curled his lips disdainfully. "Pete can run for hours without panting, you know. Your physical fitness is too poor." Cheryl's eyes widened. "Peter said that we should call him Peter Hunt. Pete is a nickname. He has already grown up." "No matter how old he is, he's not going to be older than me." Alexander ignored her and urged her again. "Hurry up, Cherry." "My name is Cheryl Smith." Cheryl couldn't help gnashing her teeth. Alexander grinned and then reached out to grab her hand. All right, come on, I'll pull you along as we run. You don't want great-grandma to say that you were brought up by Mum while Pete was brought up by Dad, and that Pete looks way stronger than you, right?" During the last few years, even though the family lived in harmony, there was no way that the elderly Mrs. Hunt would just let them be. As Peter grew up, he became more and more outstanding. He took the college entrance examinations at the age of 10 and achieved a perfect score. He had already been sent to college. Cheryl, however, was addicted to games. Although she was smart, she did not focus on her studies. This led to Mrs. Hunt occasionally being sarcastic and saying things like, "Children brought up by serious people were serious," whereas children brought up by certain people were oh so delicate. Cheryl was the darling of the family, but Mrs. Hunt was the only one who still preferred her grandsons to her granddaughter. Over the years, she had even started to accept Alexander, but she simply found Cherry an eyesore all the time. Upon hearing what Alexander said, Cheryl couldn't help but sigh. She gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, we'll run one more lap. Just one, okay?" "Okay." Alexander grabbed her hand. The two were jogging when a strong beam of light shone at them. The headmaster strode over. He pointed at them and yelled, "Hey, you two. Yes, the two of you. Come here. The two of you are still so young, but you're already being bad kids and trying to date like adults." Alexander was stunned. "We're not." "Not what? You're still holding hands, you know. What are your parents' names? Get your parents here." Cheryl said seriously, "Sir, we really aren't. The two of us are—" "Cheryl Smith, you're exactly the one I've been wanting to give a talking to. You sleep during the class and play games after the class. We have already told you that cell phones are not allowed in school, yet you still bring it to class. And now a student with poor grades like you is even misbehaving and dating. You must get your parents here and let us have a good talk with them." Cheryl couldn't believe she was getting berated for this. Her big eyes blinked. But before she could speak, Alexander's voice turned cold. "What do you mean by a student with poor grades?" The headmaster was surprised. He looked at Alexander. The 10-year-old boy was already as tall as the teacher. His height made him look thin. His delicate facial features exuded youthfulness. Alexander was well known in school because he was good-looking and had excellent grades. Although nobody knew who his parents were, he had already become the school's beacon of hope. The headmaster frowned. "Alexander, tell me, was it Cheryl who tricked you? You should keep your distance from students with poor grades like hers, or she would spread it to you." Cheryl was already well known in school because she was pretty, though her academic performance was average. She could always find various ways to smuggle her cell phone into the school, even though the school conducted rigorous checks all the time. He looked at the form Cheryl had filled in. Her brother was named Peter. He was a 10-year-old genius with a perfect score on the college entrance examination. His speculation was that Cheryl and Peter's parents were likely divorced, which was why the two children had different last names. He couldn't help but point at Cheryl, his finger almost jabbing into Cheryl's face as he said, "Look at you. The two of you are obviously twins and even look pretty alike. But why is there such a huge difference between you and your brother? If you were even half as smart as your brother, you wouldn't be in the state you are in now." Alexander couldn't bring himself to continue listening anymore. It was all right for him to say that his sister's grades were bad, but not others, especially if they were saying it so nastily. A wicked smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Does having good grades immediately make you excellent by default? I find Cheryl extremely outstanding too. At the very least, no one is her match when it comes to gaming. If it weren't for the age limit, she'd be the national champion by now." "Ha! Is playing games something to be proud of? National champion? Oh, come on. She's only 10 years old. What kind of national champion can she be? The way I see it, she must have threatened you so badly that you've lost your mind. To think you can even bring yourself to say such things." The man continued, "Alexander, I know you're definitely innocent. Don't let her lead you astray. All right, you can go. Cheryl, come with me. I must correct your ways properly today." He reached out to grab Cherry's arm, but the next moment, Alexander stood between him and Cherry and said, "No, it's fine. I think my ways also need some correction." Alexander folded his arms, his lip corners curling into a sneer. The look in his eyes was frosty and hostile, which made the headmaster panic. He took a step back. "What kind of look is that in your eyes? Alexander, are you thinking of being violent with me?" Alexander's voice turned even colder. "Don't get tough with Cheryl." "You." The man couldn't believe this child was defending such a troublemaker. All he was trying to do was look out for the well-being of the girl. Alexander was well aware of this, of course. Otherwise, he would have decked him long ago. Nevertheless, the headmaster was furious. Fine. Being the hero and saving the damsel in distress, are you? Since you think I'm not good enough to teach you, get your parents here. I want to see them tomorrow." After speaking, the teacher turned around and left huffily. After returning to the office, he thought about it and picked up the parent contact list. As Cheryl was a girl, he contacted Nora. "Hello, is this Cheryl's mum? Yes, I'm the headmaster at Cheryl's school. Please come to the school tomorrow afternoon." After hanging up the phone, he called Alexander's father. "Yes, that's right. 3 o'clock tomorrow." Nora noticed Justin got a call from the headmaster right after she finished hers. Nora hesitated. Cherry must have had her cell phone confiscated for playing games again. But what happened to Xander? Even though Cherry didn't take her studies seriously in school, she was still well behaved, And she was good-looking and a sweet talker. So even if the headmaster took her cell phone, they would return it to her after a couple of days. Over the years, the school had never called her parents because of disciplinary issues. As for Xander, he was the model student and had never had any incidents where the school had to call his parents. Justin was perplexed too. "I'm free tomorrow. Let's go and have a look." As the Hunt's children, the three children's information were confidential to outsiders, and they also faked their identities in school. Also, all three children had different last names. Unlike from Cherry and Pete, who looked too alike to be unrelated, nobody knew that Cherry and Xander were also siblings. Nobody knew that they were the Hunt's children either. This was all for their safety, and they had to be low-key about it. The three children were enrolled in a private school from the start. In order to make Cherry and Xander independent, the two of them even chose to move to the boarding school after 4th grade. Cherry was the one who requested this, of course. Needless to say, Nora knew that she did it because nobody would be able to stop her from using her cell phone once she moved to the school dorms. Little Cherry knew that it would be difficult to convince Nora, so she had pestered Justin to agree to the request instead. Mr. Slave to his daughter Justin would never turn down her requests, so he had signed the application form for moving into the school dorms. Nora had even lost her temper because of this. In the end, it was only when Xander also decided to move into the dorms to monitor her that Nora let the matter go. All three children were extremely outstanding. Pete did everything by the books and did not hide his capabilities. After all, he was going to take over a publicly known company like the Hunt Corporation in the future. In that case, Pete's excellence would need to be clear to all. As for Xander, he was even smarter. After all, he had been injected with the gene serum. But it was because of this that Nora and Justin decided to have him progress through his education normally. Xander was raised by Truman, so his moral compass had become a bit misguided. The two hoped that Xander could slowly correct this through contact with his peers, even if his current classes were way too easy for him. Xander was going to take over the Imperial League in the future, so he would stand out less if he did everything like a normal kid would. After all, with a child like Pete, one was enough to create a sensation in the country. Nora and Justin also chose different ways to educate the three children. The next day, the two parents arrived at the school together. Since the headmaster had asked for them to come, the two went to his office. The headmaster was taken aback when he saw Nora. When he saw how lazy and half asleep the woman looked, he frowned, but he stopped himself from saying anything snobby. After all, the woman looked like she wasn't one to be messed with. "Are you Cheryl's mum?" he asked. Nora nodded. The headmaster then looked at Justin. Justin's elite aura was impossible to hide, even if he tried his best to tone it down and make himself seem more approachable. With a smile, the headmaster nervously said, "You must be Alexander's father. Here, please, take a seat." With confused looks, Nora and Justin sat on the sofa opposite the headmaster's desk and looked at him. Nora wanted to observe, so Justin did the talking. He asked, "Sir, did the two children do something wrong?" "Yes." The headmaster became stern and gruff. "That's exactly why I asked the two of you to come. People who enroll their children in our private school are all rich and noble, so I understand that you would have higher expectations for your children. That is why I must let you know in advance if they make any mistakes, so that the problem can be nipped in the bud." Justin frowned, his voice turning a little stern. "What did Alexander do? He must have started it." After all, his daughter was usually so well behaved. Nora didn't like hearing that. She frowned and looked at Justin as she argued. "But maybe it's Cheryl who did something wrong and pinned it on Alexander?" Nora didn't like how Justin pampered their daughter. He had no boundaries with her. Fortunately, the family still had the mother around to keep her accountable. If Nora wasn't there, he would have neglected both their sons. Justin's voice softened. Yes, that's possible too. But Cheryl definitely wouldn't do it on purpose. Since Alexander failed to protect her, the responsibility lies with him. Nora shook her head. I disagree. Nora and Justin started to argue in hushed tones, too quiet for the headmaster to hear what they were saying. The headmaster narrowed his eyes at the two of them. The confused man lowered his head to check if he had invited the wrong people over. When conflicts arose among other children, their parents always took their own children's side unconditionally. Why was this pair of parents so strange? Had he invited Cheryl's father and Alexander's mother over instead of Cheryl's mother and Alexander's father? In the midst of his confusion, Nora raised her head and asked, Sir, what exactly did the children do? The headmaster looked up. With a frown, he replied, They are dating at an early age. Nora's eyes practically bulged out of her head, and Justin coughed out of surprise. Excuse me? Justin said after clearing his throat. Did I hear you correctly? Yes, you did, sir. The headmaster went on righteously. Children these days mature very quickly. By the time they turn 10, they already know what it means to have a crush on someone. There are quite a few couples at our school, too. As parents, you should be stricter with them. You need to put an end to this relationship as soon as possible. After saying that, the headmaster looked at the two of them, wanting to see their shocked expressions. Parents these days were very strict with their children, especially those who were sent to this school. Their families were not bad, but the two parents in front of the headmaster were different from the others. He saw that Cheryl's mother and Alexander's father had expressions of pure disbelief. Then Cheryl's mother raised her eyebrows. Alexander's father asked, That's it? The headmaster was speechless. What did he mean by that? Wasn't that enough? He was at a loss for words. Nora glanced at Justin and knew that he had confused the headmaster. She added in a calm voice, Other than this, are there any other problems? The headmaster was speechless. He shook his head. Nora heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. The headmaster couldn't think of anything to say. Why was the reaction of these two parents so strange? Did they not realize the seriousness of the matter? The headmaster continued, Cheryl's mother, Alexander's father. Do you think this is a child's game? No, they're 10 years old and already know how to date. There are other children in school who might follow them at a young age. The children are too young. It's worse for them to date at a young age, especially since Cheryl doesn't study well. This will lead Alexander to stray from his studies. As soon as he finished speaking, Justin's expression darkened. Who says that she's not good at her studies? The headmaster paused. Her grades say that, sir. His voice trailed off and he looked at Justin in a daze. He felt Justin's anger as clear as day, but he did not understand. Why was he protecting his son's girlfriend? Nora's expression turned colder. Headmaster, if there's nothing else, then we'll get going. After saying this, she yawned. She thought that something bad had happened to the two children, but in the end, it was just a misunderstanding. The headmaster got even angrier. What's wrong with the two of you? Don't you believe me? I caught them myself. They were holding hands and running on the field. Justin shrugged. So be it. They were only 10 years old. What was wrong with a brother pulling his sister to run? Justin thought about it, and he realized that it must be Cherry wanting to slack off on homework. Xander was just pulling her along. The headmaster was furious. Alexander's father, you don't realize the seriousness of this matter. Cheryl is one of the worst students in the school. She barely makes it through day to day in school. It's obvious that she's not a good girl. If Alexander is left with her for a long time, sooner or later he'll be influenced by her. Justin slapped the table. The headmaster was belittling Cherry over and over again. He could not help but growl in a cold voice. Who says Cheryl is not a good girl? His words made the headmaster choke. He looked at Justin coldly and saw a hand pressing on Justin's hand. That hand was very thin and white, with clearly defined knuckles. It was beautiful. When that hand fell on his, the anger on Justin's face disappeared. The headmaster heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped his forehead and followed that hand to see Nora. The headmaster was stunned. What was going on? The relationship between Cheryl's mother and Alexander's father was very mysterious. As he was thinking, he heard Nora say, "Don't hit anyone in this country." The headmaster nearly choked. Don't hit anyone in this country? Did that mean he could hit people overseas? While the headmaster was in a daze, he saw Justin take out his phone and make a call. His voice was fierce. Can your school's headmaster be expelled? The headmaster was furious. What do you mean? He knew that anyone capable of sending their children to study in this school must have high status, but most of the parents agreed with what he did. He spat. Your son is dating in school and has broken the school rules. I'm talking to you, and you're being unreasonable. What right do you have to expel me? Justin sneered. Because you slandered my daughter. The headmaster blurted out, When did I slander your daughter? I caught them myself. The school has it on video. This is all evidence. He stopped himself in the middle of his sentence. He stammered, Did you just say your daughter? The headmaster was stunned. He looked at Justin in astonishment. Aren't you Alexander's father? How can you possibly be Cheryl's? It was at this point that it finally clicked. He looked at Nora and then at Justin in disbelief. With a cool and distant look on her face, Nora stood and stated, They are triplets. The headmaster began to feel faint. Triplets? He was stunned. It wasn't until the principal heard what had happened and hurried over that the headmaster finally recovered. He shouted, I didn't know they were triplets. One of them has the last name Smith, while the other has the last name Yale. Justin scoffed. Oh, and the eldest among them has the last name Hunt. Alexander's personality was weird, so Pete was the most reliable one. Even though everyone at home knew that Xander was the eldest, they still regarded Peter as the eldest. The headmaster shouted again, Even if this really is the case, this is a misunderstanding. How can you do this to me? I ask the two of you here for your children's own good. Justin replied in a sullen voice, How? Simply by how you spoke so rudely of my daughter time and time again. He had just said that his daughter had poor grades and would be a bad influence on Alexander. He was a headmaster, so they had put up with it. But what had the headmaster said at the end? It's obvious that she is not a good girl. When had the definition of a good girl become so narrow-minded? Was one worthless just because they had poor grades? Justin wouldn't stand for this behavior. The headmaster wanted to say more, but the principal reprimanded him. If you still want to make a living in this industry, then shut up at once. Do you have any idea who you have offended? The principal was able to shut the headmaster up. He finally understood. He had offended people who he really shouldn't have. So, the headmaster was fired. Nora and Justin also took Cherry and Xander home. They were only 10 years old and were too young to be living in school dorms. They had only allowed the two of them to live in the school dorms for the last few days as a special treat. Besides, Nora hated the idea from the start. The two children went upstairs. Nora and Justin looked at each other and then drove out of their villa. In the middle of the night, a nimble figure sneaked into an ordinary residential area. The man had a chilling aura around him. As he walked, someone suddenly came out and blocked his path. As Nora stood there, she yawned and looked at the man in front of her. "What are you trying to do?" The man scoffed and raised his voice. "You are all good citizens who stick by the law. Leave it to me to take care of that scumbag headmaster." It was Truman. Truman was an extreme man. Knowing that Xander and Cherry had been wronged, he wanted to show up and deal with the headmaster himself. Nora figured this would happen, so she was waiting for him. She heaved a soft sigh. His wrongdoings are not that serious. He does not have to die. She wasn't a saint, but she didn't want to take innocent lives. All the headmaster had done was say some nasty things. What Justin did was already enough punishment. Truman's eyes flashed fiercely. After a while, he finally sighed. "Fine." The two left the residential area and walked out. This was the first time Truman had seen Nora since they parted 5 years ago. The man's appearance had changed, but his temperament was as explosive as ever. As he swaggered in front of her, Nora asked, "What have you been doing these past 5 years?" "Me?" Truman scoffed. "I gathered a group of children and locked them in the basement, of course. Then I tortured them and made them call me Dad." Nora glanced at him. "Not funny," was all she said. She wouldn't tell him this, but she and Justin knew what Truman had been doing. They had kept close tabs on him over the years. It's how they knew that he would show up here tonight. Truman had gathered a group of children, but they were all children abandoned by their parents, or were sick or physically disabled. He had founded an orphanage to raise them. Truman had lacked motherly love since he was born, and his father was also cruel. This had led to his moral compass being misguided his whole life. The two reached the gates of the residential area. As they were about to go their separate ways, Truman called out to Nora. When Nora looked back, she saw Truman scratching his head. He muttered, "I have a question for you." "Speak." "There is a kid in my orphanage. His father is a murderer who has been executed. People around him don't like him. They call him names, call him the child of a murderer, and say that since his father has killed someone, he should die. What do you think I should do?" Truman was having a headache over this. His way of educating children had always been simple and crude, but when faced with a child who couldn't see the light, he didn't know what to say. When Nora heard this, she paused. Then she looked at Truman and said meaningfully, "One cannot change the circumstances of their birth, but they can change their destiny. Don't let your parents' tragedy become yours." Leaving him with this sentence, Nora turned around and left. Truman, however, remained where he was standing. He was stunned in place. Justin went home while Nora was waiting for Truman. By the time she was done talking to Truman and got back home, she found that Alexander had already gone to bed. When she was about to return to her bedroom, she noticed the lights on the balcony. She walked over to find Justin and Cherry talking on the balcony. Cherry, who was now 10 years old, was going through a growth spurt, so she was thin and skinny. But her cheeks were round and plump, and her almond-shaped eyes were identical to Nora's. Together with her double eyelids, narrow at the inner tips and wide at the outer, She was so pretty and looked so delicate. It was as if she was not from this world. Plenty of directors and scouts from film and television companies had noticed her when they visited the school during the past few years. On many occasions, they had asked the teachers to contact her parents on their behalf, in hopes of having her debut as a child actress. After all, given her good looks, she would undoubtedly gain immense popularity if she took on the role of a younger version of a female lead. But both Nora and Justin had declined the offers after asking Cherry for her opinion. Their daughter's only interest was gaming. She didn't have interest in anything else. Cherry was wearing a set of white pajamas. She looked sad as she sat on the furry rug with her head lowered. Justin stayed by her side quietly as his large hand gently stroked his daughter's hair. Nora didn't go over to disturb the pair. When she was about to return to the room to take a bath and rest for the night, she heard Cherry ask, "Am I really that lousy, Daddy?" Justin's voice turned cold at once. "Don't listen to that teacher's nonsense." Justin was a reserved man, but whenever he spoke with Cherry, he was more patient and lively than usual. He looked at Cherry quietly. "Grades are not the only way to judge a person. Besides, you are not incapable of studying, you just don't want to." Cherry sighed. Justin kept quiet for a moment before he asked, "Cherry, can you tell me why you don't want to study?" "It's boring." Cherry looked up. Her big, clearly defined eyes were fixed on Justin as she added, "I don't know what the purpose of studying is, that's all." Justin was taken aback. Cherry muttered, "I play games to win and to lead the team to victory. But what about studying? What do I do it for?" "Daddy, some people study hard because they want to make a lot of money when they grow up. Some people do it because they want to be government officials. Some people do it because they want to become astronauts. And some people do it because they want to become doctors. But I don't know what I want to do." She sounded lost and confused as she added, "Apart from games, I haven't found anything that interests me. I asked my classmates about it too. Some of them want to make lots and lots of money so they can spend a lot of money and buy whatever they want. But if it is for the sake of making money, then Daddy is already so rich. But Grand Aunt Queenie's assets will also be mine in the future. I'm already so rich that I can't even spend all that money my whole life. So, why should I still work hard to make money?" Cherry rambled on. "And Pete's goal is to turn the Hunt Corporation into a business empire. Money is no more than numbers to him. What he enjoys is the process. Xander wants to become a doctor and find a way to replace a person's head with another. So he needs a lot of knowledge to achieve his goal. But I'm different. I just want to play games for now, and I can still do that even if I don't study. So, why should I study? Am I supposed to do it just so other people compliment me?" Justin fell silent when he heard her. Cherry turned to look at him and waited for his answer. Hidden in the hallway, Nora also waited to hear what her husband had to say. Justin stroked Cherry's hair and answered, "Cherry, while your mum and I, and even your brothers, will never leave you to fend for yourself in the future, I hope you can have the ability to solve your problems with your own strength." Cherry was stunned. It was a rare occasion when Justin smiled. He whispered to Cherry, "What you guys are learning now may not be useful in the future. You may not even use some of these things your whole life. But they form a foundation of knowledge. That is the important part. You may be interested in gaming now, but it's impossible that you'll play games all your life. I don't want you to end up as someone who can only look on helplessly when you develop an interest in other things in the future, unable to do anything due to a lack of foundation." He sighed and patted his daughter's head. "Cherry, You have a long life ahead of you. All the hard work you put in today will build your confidence in the future." Justin looked at Cheryl after he spoke. His daughter's features were young, but she looked thoughtful when she heard his words. Justin stood up quietly and gave her time and space to think. As soon as he turned around, he spotted Nora, who was standing nearby. He raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly, the beauty mark at the corner of his eye shimmering a little. Then he strode over. The two went back to the bedroom together. After taking a bath, Justin came out to see Nora sitting on the sofa and looking out the window. He strode over and asked, "Penny for your thoughts?" Nora replied, "I received a phone call yesterday from a reporter who wants to interview us. When Pete enrolled at the top university in the United States with a perfect score on his college entrance examination at 10 years old, countless reporters wanted to interview his parents. However, they were all rejected. Multiple schools invited them to give speeches, but they had turned down all the invitations. But Nora suddenly felt like accepting one of the interviews now. Justin didn't ask her why. He only smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll make the arrangements." As he spoke, his misbehaving hand reached into the collar of her shirt. Nora was exhausted when she got home, but hearing Justin's thoughtful responses to his daughter and how he advised Cherry so patiently on her schooling had revitalized Nora. Thinking of this, Nora smiled and pulled Justin closer to her, and the two collapsed on the couch together. The next day, Cherry got up bright and early and had breakfast with Xander. Only a night had passed, but Xander could already sense that something was different about his sister. It felt like she had figured out something. At the dining table, as Mrs. Hunt looked at Cherry, she couldn't help but say, "The school called up your parents and had them come to the office yesterday, right? Pete never had teachers call his parents to the school." Mrs. Hunt was naggy and mouthing off. Now that she had gotten older, there was no way of correcting this bad habit of hers anymore. Everyone at home let her be. Cherry looked up. "I've decided to study hard. I will be as brilliant as Pete in the future." Her words took Mrs. Hunt by surprise. She couldn't help but scoff and say, "You're 10. It's too late even if you start studying hard now. No matter how hard you work, you will never match Pete." Xander put his hand on Cherry's shoulder. "Don't rush, Cherry." He was planning to tell Pete to slow down a little and wait for their sister. But as soon as the thought formed, Cherry shook her head. "I'm only 10 years old. And even if I start studying when I'm 20 or 30 years old, as long as I study hard, it's never too late." She stuffed the rest of the sandwich into her mouth after she spoke, and then looked at Mrs. Hunt with her big, innocent eyes. "Let's wait and see, Great-Grandma." She was going to blow everyone away. Mrs. Hunt curled her lips disdainfully. "Sure, we'll wait and see." Xander smirked. "Waiting and seeing isn't much of a bet, Great-Grandma. Why don't we make a bet instead?" "What kind of bet?" "We'll bet on the next exam. If Cherry can get into the top 10, you have to admit that you were wrong and apologize to her. How does that sound?" Mrs. Hunt was about to reply when Xander grinned and taunted. "Great-Grandma, you can't possibly be afraid, right?" "No way." Mrs. Hunt sneered and replied, "It's a deal. But if she doesn't get into the top 10 in the exam, then she must learn the right way from me and become a proper lady as per my requirements." Cherry nodded. Her voice was clear and crisp as she replied, "No problem." After the two children left, Mrs. Hunt complained to the housekeeper. "Cherry has been spoiled rotten. She doesn't carry herself like the young lady of a noble family at all, and plays games all day. She has no talent for learning. All I expect from her is that when she grows up, she'll marry off somewhere." At a cafe, the reporter that Justin had arranged a meeting with arrived and met up with Nora and Justin. The reporter's eyes widened in surprise when she saw them, and she exclaimed, "You two are so young. I would totally believe you if you told me that you guys were still in college." Nora wasn't a chatty person, but Justin was willing to supply the information for her. The interview started with questions about Peter's study habits. Justin answered all of them in extensive detail. In the middle of the interview, the reporter asked, "I heard that he is majoring in business management. Are you thinking of having him build a business empire in the future?" The reporter was vaguely aware of the couple's identities, but she would never include such details in the article, of course. Justin fell quiet for a while. Then he glanced at Nora and slowly answered with a smile, "No, a child's future should not be defined by their parents." The reporter looked at Nora. "Do you think the same way, Mrs. Hunt?" Nora nodded. The reporter smiled. As she looked at Nora, she said, "To round off the interview, I hope you can say something to all the children out there, Mrs. Hunt." Justin looked at Nora. Knowing that his wife was a quiet woman, he was about to take over the question when he saw Nora straighten her back and sit upright. With a firm look in her eyes, she declared, "Be confident, be fearless, be humble, and live with no regrets." Stunned, Justin looked at her with a scorching look in his eyes. Nora had never felt sorry for herself because she didn't have a mother and was neglected by her stepmother and stepfather. She had never backed down from fear of the unknown and instead forged ahead bravely, even in the face of difficulties. She had never been arrogant and conceited because of her achievements in whatever field she studied. And she regretted nothing from the past, lived up to the present, and never feared the future. She was Nora Smith, his wife, and he loved her. Sensing Justin's scorching gaze, Nora turned to look at him. As the two exchanged a smile, a thought flashed through their minds at the same time. In Justin's mind, he thought to himself, "There is nothing more I can ask for after having the fortune of meeting her." And in Nora's, she thought, "With him by my side for the rest of my life, I can live my life with no regrets." "5 years later, a plane draws a long tail across the sky. At the San Francisco International Airport, Cheryl slowly walks out of the airport with an extra-large, 32-inch, pink suitcase. The 15-year-old girl had pretty and delicate facial features and did not have any makeup on her flawless and tender skin. Her hair was up in a half bun, and she wore a white dress cinched at the waist. She looked just like a fairy, causing people all around to look at her. There were even people who thought that she must be a celebrity because of how beautiful she was. Cheryl was used to the way people looked at her. She was too good-looking. She and her brothers were always the center of attention wherever they went. There was nothing they could do about it. She let out a quiet sigh and then picked up her cell phone to see that there were already a few messages in the family group chat. Justin had texted, "Are you there yet?" Peter sent a flurry of messages. "She should have gotten off the plane by now, I think." Alexander chipped in, "She isn't there yet. I just called the airport and they said she has arrived." Justin texted again, "Cheryl, reply once you've reached. I'm starting to get worried." The corners of her lips spasmed, and she let out another sigh. But she also felt like she had just escaped and flown out of a cage. She was so excited. At last, she could finally escape her overbearing father and brother's control. The way her two brothers cared for her practically made them her fathers. Only her mum was a bit more normal among everyone in the family. For example, now that Cheryl had grown up, she wanted to play in an esports tournament and fulfill her childhood dream. But convincing her brothers and her father alone had taken so much work. In the end, her mum had to step in. With just a single sentence, she allowed her to escape from the dramatic scene and shut her brothers and father up. She sighed and replied, "I have landed, I'm busy, so let's talk in the evening instead. Leave me alone." It was only after she sent the 5 exclamation points in a row that she finally stopped the 3 men who all wanted to call her. After putting down the phone, she looked at the pickup area ahead of her. She had found a team she had high hopes for and decided to join them. The team had been sending her private messages in the game for many years, but she had been too young then. Her father had stated that she could only go on trips by herself after she turned 15, so she had to decline all their invitations in the past. She looked at the area in front and finally spotted 2 boys looking at her holding a card. Written on the card was her in-game identity, God C. She had given up her Sweet Cherry account a long time ago because she found the name too childish now that she was all grown up. So, she took the first letter from Cherry as her new in-game name. Her in-game name was C, but everyone called her God C. Cheryl walked toward the pair. As soon as she went near, she heard them discussing something in low voices. "Who on earth is God C? She's so mysterious. There has been a lot of speculation over the years that she's not a girl but a guy instead." When one registered for an account in the game, they had to state their gender, and Cheryl had picked female, of course. Therefore, outsiders knew that C was female. It was a pity that nobody believed it. They felt that it was impossible for girls to achieve such amazing results in the game. The other person replied, "I don't know, man. God C only joined after our gunner retired. I heard that the coaching team had contacted her long ago, but she rejected them." "Everybody says that God C has never shown her face all these years because she isn't good looking. I think she is a guy, but still the coaching team was too thoughtless. Our life as esports competitors ends at 25 years old. Once we pass the age of 25, our reaction time and muscle movement slows down. But God C had already dominated the game 8 years ago. Even if she was 16 years old 8 years ago, she would be 25 now. Is she really up to the task?" "Yeah, Captain threw a fit in the club because of this too." "Is our club out of money? Going by our boss, Chester Hunt's personality, that shouldn't be the case. How nice would it be if he just headhunted an expert player from abroad at a high price instead?" Yep, the club that Cheryl was joining was founded by Chester, her uncle. Cheryl stood right in front of the pair, but the pair was in a hurry to find God C, so one of them took out his cell phone and announced, "I'll give God C a call. I have her number." After he spoke, he dialed Cheryl's number. Cheryl's phone started to go off right in front of her teammates. When the ringtone rang out next to them, the pair who were there to pick up Cheryl stared at her blankly. Then they saw pretty little princess-like Cheryl in front of them, holding up her cell phone. In a soft and cute voice, she laughed. "Hello, I'm C. Hello, I'm C." The voice echoed from the cell phone at the same time. The caller looked at her in disbelief and then stammered, You're God C?" Cheryl nodded. "Uh-huh." She hung up. It wasn't that she didn't want to directly identify herself. Rather, she knew that the two would never believe she was C, even if she went over to them directly. That was why she had stood in front of them and waited for them to call her and confirm her arrival. Cheryl understood narrow-minded people like them all too well. After all these years, no one she knew believed that she was C, and some even thought she was lying. Now that the evidence was in front of them, The two staff members could only accept the truth, no matter how much they doubted it. "God C, hello! We are from Club HS. Here, this way, please." Cheryl handed the two her suitcase after they spoke, and one of them took it from her. Then Cheryl walked ahead and asked, "Where is the car?" "It's in the car park on B2. Cheryl nodded. As the two behind her walked on, they suddenly felt like something didn't feel right. Why did they feel like her subordinates, and God C was a queen high up in the air? With this thought in mind, the two of them looked at each other. Then the car took Cheryl straight to the club. Club HS was located in a villa district in San Francisco. Chester received dividends from his shares in the Hunt Corporation every year, so he had tons of pocket money that he couldn't finish spending even if he wanted to. He also owned properties all over the country. Club HS had shown good results in the gaming world, so Chester had converted a villa in a luxurious district into their clubhouse. When the car entered the district, Cheryl found herself taken aback. "Is the clubhouse in this district?" "Yeah." The person taking her to the clubhouse nodded. He added proudly, "Our boss is super rich, so our club is known as one for the wealthy. All the club members are rich young men." The guy thought that Cheryl was astonished by the area because it was common for anyone who visited their clubhouse for the first time to be surprised by the district it was in. People living in this district were either rich or of high social status. It was an extravagant move to set up a clubhouse here. Cheryl only nodded calmly. Afterwards, she arrived at Villa number 8. When the other pro players in the clubhouse heard the news of her arrival, all of them craned their necks and looked outside. God C was their idol after all. Many of them had been her fans since they were 16 and continued to be her fans to this day. All of them wanted to see who God C was. The boy standing at the front was dressed handsomely in the team uniform. He rested both hands on his hips, and his whole demeanor screamed arrogance. After all, as the captain of Club HS and the one in charge of the design and planning department of the Game League, Zach Stannard had always been very proud of himself. But now that God C was joining the club, was the club going to listen to him or to her from now on? Zach raised his chin arrogantly. Unhappy with God C, he planned to trash her in a game and make her recognize his abilities. His teammates behind him were also talking about God C. "Judging from how much time has passed, God C must be at least 24 or 25 by now, right? Isn't she too old to become a pro now?" "No, I don't think she's too old. The coaching team must have their reasons for doing what they did. They wouldn't have invited God C to join the team if she didn't have the skill." "God C has never publicly shown her face, and everyone in the industry says she is horribly ugly." "God C has always been awfully stuck up, and there were even rumors going around that she may be a rich heir to some business tycoon. I'm just waiting to see the look of astonishment on God C's face when she sees that we live in such an awesome place. She will definitely be intimidated, right?" A car slowly came to a stop in front of him. Then the door opened, and a sweet, beautiful teen girl stepped out of it. The girl was stunningly beautiful. Her exquisite beauty lit up people's eyes and made it impossible for them to take their eyes off her. But Zach only frowned and insulted the two boys. "Where's God C? Didn't you go to the airport to pick up God C? Why did you bring back some random minor instead of God C?" The two staff members stared at each other, both at a loss for words. Zach became even angrier. As he was about to speak again, Cheryl stretched out her hand to him. "Hi, I'm C." Zach's eyes widened in disbelief, and some of the teammates behind him even gasped. Everyone looked at Cheryl in astonishment and complete disbelief. Zach was composed, so his reaction wasn't too dramatic. but he still had a noticeable frown. The other members of the club, however, went into a huge furore after a moment of silence. No way! How could God C possibly be a young girl in her teens like her? Everyone started talking. Hey, stop joking around. Yeah, I know everyone is down because we lost the last championship, but come on, don't joke around with us like this. We are all still waiting for God C to carry us, you know. Everyone piped up one by one, none of them believing that the girl was God C no matter what. This was understandable. C was already dominating the game 10 years ago, but how young had Cheryl been back then? No one would ever think that Cheryl was C. Cheryl had long since become desensitized to such situations. Without hesitation, she took out her cell phone, started up the game app, and logged into her account in front of them. Everyone lost their minds. Zach frowned. Are you really C? Uh-huh. Even the way Cheryl spoke was soft and cutesy, making her look like a child. Zach frowned and asked, Kid, you don't look like you're of age yet, do you? Cheryl replied seriously, How can that be? Zach heaved a sigh of relief. He knew it. Why would the club get a minor to compete in professional esports tournaments, right? Cheryl replied, I'm only 15. I still have a long way to go before I turn 18. Zach couldn't believe she was 15. Cheryl certainly looked very young. If it wasn't for her height, with her young and adorable facial features, she could even pass off as even younger. Zach had thought that she merely looked young. He had thought that she was just pretending to be young and was at least in her 20s. But to his surprise, the kid was only 15. The corners of his lips spasmed. Someone from the coaching team hurried over. He extended his hand to Cheryl respectfully and said, Hello, God C, welcome to the club. Why don't we go in first? What are you doing standing outside? Cheryl hesitated and glanced at Villa number 9. The club consisted only of boys, so her uncle had already assigned her Villa number 9 before her arrival. She only needed to walk a short distance over to report for duty every day. However, everyone was so enthusiastic that she ended up being ushered into the clubhouse. As soon as she entered, the head coach said, God C, we took into consideration that you're a girl, so we have connected 2 rooms into one upstairs and renovated it for you. Would you like to go up and have a look? They renovated the rooms for her. Before she could move, her teammates picked up the pink suitcase for her and went upstairs. Cheryl could only follow after them. She decided that she would just stay in this villa for the next few days. She would bring up the topic of moving out after she became familiar with her teammates. So she followed her teammates up the stairs. Lionel, a mid-lane mage, was a lively young boy who looked like he was about 20 years old. He smiled and said, Look, isn't your room big? We specially prepared this for girls. Even your room at home isn't as big as this, right? The 2 rooms had been connected into one, making the room look about 150 to 170 square feet big. For ordinary people, it was indeed considered sufficiently big. But when Cheryl thought of her suite in the New York villa, she could only give him a polite smile so she wouldn't offend their generosity. Zach smacked Lionel on the head. Zach could also be considered a rich heir. His family was also well known in San Francisco. He could tell that even though this girl was even-tempered and easy to get along with, her every move carried an air of extravagance. She was not a child raised in an ordinary family. Judging simply from how delicate she looked, her entire presence gave off an air of extravagance that only money could nurture. Do you want us to help you clean up? Zach asked. Cheryl was about to reply when her cell phone suddenly rang. She smiled apologetically at the coach and her teammates and said, Sorry, I have to take a call. She answered the phone call. Hello, sir. She turned and walked out of the room. After closing the door, Cheryl looked at the phone and asked, "Is something the matter?" Her high school homeroom's teacher's voice came from the opposite end. "It's about your college admission again. Another few schools have called and offered various attractive conditions in the hope that you would enroll in the schools. You—" Cheryl sighed. "Sir, I've already taken the college entrance examination this year." That's right. Cheryl had also skipped grades. Ever since she made a bet with her great-grandmother, she had started to study really hard. Although she started late, her intelligence was high enough, so she completed all the courses in 5 years and took the college entrance examination that summer. Of course, she had still played a lot of games during the past 5 years. Now that she was done with the college entrance examination, she had finally come to the club to compete as a professional esports player. The teacher nodded. "I know you have already taken the college entrance examination, but the schools have been urging me for an answer. Those are the top universities in the US, yet you refused recommendations and insisted on taking the college entrance examination. Never mind. Are you really going to wait for the scores to be released?" "Yeah." Cheryl smiled. She had confidence in herself. "Okay." The teacher also had confidence in her. Nevertheless, he added, "I heard that you're going to compete professionally. Don't forget to train every day." "Will do." After hanging up, Cheryl opened the door again and walked back in, where she saw the whole group looking at her. After hesitating for a while, Zach said, "Kid, you must be taking your high school entrance examinations this year, right? I still think you are too young. You should at least finish high school before you decide what to do for the rest of your life." "Yeah." The others nodded repeatedly. Zach was a Harvard student. Back then, he took his college entrance examination and enrolled in the university. It was only after he made it into the team that he dropped out and became a professional player. "Although we aren't good at our studies, you should still study hard. By the way, did your teacher call you just now because the high school entrance exams results are out? Which high school did you get into? You're a New Yorker, right? Zach lived in New York City for a while too. Do you want him to help you find a school or something?" Cheryl didn't know how to tell them she was far ahead of that. She blinked, then replied, "Trinity School." "Wow, Zach was also from Trinity School. This means that you two are about to become alumni of the same school." The rest echoed. In order to leave a good impression of himself on Cheryl, Lionel sang Zach's praises. "Do you know, Zach almost topped the college entrance examination in your school, but there was a mutant in your school that year who got a perfect score on the exam. But this doesn't matter. What matters is that Zach legitimately enrolled in Harvard through the college entrance examination. If you stay here and ever need help with your studies, you can just approach him." Lionel patted his chest and added, "Zach almost got a perfect score in mathematics in the college entrance examinations, you know. He's unbelievable. God see, do you want to know how to get an almost perfect score in mathematics? If you do, you can ask the captain to explain it to you." She was stunned for a moment. After thinking briefly, she answered seriously, "Is it by solving one fewer multiple-choice question?" Everyone was confused. Lionel didn't understand what she was suggesting. What did she mean by solving one fewer question? What he'd meant to express was that it was impressive how Zach had achieved a near-perfect score in mathematics. But why was God C's response making it seem like she was a star student? The corners of Zach's lips spasmed. Still, he hesitated for a moment before he looked at the coach. "When our team was recruiting, we had stated that candidates must be at least high school graduates. Never mind that she's a minor. After all, there are players who started playing professionally when they were only 16. Is she going to be a pro player when she hasn't even finished high school, though?" He broke into a frown, and his tone turned serious, completely forgetting that the girl in front of him was God C. "This is not right," he said. "How so?" the coach said. She has already graduated high school. She even took the college entrance examination this year. In recent years, the game industry was growing more and more rapidly. Many teenagers addicted to the internet wanted to become professional esports players, resulting in many children neglecting their studies and getting preoccupied with thoughts of dropping out of school to play games. So now there was a new rule in the professional league. One must finish at least high school or vocational school before they could pursue a career as a professional esports player. This rule was passed for the good of the children. Lionel was stunned. How can that be? She's only 15, yet she has already taken the college entrance examination. Cheryl nodded. Lionel found it a little incredulous. You skipped a grade. Why? She had definitely skipped a grade. Cheryl replied, so that I could play games. Her parents had requested that she pass the college entrance examination before she started her career as a professional esports player. So Cheryl had to study as quickly as possible. If it wasn't for the fact that her brother was too demanding and insisted that she got a full score on the exam before she could skip a grade, she could even have taken the college entrance examination a year earlier. Lionel suddenly understood something. There were cases like this in the professional league too. Some children had gaming talent, and ages between 16 to 22 were optimal for one to play professionally. To avoid letting those few years go to waste, parents of the really talented children would help them skip grades and graduate from high school as soon as possible so that they could compete. A kid who joined the league this year had mediocre grades, yet he kept skipping grades in order to play professionally. After graduating from high school this year, he finally became an official player. Lionel thought that Cheryl's case was a similar one. He smiled and changed the subject. Does this mean you're not going to university? Cheryl shook her head again. No, my parents requested that I go to university, but they have agreed to let me take a year off from school this year. Well, that's true. Aside from Zach, going to university would only be a boring affair for the rest of us. You're probably only eligible for a third-rate university like me, right? That shouldn't be the case, replied Cheryl. You mean it may be worse? Lionel frowned. He wanted to say something, but he suddenly realized that he was speaking to a delicate young girl, so he shouldn't rub salt into her wound. Before Cheryl could explain, he changed the topic and said, All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's instead talk about what to do now. I see that you don't have much luggage with you. Shall I take you to the supermarket to get the things you need? Oh, by the way, there are only premium supermarkets nearby. After speaking, Lionel looked at Cheryl. The teen girl looked dainty, but she dressed simply, and none of the clothes she wore had brand names on them. Lionel had only decided to pursue a career in esports because his financial situation at home was not good. Over the past 2 years, he had earned more than $1 million in wages and bonuses in the club each year, so one could say that he was now exposed to various luxury brands. Since there weren't brand names on the teen's clothes, this meant that her clothes must be from fast fashion brands. With that in mind, Lionel thought of how he had only $30 on him when he first came to the club back then. He had gone to the supermarket for daily necessities, but after entering the premium supermarket, he accidentally spent $300 just shopping casually inside. He had been dumbfounded at the time. Why was a towel $15 when they were sold for $2 or $3 back in his hometown? He couldn't pay at all. It was Zach who noticed his embarrassing situation and then footed the bill for him. After recalling his own situation, Lionel looked at Cheryl even more kindly and said, Come on, let's go, Godsey. I'll take you shopping. I have a membership card, so leave tonight's bill to me. I can do it too. Me too, I can do it. I have money. 2 other teammates also scrambled to pay. Zach looked at them, the corners of his lips spasming. He said, You can ask the coaching team for an advance on your first month's salary."
That isn't necessary at all, thought Cheryl. She touched the black card in her pocket and said quietly, I can pay for myself."
"How much can you possibly have?"
Lionel beckoned to her and said, "Come on, I'll drive you there." Cheryl originally wanted to refuse, but when she heard the word drive, she let out a quiet sigh. She wasn't old enough to even get a driver's license yet, even though she knew how to drive and even ride a motorcycle. Cheryl could only follow Lionel out the door. There was nothing in the room, so she did have to buy things like shampoo, shower gel, etc. After Cheryl left, Zach suddenly picked up his cell phone and sent a text message to his former homeroom teacher. "Hey, are you there? Can I ask you about a student?" He wanted to know what Cheryl's grades were like, so that he could decide if she needed his help in finding a good school after the college entrance examination. After all, his family did have some status. Lionel's college entrance examination results had been mediocre back then. It was his family that had helped him enroll in an acceptable university. Otherwise, he would not even have been able to enroll in one. As captain, Zach showed his teammates a lot of concern. If there was anything he could help with, he definitely would. He was much more reliable than their boss, Chester. After he sent the message, his homeroom teacher replied, "Who are you asking about?" Zach asked, "Do you know Cheryl Smith?" His teacher replied, "Of course. She's famous."
"Famous?"
Zach was a bit taken aback as he stared at the reply. He asked, "What's going on?" His homeroom teacher left him on a cliffhanger. "Wanna guess?" Guess? What for? He sent another message to the teacher. "I'll bring you a couple of bottles of good wine when I go to New York for a competition during summer vacation." Only then did his teacher laugh and reply, "Cheryl skipped 2 grades in a row, jumping directly from freshman year to senior year in high school. I heard she did it so that she could take part in a professional competition for the same game you're playing. Oh, by the way, she is also a star athlete. She was specially headhunted by the school." A star athlete? Zach thought of Cherry's docile and soft appearance. She probably wasn't a student specializing in track and field, was she? His attention was successfully diverted and he asked, "In arts?" His teacher? "No, shooting." Zach couldn't believe it. He thought of how thin and frail she looked, yet she had enrolled in her high school as a shooting sports specialist. There was a charming contrast when he thought of a cute girl like her holding a gun. The teacher sent another message. She stopped practicing during the last few years, though, but with the awards she has won, she won't have any problems enrolling in university. Zach suddenly realized what was going on. So that's what Cheryl was doing. As an important sport, and even a competitive segment in the Olympics, shooting had indeed become very popular in recent years. If her family's financial situation was good enough, and they had exposed her to the sport since she was a child, this was indeed a viable option for her. By now, he was already under the impression that Cheryl had poor grades and could only get into university by being a specialized student. So he stopped asking about her grades. Instead, he asked, "She won't have any problems enrolling in university?" His teacher? "Of course not. She's very talented in shooting." Cheryl was so sought after by various schools precisely because she was a hot favorite for marksmanship champion in the next Olympics. Of course, his homeroom teacher didn't dare to say this out loud, so he could only hint at it vaguely. After all, Cheryl was so young. If they put so much pressure on her, she might not be able to perform at her usual standard. The coaches of the national team never let teachers show off to outsiders. She was the national team's hidden trump card for the next Olympics. Zach understood now. He asked, "I see. By the way, which university did she choose in the end?" His teacher. "She hasn't picked one so far. The college entrance examination scores aren't out yet." Academic scores were taken into consideration for specialized students too. Zach felt that the teacher must have been exaggerating when he said that she had a lot of talent. If she was really that talented, why would she still need to take part in the college entrance examination? Schools would just find a way to directly recruit her. Zach felt that he now had a better understanding of Cheryl. Her family's financial situation was not bad, and her grades were average. However, because her family was rich, they groomed her interest in shooting, where she then used her talent to enroll in a top high school and eventually university. Cheryl had been playing games since she was 5 and had spent a lot of time playing games over the years, so her forte was still gaming. Zach, who seemed to have realized something, ended his chat with his homeroom teacher. The head coach of the team walked in with a sullen look on his face. "This is too much." Zach was surprised. "What's wrong?" The head coach picked up his cell phone and handed it to Zach. Only then did he realize that their team was being roasted on social media. Only Cheryl's back was pictured, but someone had taken a photo of Cheryl, Lionel, and the others shopping at the supermarket, as well as of her entering the club. The paparazzi must have taken the photos. As soon as the photos were released, all hell broke loose. Team HS had failed to win the championship this year and came in second place because their gunner had injured his hand during the last season. This had angered the fans. In the beginning, everyone was just sad, but because of these photos, the fans now behaved as though they had caught on to something and started roasting the team. No wonder they lost the game. Their minds are no longer on the game after they made some money, right? Are they just having fun with girls now? Us fans can't even go to a sacred place like the club, yet they brought a girl in. Has HS given up on themselves after losing the competition once? The whole team was performing below expectations in the competition. Their success has obviously gone to their heads. They still haven't officially announced their new gunner. Has the club given up on recruiting? Has everyone given up? If you have given up, then please let your fans know, lest we continue to foolishly wait for the champions to return. Their comments were extremely unpleasant and unbearable. After losing a game, even dating would be seen as a sin. This was the reality that professional players had to face. Zach's expression darkened. "Get rid of it, lest the kid see such a disgusting thing and has her mood ruined when she's only just joined." The head coach sighed. "I'll go fix this." The head coach quickly logged into the club's Facebook account and posted a clarification notice. Club HS Esports. We believe that our players have the freedom to engage in romantic relationships, but we would still like to clarify that Lionel is currently not in one. The young lady is a new member of our club. As for who she is, we're keeping it a secret for now. Players easily became targets in esports competitions. Cheryl was an expert gunner who could be said to be among the top tier of players in the league. Because of this, there were many who liked to study her habits and playstyle. This made it easier for her to become a target for other teams. Though she would reveal her presence in competitions sooner or later, having their competitors study her playstyle after the start of the competition was still preferable to revealing her identity at this point and giving them sufficient time to target her. They would just keep it a secret for as long as they could. It would be ideal if they could keep it a secret until the first round of the competition so that they could catch the opponents by surprise. This was what everyone in the club had agreed upon previously. As soon as the coach posted the notice, the fans calmed down. The fans were just expecting better from Club HS, that was all. They were the champions every year, yet they had come in second place this year. The retirement of the top gunner in the league due to injury had led to everyone paying special attention to Club HS. They were afraid that the club would not fare well in the future. Now that the club had cleared the air, the issue was resolved. Nevertheless, when some looked at Cheryl's side profile in the photo, they couldn't help but raise a few questions. Is the new gunner a girl? Is she the first female professional player in the league? What's wrong with female players? Can't girls take part in the competition? It's the 21st century. Are there still people discriminating against girls? The comments were filled with stupid men. Men have better reflexes in esports than women, right? Besides, the people who make it to the pinnacle of various industries all seem to be men. But others had more reasons and defended Cheryl. LMAOing at the guy above. Here, let me tell you a story. The most famous surgeon in the world is a woman. Here's another piece of trivia. Yancy, the top car racer in the world, is also a woman. Chiming in to add that Q, the most well-known hacker in the world, is also a woman. After receiving a crash course from the rest, the commenter who had raised the question in the beginning immediately wussed out. I'm not discriminating against her, I'm welcoming her. In any case, the godly Zach is so strong that he can carry her anyway. Yes, I welcome female players. The comments were relatively peaceful. After all, women had successfully achieved high positions in various industries over the years. Though there were few female competitive esports players, they did exist. The head coach looked at the rest of the staff with a smile and said, It's fortunate that women have made it into the ranks of top performers in every industry over the years, so there aren't many who question their abilities anymore when they become professional players. However, among these comments was a question. Judging from her side profile, she seems very young, though. Is she an elementary school student? The coach immediately replied to the message. Don't worry, our new member just took her college entrance examination this year. She reported for duty right after that. Then it's fine. The problem was resolved easily and smoothly. All the dissent online seemed to have disappeared, and not many had raised doubts about girls participating in esports. Even though the coach knew that there wouldn't be that much opposition in the first place, wasn't this going a little too smoothly? Little did he know. In New York, Alexander stretched lazily and said, Trending on social media when she has only just reached the club. As expected, Cherry can't manage without her big brother. As he spoke, Peter, who was sitting opposite him, slowly looked up. Differences were already starting to show in 15-year-old Peter and Cheryl's looks. Cheryl still looked cute and adorable, but with Peter, there was an added sense of toughness in the same facial features. Peter had trained in martial arts frequently over the years, so his features were more defined. He didn't have any baby fat. He looked absolutely dashing. He slowly said, You mean big brothers? Fine, said Alexander. He pulled his hand from the keyboard and said, Write a program and keep an eye on the internet. If anyone says things like girls can't be professional esports players again, ban their accounts. Also, Cherry's side profile is more than enough on the internet. All full frontal photos must be deleted. Don't go too soft on them. I have something on, so I'll go for now. The incident was resolved quietly. When Cheryl returned to the club after she was done shopping for daily necessities, she didn't yet know that she had trended on social media. Her teammates enthusiastically escorted her to the room and even helped her clean it up. When the head coach came over, he immediately saw Cheryl seated on the sofa while the rest of the team was busy with chores. The corners of his lips spasmed. Whenever there was fresh blood in the team, everyone treated them with mild skepticism. They were all still young and hot-blooded. The head coach had been worried that they would get into a dispute with the new member. But from how things looked, it seemed, despite having only been here for 2 hours, Cheryl had already become the club favourite. The head coach looked at Cheryl. The teen girl sat quietly on the sofa as she munched on a potato chip she was holding between her fingers. Her little mouth was moving constantly, making her look cute and well-behaved like a little squirrel. Even he didn't dare to raise his voice at her. It was only natural that she would end up as the club favourite, right? While the head coach was musing, a staff member suddenly came over. The man looked serious as he said, "Coach, Club JQ is so shameless." Surprised, the head coach asked, "What happened?" "Take a look at this." The staff member took out his cell phone, opened up Facebook, and handed it to the coach. Only then did the head coach realize that Club JQ, their arch rival, had officially announced a new member in their team this year. Team JQ had also welcomed a new player this year, and everyone had been guessing who it might be. Finally, they had just made an announcement. The new member was also a well-known player in the game, the female live streamer, Jamie. Another female player. Well, that was some pretty hot news. The problem was that Team JQ had made a special mention of Jamie's education when they introduced her, because she was a rare one with relatively high academic qualifications among the group. She was an undergraduate at a prestigious university. After the news went public, fans of Team JQ took the opportunity to create the image of a highly educated intellectual for her. They were clearly facing off with Club HS by doing this. Fans of Team JQ were even starting to antagonize them on the internet. They outright @mentioned Club HS's official account and asked, "How high can your new member score in the college entrance examination?" The head coach was furious at this response. This was an esports competition. What was the point of obsessing over the players' college entrance examination results? What a ridiculous way of antagonizing them. Had they let their win go to their heads after becoming the champions just once? They had practically come all the way to their doorstep to bully them now. Sensing that he was looking at her, Cheryl looked up. She saw the head coach smile kindly at her as he said, "It's okay. College entrance examination scores aren't everything. We don't look at one's college entrance examination results in this industry." Cheryl didn't understand why he was saying this to her. Cheryl picked up another potato chip, took a bite, and then looked at the head coach. "Oh, okay." She saw the head coach pacing back and forth in front of her as he looked at her earnestly, looking like someone who wanted to ask her something, yet didn't dare to. "Coach, is there something you want to ask me?" Cheryl asked. The head coach coughed and said, I'm just asking about this casually. I am absolutely not insinuating anything, nor am I looking down on you. But, well, what kind of university do you think you can get into?" After speaking, the head coach wanted to give himself a tight slap. What was he even asking? The teen obviously looked embarrassed. What if the young lady couldn't even get into a university at all? How was she going to answer him? The head coach immediately tried to repair the situation. "No, what I mean to say is, it's okay even if it's just a specialist school. It doesn't matter whether you go to university or not." Yes, that's right. I also think that academic qualifications aren't important in our industry. Lionel had also seen the posts and comments on Facebook. He came over immediately to comfort her and said, "Look at me. I only attended a lousy second-rate university while these guys here went to even worse ones." The rest of the team also hurried over and comforted her. "Exactly, so it's all right no matter how you score in the exams. It's okay even if you don't attend university." Mutants like Captain Zack are a rarity in our industry. Nobody can ace their exams while being an expert gamer too, right?
We compete with our abilities, not academic qualifications. While they were talking, Cheryl sensed that something was amiss. The smart girl blinked a couple of times and then opened Facebook, where she saw that someone had @mentioned Club HS. As she stared at her cell phone, her big eyes widened in disbelief. Upon seeing this, the head coach next to her became even more distressed.
Don't cry, Cheryl. Everything will be fine. They're just jealous.
Ignore them. They're just trying to embarrass you. Their fans all seem to feel some kind of sense of superiority to others online. It's not like having good grades will let them win the championship, right? As everyone comforted her, they saw her look up. On her flawless little face, they didn't see any sadness in her eyes, but faint excitement instead. The head coach felt like his eyes must be playing tricks on him. He was about to speak when Cheryl said docilely, "Coach, can I reply to the message?" The coach was surprised she wanted to reply herself, but the teen spoke so innocently that he couldn't even make himself say no. The corners of his lips spasmed as he considered the proposal for a moment. He replied,
All right, go ahead, but don't argue with them. People online are just being led on by others. Don't cry. Don't feel like you've let the fans down just because your grades are poor. And don't use foul language. We'll deduct $30 per swear word you use.
"Okay." Cheryl opened up her Facebook settings and changed her name to Cherry HS. She knew that the club didn't want her to reveal her identity yet, so she didn't change it to C. After the change, the head coach made a welcome post on the club's official Facebook page. "Welcome to the club, @Cherry HS." With that, everyone now knew that Cherry HS was the new member of Club HS. Cheryl lowered her head and started typing a message. The head coach watched her from a distance away and shook his head slightly. Lionel was a little worried.
Coach, aren't you concerned that she may use abusive language or argue with them?
The head coach replied,
She has promised me that she wouldn't. Besides, she's so innocent. Do you think she would argue with them?
Lionel nodded after hearing this. He certainly didn't dare to even speak a little loudly to Cheryl. The girl looked so delicate that it was as if she would shatter like porcelain if he spoke even a little louder than usual. The two of them thought that even if the girl panicked for real and argued a bit with the people online, she would probably just say something like, "If you continue insulting me, I'll beat you up with my little fists." There was no firepower whatsoever. Lionel couldn't help but suggest,
Coach, should I help her hurl a couple of insults?
The head coach looked at him coldly at once.
Haha, that would be $30 deducted per word.
Lionel shut up immediately. He was the embodiment of a miser. While the two were chatting, a staff member of the club suddenly approached them anxiously. When he saw the head coach, his expression immediately changed, and he looked as if he wanted to cry.
Coach?
The head coach looked at him.
What's wrong?
He subconsciously looked at Cheryl and asked,
Did you use abusive language?
Cheryl shook her head, the look in her eyes cute and innocent as she answered, Nope. Nope. She was just too cute. The head coach completely believed her. The staff member next to him was caught between laughter and tears, though. He said, God, see, it's true that you didn't use abusive language, but it might have been better if you had. The head coach was stunned when he heard this. He picked up his cell phone, where he saw that the welcome post for Cheryl had been pinned to the top. In the post, someone had @mentioned her and asked, Jamie scored 1300 on her SAT. Do you know how she scored so high?
At the sight of the question, the head coach's heart suddenly sank. He suddenly thought of Cheryl's response when Lionel mentioned Zach's near-perfect score in his mathematics paper during the college entrance examination. He continued scrolling down, and sure enough, he saw Cheryl's reply. Did she miss out chunks of questions in one of the papers? The head coach was shocked. He felt his vision blacking out. He was getting that vague feeling of someone showing off again. He asked,
She must be joking, right?
The staff member sighed. He felt as though the head coach, who was strict with everyone, had been blinded by Cheryl. He said,
Keep reading.
The head coach continued scrolling down. He saw someone mention her again. They asked, Oh wow, since you are so smart, which university do you think you can get into? Cheryl replied, I am considering Harvard and MIT, but I haven't decided which yet. As expected, the comments that followed were full of jeering. Everyone was guffawing. The head coach was stunned. He looked up at Cheryl. Still speaking in the same innocent tone, Cheryl said, See, I didn't use any abusive language.
It might have been better if you had.
The head coach panicked. If she had used abusive language, it would at least have been because the other party had provoked her first, so she couldn't help but retaliate, which would have made her reaction justifiable. But what was she bragging so freaking much for? Harvard and MIT. She was considering them. Were those two schools something one could joke so carelessly about? His voice shook as he said,
If memory serves me right, the college entrance examination results will be out in 10 days, right?
Cheryl nodded. Yep. She was giving him that same harmless and adorable feeling again. The head coach found himself utterly at a loss for words. Next to him, the staff member couldn't help but ask, What do we do, coach? The head coach replied,
What else can we do? Have the PR department ready. They'd better do a good job at handling this matter on the day the college entrance examination results are released.
That girl was still so young. Why must she be such a huge braggart? The coach knew what was going to happen next. Club JQ's fans were going to go into full-out ridicule mode. By the end of it, the situation had turned into, the arrogant new member of Club HS is competing with Jamie over academic qualifications, even though they had started the argument first. It was a shame that Club HS couldn't clear the air, even if they wanted to, because Cheryl had personally made those outrageous claims. In the end, the head coach had no choice but to create a new rule. They had to uninstall Facebook. All of them uninstalled Facebook for a period of time. Once the whole situation blew over, they would be allowed to download it again. Their accounts were managed by club staff anyway. Cheryl had no choice but to do the same. She had always been an easygoing girl, so she did what she was told and uninstalled Facebook.
Starting from tomorrow, you and Zach will team up in ranked matches to build up a rapport with each other.
The head coach said this to Cheryl. Zach nodded when he heard him. Zach was the jungler and ganker of the team. By having the two of them play together, the head coach wanted to let Zach have a look at Cheryl's playstyle and habits so that he could work with her to take down opponents. After all, the jungler was the one in control of the entire pace in a game.
Okay, we'll try a ranked match at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Okie dokie. After bidding goodbye to the others, Cheryl entered her room. Everything in the room had been tidied up, so she only needed to unpack her belongings. Cheryl spent a bit of time unpacking and then washed up. Then she lay on her bed and picked up her cell phone. There were a lot of messages in the family group chat. Her brothers and father were asking her how the new club was, whether she was lonely living in a villa all by herself, and whether she wanted them to find her a caretaker. Cheryl glanced at the cramped room and then, with a guilty conscience, replied, "No, it's fine. I like being by myself." As soon as she sent the reply, she received a video call from Justin. Cheryl debated not picking up the phone, but she answered the call and pointed the camera at the ceiling. The room layouts in the two villas were very similar. Both had been renovated before they were handed over to their new owners. Justin's voice was low, and the beauty mark at the corner of his eye was twinkling like it usually would. As Cheryl looked at him, she couldn't help but wonder why her father seemed like he didn't age at all. People would believe him if he stood next to her brothers and claimed that the three of them were all brothers. "Show me the room," Justin said. Cheryl's guilty conscience took over. "No, I just took a shower, so I can't right now. I'm too tired." The little girl was 15 years old, and she had the attitude to prove it. He kept quiet for a while and then handed the phone to Nora. "Then show your mum the room." Cheryl stared at the sleepy Nora on the screen. Her mum looked even younger than her dad. Even after so many years, she still looked like a 20-year-old. Of course, this was taking into consideration the fact that she was only 35 years old. She yawned loudly and asked in a low voice, "Must you?" She was talking to Justin. Justin replied, "Check whether she is living in the villa next door. A girl can't stay in the same house as a group of boys." Cheryl felt even guiltier now. She saw Nora's lazy eyes glance at the phone. It felt like she could see right through Cheryl's lies as she stared at the screen. Cheryl forced a smile. "Mummy, you have become even prettier after a few days of separation. It's Hollywood's loss that you didn't become an actress. It's humanity's loss that they can't see you on the big screen." Nora narrowed her eyes. She knew her daughter. The obvious flattery clearly indicated a guilty conscience. She glanced sideways. When she saw Justin's head leaning over, she switched the video call to voice only. She sounded as lazy as ever, and she spoke like a big boss when she said, "What are you looking at? Cherry and I are trying to have a private conversation. No dads allowed." Justin sighed. "Okay." Her arrogant and domineering CEO of a father was acting like a little kitten right now. Cheryl secretly giggled. Mummy was the only one in this world who could make Daddy act that way. After chatting with them for a while more, Cheryl hung up. Then she saw a message from Mia. "Cherry, you're so daring." Little Mia did not have an insanely high IQ like her, but she was very hardworking and diligent. So she had also skipped a grade. So even though she was 15 years old, she was already in her second year of high school. Cheryl decided to call her. Mia picked up quickly. The gentle girl was no longer the pushover she used to be, but she had such a frail and mousy demeanor that it made people want to protect her. Her face was pointed and oval-shaped, and she was even prettier now after growing up. She had combined the best features of Joel and Tanya, so she was well known for her beauty in the New York circle. But Cheryl didn't like appearing in public, so few people knew her. Mia asked, "Aren't you afraid of not performing well?" "How can that be?" Cheryl replied sweetly. "Even if I can't get a perfect score like Pete, I'll still score at least 1,500. At the mention of Peter, Mia paused and changed the subject. "I wish half a month could pass when we wake up tomorrow. Then you could have slapped their faces with your score." "Aw, time flies by anyway. By the way, what are you doing right now?" "Studying," Mia replied. "You have good grades, so you won't have any problem in the college entrance exam. Why are you still working so hard this late at night?" Mia was taken aback. Then she replied, "I want to do better on the exams." "So that you can tell Pete?" Cheryl wanted to ask Mia that question, but held herself back and didn't say it out loud. As Mia and Peter grew up, they started to grow apart. Mia was his younger cousin, and Peter had gradually put distance between him and her. This was the same for Mia. She stopped sticking to Peter whenever the two families got together and started sticking to Cherry instead. Both their parents were busy with various things and didn't notice this, but Cheryl had. "All right, I'm cheering for you," said Cheryl. After hanging up, Cheryl threw everything to the back of her mind. The next morning, after waking up and playing a ranked match with Zach, Cheryl felt some long-lost pleasure. She had always had to carry her teammates to victory in the past, but when she played in the ranked match with Zach, she felt the capabilities of a professional player. Zach seemed to know what she wanted to do all the time. Whenever she wanted to rush forward, he was already lying in ambush in the bushes at the side. And whenever she wanted to retreat, Zach would retreat even faster than her. This made Cheryl's eyes light up more and more. As expected, professional players were different. Immersed in the training, Cheryl didn't even realize that a whole week had passed. A week later, when the head coach held a routine meeting with Zach, he asked,
"How is C?"
The corners of Zach's lips curled into a smile and he replied,
"She's great."
He had never had such high praise for anyone, especially a teammate. Therefore, the head coach could tell that Zach was very satisfied. He had also studied the recordings of Zach and Cheryl's ranked matches. Zach's skills were at a much higher level than what he showed. Lionel and the other teammates couldn't keep up with him, so he was forced to lower his level in order to play with them. After all, they played this game as a team, not as individuals. As a result, this severely limited Zach's performance. However, the head coach found out that God C could keep up with him. It was as if the two of them shared the same brain. No matter what Zach did, Cheryl always reacted quickly and kept up with him. Sometimes she even reacted earlier than him. To be honest, before God C joined the team, he had a lot of doubts about the decision. Not only was God C a girl, but she was also only 15 years old. Could she really live up to her reputation? But after observing her for a week, he realized that she really could. In fact, with Cheryl in Club HS, the team had become even stronger. The combination of God C and Zach had demonstrated great results. The head coach felt as if the champion trophy of the new season was going to belong to Club HS this year. He let out a delighted laugh. But then he frowned.
God C's gaming capabilities are undeniable, but so is her ability to stir up trouble.
Zach's expression darkened.
Is that incident still not over yet? No, it's not.
At the mention, the head coach became even angrier. He muttered,
"The situation was starting to calm down, and there weren't many people mocking her. But during Jamie's live stream last night, she brought up the situation again, which brought it back to people's attention. At first, I thought that after the incident died down, everyone would forget about it by the time the college entrance examination results came out. But she's gone and reminded everyone that the results will be out in a week now, which revived the topic. Club JQ is so shameless when it comes to leeching off others' popularity and hot topics."
Zach stayed quiet for a while before he asked,
"What did the boss say?"
He was referring to Chester. Chester was very protective of the club members. A couple of years ago, when Lionel had a small accident, Chester had paid to get the heat off him and covered up the incident right away. He was sure that the boss would step forward and defend her this time too. But then the head coach frowned and replied,
"Come to think of it, the situation is strange this time. Usually the boss would ask how things are whenever the club was met with even a tiny bit of trouble, but he hasn't said a word this time. In fact, when I approached the boss about this matter today, so that he could do something about the Facebook activity, he actually said to leave it alone and let it be.
Zach was taken aback. Let it be?
Yeah.
The head coach was so troubled that he was close to having insomnia. He hadn't slept in days. He shook his head.
To be honest, being insulted or mocked a little is not a big deal. But I'm concerned that the young lady won't be able to take it, and that her frame of mind will be affected. That's exactly what Club JQ is doing this time, toying with the young lady's frame of mind. They are so evil.
Zach frowned and kept quiet. He thought of Cherry's never-ending energy whenever she was gaming. Even if there were rumors flying about, it probably wouldn't get her down, right? Besides, the boss had always been reliable. With this in mind, he decided,
We'll do as the boss says.
The head coach nodded.
Maybe we should see this as a chance for the newcomer to train her mental resilience. If she can overcome it, nothing will get her down in the future. If she can't, it won't do her good if we are overprotective of her anyway.
Then, at last, the college entrance examination results were released. As the release date for college entrance examination results approached, the Club HS members grew more and more nervous. After 2 weeks, everyone had grown fond of Cheryl, who was good at gaming, looked cute and sweet, and was soft-spoken. Sometimes when they saw her watching videos as she munched on fries, they couldn't imagine that she was the little girl blasting people with her cannon in the game. In the game, Cheryl, who was a gunner, played as a female character who carried a cannon as big as herself and could take out half an opponent's HP with just a single blast. The character could move quickly from one spot to another, so her movements were flexible and she was not easily caught. This fit her image all too well. As a result, everyone became protective of her. They even subconsciously gave her the best of everything in daily life. For example, at lunch, whenever they had fried chicken, everyone would fight for the drumsticks. This was because the boys had a competitive streak. But now, the watermelon is really sweet today. Come on, cut them into pieces and give some to God C. She likes munching on fruits when she watches game replays.
Oh, this crab has so much roe. Here you go, C.
What? They are customizing new equipment for us again? I'm not in a hurry, so God C can go first. Ladies first. Cheryl had become the club's favorite. Even the strict Captain Zach had turned a blind eye to the situation and was no longer the demon Lord Jungler he used to be. In fact,
you can have the first red buff we get.
The first wave of the game was spent clearing monsters in the jungle. In the past, in order to reach level 4 as soon as possible, Zach had to set the pace, so he never gave the first wave of monsters to the gunners or mages. Even Lionel, the mage, didn't have such a privilege. Yet Cheryl had been given the team's first red buff. When Lionel heard this during a team match, he wanted to cry. He asked, "Captain, when will you ever give me the first blue buff?" Zach, who was controlling the mouse, replied,
Try being good at your job first?
Lionel nearly burst into tears. That evening, they played until it was late in the night, because they wanted to check the examination results online once it was midnight. It had been on everyone's minds all this time, but they didn't dare mention anything about it. One by one, all of them looked at Cheryl, only to see her hands flying across the keyboard at high speed. She didn't look nervous at all. Had she forgotten about it? Despite thinking so, they found that to be a positive development. While they were having a break after the match, Zach went to the club's public relations department, where he saw the head coach and others on standby. Upon seeing him, the head coach extended his hand to him and said,
Don't worry, we are ready.
For many days, fans of the club JQ had been mentioning Cheryl constantly. A verified big-name fan of Club JQ had made a post, which was liked and reposted by many. The college entrance examination results will be out soon. Are you scared yet? Have you decided which university to attend? Is it Harvard or MIT? They even included a mocking GIF in the post. It was obvious that they were being sarcastic. There was still more than an hour until midnight. This hour-long period tormented everyone in the club. When Zach returned, he saw Cheryl gaming with a lollipop in her mouth. She looked like she really had forgotten about the exam results. Suddenly, he felt unsettled. He wanted to ask her what was going on. Lionel also couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Godsey, did you ever try estimating your score after the college entrance examinations?" Cheryl glanced at him with her big and pretty eyes and then answered, "Nope." Ever since she started scoring full marks in the mock exams, she hardly ever looked at the answers. She had absolute confidence that she could get everything right. Lionel wanted to ask further about the matter, but the person next to him covered his mouth and gave him a look that screamed, "Stop asking about it. Why are you so clueless?" Lionel muttered, "It's obviously because she looks so calm and relaxed, so I thought she might really pull it off. That's why I asked." She didn't even try estimating her score. Just how much did Cheryl love her games? Although he was awfully anxious about it, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He tried to get Zach to do it instead. He nudged him. "Captain, why don't you try asking your teacher for some information again? Ask him if she can get into an first-rate university. A first-rate university would sound reasonable too. This way, they won't mock her too badly." Zach glanced at him and then shoved both his hands in his pockets. "Ugh, look at how impatient you are." Lionel hung his head after being insulted. But when he noticed Zach going out again, he couldn't help but ask, "Captain, where are you going?" "To the bathroom." Lionel scratched his head. "Captain, do you have bladder issues? Didn't you just go?" Zach left without saying a word. This time, Zach did enter the bathroom next door. He took out his cell phone, opened up his chat with his ex-homeroom teacher, and then sent a text message. "Hey, can I ask you a question? Based on your understanding of Cheryl, can she get into a first-rate university?" After thinking about it, Zach changed first-rate to second-rate and then sent the message. After sending the message, he waited anxiously for his teacher's reply. Time was creeping closer and closer. Like the other members of the club, he was also becoming more and more nervous. People were starting to become more and more active on the Club JQ social media pages. So why wasn't his teacher replying? Was he asleep? Wasn't it too early? He couldn't help but call his teacher. As soon as he dialed his number, someone picked up. His teacher's cheerful voice reached him from the other end of the call. "What are you doing, Zach? College entrance examination results will be out in a moment. We are all waiting. The students' parents are all trying to talk to me, so you're taking up my precious time. Those who didn't know better would have thought that you had a daughter taking the college entrance examinations." Zach brushed off his annoyance and cleared his voice. Take a look at the message I sent you." The head teacher glanced at it, and a strange silence went on for 2 seconds. Then he asked, "Do you actually think Cheryl is aiming for a second-rate university?" An uneasy and nervous Zach asked, "Is there no hope of that happening?" "No," the teacher replied. Zach broke into a frown. His teacher suddenly raised his voice. "Do you actually think that she can only get into a second-rate university? Who do you think you are looking down on?" Zach wanted to respond, but his teacher cut him off.
All right, I have crying students who need me to comfort them because they didn't score well in the exams. Don't take up any more of my time."
After saying that, he hung up. For some reason, Zach felt even more uneasy after that call. What on earth did his teacher mean? Cheryl was starting to get weirded out by the strange atmosphere in the club tonight. The other students would glance at her from time to time, but when she looked back at them, they would quickly look away. She glanced at the time. The scores would be out in 10 minutes. Because of this, she didn't start a new round after finishing the current one. Instead, she picked up a bag of potato chips and a slice of watermelon and started munching on them. As she did, Lionel slightly pushed the paper napkin on his table towards her. He did it again and again until they were right in front of her. Cheryl was confused, but she picked one up and wiped her fingers with it and said, "Thanks."
"You're welcome."
Lionel coughed and added,
"These tissues were specially made for wiping tears and snot. Ordinary tissues may irritate the nose and make it turn red if you blow your nose with them."
When Lionel came down with a cold, the skin at his nose has gotten rashes from wiping his nose with normal tissues. He knew that the exam results would be released soon, and he was afraid that God's sea would burst into tears. So Lionel had searched for these special tissues on the internet and placed an order for them a week ago, for fear they would not come in time for today. Cheryl blinked and replied, "Oh." Not only was Lionel behaving strangely, but the others around her were also looking at her with sympathy in their eyes. She thought of telling Zach that something seemed wrong with everyone today. But as soon as she turned her head, she saw Zach taking out a few ice cubes from the refrigerator and putting them on a towel. Then he coughed.
"I heard that people should apply an ice pack on their eyes before they go to bed if they cry their eyes out. Just so you know, the club has lots of ice cubes."
Cheryl broke into a frown. She wasn't sure what was wrong with all of them. Why were they expecting her to cry? Amid the strange atmosphere, Cheryl picked up her cell phone, where she found that midnight had struck. Cheryl's eyes lit up. She could check the scores now. The family had been chatting about this earlier in the day. Alexander had asked her how many points she thought she was going to get on the exam, and then he said they would be able to find out if she had achieved a perfect score tonight. Justin had comforted her and told her that it was all right even if she didn't get a perfect score. Even her mum, who was always lazy and only cared about sleeping, had popped up in the group chat and added a +1 below Justin's text message. Peter did not say anything in the chat. Alexander even took the opportunity to mock Peter for not showing concern for his sister. When it was midnight, Cheryl stopped munching on snacks and opened up the exam results website, where she then entered her admission ticket number. Obviously, she was concerned about her grades too. There was no doubt that she would be able to enroll in Harvard University. What mattered now was the score she got in with. Once she knew her score, she would be able to update her family in the group chat. While she was doing all this, the people behind her crowded around her. 1, 2, 3, 4 heads leaned in from behind her, and everyone held their breath as they watched Cheryl hit the enter key. The page changed to a loading screen. Then Cheryl's score appeared. Everyone looked over, and one by one their eyes widened. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Cheryl was stunned. Then she heaved a disappointed sigh. Displayed on the screen was a score of 0. While Cheryl was spacing out, the entire team started to freak out.
"How can this be?
Is something wrong with the system? How can the score be 0?
Even if you guess your way through the papers and choose C for every question, you still won't get 0 points, right?"
Yeah, there must have been a mistake somewhere.
Even I scored more than 100 points on my college entrance examination back then. It's extremely difficult to get 0.
Someone even entertained a ridiculous thought and asked,
Hey Cheryl, you couldn't possibly have skipped every single paper and just filled in your name, right? Did you do that just to shut your family up because they wouldn't let you join the team unless you took the college entrance examination? Are you trying to get back at them?
The corners of her lips spasmed. When she was about to say something, a thoughtful look came over Zach's face. 0 points. He had seen that before. But compared to those people, this young lady in front of him was not like them at all. So, how could she possibly have gotten 0 points? Cheryl lowered her head and saw Peter send a message to the group chat. Cherry won't be able to see her scores tonight. The scores of the top 50 in each city are protected, so their scores will be masked and displayed as a 0. A certain somebody did not take the college entrance examinations, so it's only natural that he wouldn't know. Right, Alexander? He was dissing Alexander for saying that he didn't care about his sister. Alexander responded very quickly. Even if they have masked it as a hacker, couldn't you have hacked into the system to take a look? So, you still don't care enough about Cherry? Peter replied, I already tried hacking into their system to check Cherry's score, but they are using the latest firewall technology, so I didn't manage to get in. A proud Justin immediately sent a message. The firewall was created by Nora. I'm so proud of her. Everyone rolled their eyes and sent a message. Not the time, Dad. Cherry's lip corners spasmed. Peter asked, Dad, can you hack in? Justin, who was completely unashamed of the fact he couldn't get past his wife's firewall, replied proudly, Of course I can't. Peter typed, Sigh. Cheryl then sent her first message. Everyone stop talking, I have 6 things to say. Before Cheryl could type anything else, Nora finally popped up in the chat. 1598. 2 points were deducted in your essay. All of them were speechless. Then Cheryl received congratulatory messages from Alexander, Peter, and Justin. But she was still disappointed, so she hung her head. Her reaction made Lionel and the other members even more nervous. Everyone asked, Hey, God see, you didn't really submit a blank paper, did you? Zach was also confused. As far as he was aware, the scores of the top 50 in each city were masked as a protective measure, and those 50 candidates were basically split between Harvard and MIT. Should this really be the case, then there wouldn't be anything wrong when Cheryl said that she was considering Harvard and MIT. Zach felt like he had stumbled upon the truth. Cheryl was actually a star student. He clearly felt that he had guessed the truth. So why was Cheryl suddenly showing a look of disappointment? Had she really handed in a blank paper like what Lionel and the others were saying? Zach became uncertain again. As everyone was bewildered and confused, Cheryl heaved a huge sigh. I didn't get 1,600 points. This is so annoying. No one in the room knew what to say. The difference between 0 and 1,600 was kinda big, wasn't it? Was God C still in La La Land? Or did she decide to go for the lowest possible score because she couldn't get a score of 1,600? It was certainly true that nobody had a lower score than that in the entire country. Everyone's lip corners spasmed. They wanted to say something, but they didn't know how they should comfort her. 0 points. God see sure was pitiful. The only one with a different reaction was Zach. His pupils shrank, and this confirmed his suspicions. At first he had thought that Cheryl barely made it into the top 50, but judging from what she just said, her score was nearly perfect. So she was even smarter than he'd thought. Where did a star student like her pop up from? Zach frowned. The head coach rushed into the room.
"God-see, how many points did you score?"
Cheryl closed the results page quietly and replied, "We'll have to wait a little longer to find out."
"Wait."
The head coach, who had never seen a true star student before, was confused.
"Aren't the college entrance examination results out yet? I saw many people showing off their scores on social media."
Lionel and the others lowered their heads and kept quiet. Sigh. Since God-see was too embarrassed to talk about her exam score, then they'd better not expose her. But Zach clenched his jaw and kept his dark eyes glued to Cheryl. The adorable young lady in front of him looked harmless and easily made one let down their guard against her. But as it turned out, she wasn't just amazing at games. She was also full of surprises when it came to studying. He pressed his lips together. As for Cheryl, she downloaded the Facebook app onto her cell phone. As soon as she did, she saw that fans of both Club HS and Club JQ had poured into her Facebook page and were asking her about her college entrance examination score. Cheryl could only reply, "It isn't out yet." As soon as she sent the reply, her cell phone rang. She glanced at the number and then stood. "I have to answer a call." The head coach nodded. Cheryl tapped on the answer button as she walked past the few of them. Zach happened to be standing right beside her, so he overheard the voice coming from her cell phone.
"Hello, can I speak with Miss Cheryl Smith?" "Hello, we are calling from the Harvard University admissions office. As you have scored particularly well in your college entrance examination, we would like to invite you."
Zach's eyes widened. He was not only an excellent player in the gaming industry, but he had also been a Harvard student. This had always been something that gave him extraordinary status, and was also something he was proud of. But in this instant, he suddenly felt like his academic qualifications were worthless. While Cheryl was on the phone, the head coach looked at the Facebook page again. The comments on the page were going crazy. Cheryl's reply had stunned everyone. Everyone thought she was pulling a diva act. Fans of Club HS were defending her, while fans of Club JQ were attacking her like crazy. One person commented, "Ha! Didn't someone boast about choosing between 2 universities before? But now she is staying quiet when the results are out? What a joke. Is she afraid that we'll mock her if she announces her results?" Other people joined in and began to mock her. "Everybody else's grades are already out except hers. Yeah, right. Does she think she's special or what?" "Special? What nonsense. A certain somebody is just scared. Since she sucks at studying, why even bother competing with Jamie when it comes to education? Isn't that obvious? She's just trying to leech off Jamie's popularity by competing with her over academic qualifications? Trash." All of these comments made Club HS fans panic. They rushed to the comment section and tried to defend Cheryl. They wrote comments like, "This is esports, not school. Are exam scores even that important? Did everyone in your club go to college? What a joke. Who's even trying to compete with Jamie? It was obviously you guys who came forward, okay? Has Club HS ever claimed that she is a star student?" But Club JQ fans refused to listen to the explanations. Everyone was focusing on what Cheryl had said about how she was considering Harvard University and MIT, and flamed her for it. Her statement had been posted on Facebook without any context. Who would care about the actual circumstances behind it when they were just onlookers? All they knew was that they found her statement too arrogant. Many fans even started to tag the 2 schools, and they started to ask them if they had admitted her. MIT was the first to respond. On MIT's official page, "We don't admit just anybody into our school." They outright mocked Cheryl with that one sentence. This created even more laughter from Club JQ fans. Even Jamie herself stepped forward and replied to MIT, "It has always been my dream to attend MIT. I hope I can enroll in the school as a student." But the cold and aloof MIT ignored her. This did not stop others from making fun of Cheryl, though. The head coach was in a huge panic.
"They are dragging MIT into it as well. It's going to be even harder for God C to respond now."
Zach narrowed his eyes. He suddenly realized that MIT might not even know the name of the new Club HS member. Zach clenched his jaw. He walked toward the door, and Cheryl ended the call with Harvard University. Zach showed her what MIT had posted on Facebook. Then Cheryl's cell phone rang again. It was MIT. At the student admissions office, a teacher was frantically calling someone on the phone. "The New York top scorer's phone has been busy this whole time. She must be on the phone with Harvard University. Why are they on the call for so long?"
"The top scorer's name is Cheryl?"
As the teacher was wondering why the name Cheryl sounded so familiar to her, she suddenly realized something and looked straight at the other teacher.
"Are you talking about the Cheryl I think you're talking about?"
"Yes." "Hurry up and call her. We have been trying to recruit her into the school since last year, but she has refused us all this time. The principal even personally instructed me to recruit her into the school, no matter the method and no matter what conditions I must offer." While she was talking, the phone finally connected. She spoke in a very friendly tone as she said, "Hello, Miss Cheryl Smith. I am calling from the student admissions office at MIT. You..." But before she could finish, Cheryl replied coldly, "Oh, it's you. No, I'm not going there." The teacher was stunned. "Why? We are not below Harvard University in any way. In fact, our school has a better shooting team which suits your future plans better. You..." Before the teacher could finish her proposal, Cheryl snorted coldly. "Didn't you guys say that not everyone is worthy of being admitted into this school?" The teacher was bewildered. After Cheryl said that, she hung up the phone. It was obvious that the girl was furious. The teacher was stunned. When did we ever say anything like that? The teacher next to her was also stunned. Students see our school as the best, but how would we ever dare to say anything like that to a genius like Cheryl? There must be some kind of misunderstanding here. Next to them, a different teacher seated at a computer piped up, I think I know what's going on. You're going to want to take a look at this."
"What's going on?"
The director of the admissions office was right next to him. When the other teacher was talking to Cheryl just now, he desperately wanted to grab the phone and talk to her personally. But Cheryl hadn't given him a chance to do so at all, hanging up right away instead. Upon hearing one of the teachers speak up, he immediately became anxious. The teacher, who happened to open up the university's Facebook page, showed the post to the director. The director was stunned when he read it.
"But we didn't say anything wrong in our Facebook post, so why would she be angry? Is she a fan of Club HS? But isn't Cheryl Smith a shooting athlete? Does she follow gaming news?"
The teacher didn't understand what was going on either. He replied,
"But she was obviously referring to this statement. Maybe she is a fan of Zach Stannard. Stannard is not only a Harvard student, but also good-looking. He's very popular in the gaming circle. Youngsters are just so impulsive. How can she reject our school just because of this? She didn't even bother listening to our offer,"
exclaimed the director. After grousing, the director looked at him and instructed,
"Contact the people managing the school's official Facebook page immediately and tell them to delete the post."
"Got it," the teacher replied. When the people managing the school's Facebook page received the news, they were also stunned. The school hadn't said anything wrong. A small-time professional player boasting that they were hesitating between the two schools was indeed disrespectful to them. The university's Facebook page was managed by students who had made the post in a moment of pique. There were countless students who woke up early and stayed up late to study, just so they could be admitted to the university. Most of the students in the university were the top students from all over the world. Even if they weren't the top scorers in their cities, they were at least the top scorers in their schools. Why should the university that they were so proud of be relegated to a mere choice in someone else's eyes? One of the students, who had been stewing over this for a long while, couldn't hold himself back from making such a post earlier in the day. Yet, they were saying that he had made a mistake? The student was furious and outraged. He said to his classmate,
"For their mediocre grades, their professional players sure are divas. They have actually attracted the attention of the school leaders. Do they make as great a contribution to society as we do when all they do is play games? All of us will be elites in society after graduation, so how are we any inferior to them? Every single one of them acts as if they are celebrities. What kind of world is this? Not only do celebrities make more money than scientists, but they are also more respected than scientists." Despite the indignant student's complaints, he nevertheless deleted the post from the school's official Facebook page. However, after he deleted it, the more he thought about it, the more indignant he felt. In the end, he simply couldn't help but post about it on his private Facebook account.
They deleted the post.
In the dim corridor, Zach's low voice rang out as he stared intently at Cheryl. "Okie dokie," Cheryl replied adorably. She turned around to return to the training room, but she had only taken 2 steps when Zach suddenly grabbed her arm.
"Hey, kid, don't you have anything to tell me?"
What did she have to tell him? Stunned, she blinked a couple of times, not quite understanding what he meant. Like what?
Like how many points you really scored in the exam.
Cheryl let out a sigh, which was followed by another, even longer sigh. This made Zach suspect she had botched the exams. Perhaps the girl usually had stellar grades, but had been off form on the college entrance examination this time. Like maybe she was usually one of the top 5 scorers, but had only achieved 50th place in the college entrance examination this time. While his imagination was running wild, Cheryl replied softly, 1598? No way. He was utterly dumbfounded. There were hardly such high college entrance examination scores in recent years. He didn't wonder why Cheryl knew her score. After all, she had chatted with the Harvard University staff for so long. They might have told her the score in a show of their sincerity. What he didn't understand was,
"Then why are you so unhappy?"
Cheryl pouted, "Because I wanted a perfect score." The girl was unhappy with anything lower than perfect. Zach's lip corners spasmed, and he felt like he truly couldn't understand how geniuses think. He ruffled Cheryl's hair and said,
It's near impossible to achieve a perfect score. With your score of 1598, you must already be the top scorer this year, so don't ask for too much."
Since the implementation of the college entrance examination system, his cohort was the only one that had produced a candidate with a perfect score. On top of that, the candidate had even been a 10-year-old child. This had shocked the whole country. Surely this kid didn't think that she was that smart or that big of a mutant, right? People like that candidate must be incredibly intelligent. But how would he possibly know that Cheryl's IQ was even higher than her brother's? The only reason why Cheryl hadn't scored full marks was due to her having grown up abroad. Compared to Peter, she was indeed not as used to local expectations as he was. Given how Cheryl couldn't even get her history facts right when she was a child, Scoring that high in the exams was already a miracle in itself. God knows how tiring it had been for Peter when he tutored Cheryl all these years. Cheryl, who soon came to terms with it, grinned and said, "You're right." No way in hell was she going to compare herself to her brother. Wasn't that purely just asking for trouble? She turned and happily skipped into the training room. As soon as she and Zach entered, they heard the head coach say,
"They deleted it. They deleted it. MIT has deleted the post."
But right after he spoke, a distressed staff member next to him broke into a frown in distress.
"But an MIT student has posted an exposé."
The public relations staff member was close to tears. It had only been half an hour since the results were released. Why was wave after wave of trouble taking place on the internet? The head coach looked over to see that a student who claimed to be from MIT had made a Facebook post as follows. From Sunny. "Hi everyone, I'm a student at MIT. Regarding the Facebook post that was just taken down, one must thank the power of celebrities for that. When did America's scientists and the best higher institution of learning become a tool for celebrities to hype themselves? How smug do you feel to trample upon us? Yet our school can't even respond because if we do, we'll be criticized for not being magnanimous. I am really worried about the future of this country. Will there come a day when university admissions no longer look at college entrance examination results as admission criteria, but the number of fans one has? The future of the scientific community is truly deplorable." The post was pretty much short of just outright saying that the club's star power had forced the school into deleting the post. MIT's deletion of the Facebook post had initially confused Club JQ fans. But when they saw this post, they immediately went on a mad rampage. In just the span of 5 minutes, the post had garnered thousands of likes and reposts. Everyone was questioning what had happened. What gives Club HS the power to force MIT into deleting their posts? The head coach, who initially thought that it was their boss who had paid his way out of the situation, was so freaked out that he was walking around in circles.
"How can you go head-to-head with those two schools? Boss has really done it this time."
The public relations department was also awfully troubled. "How are we supposed to settle this diplomatically now?" Club HS fans were also a little outraged. "What on earth is HS doing? How can you be so stupid? Can money control schools? This is terrible. Although I like both celebrities and HS players, I have more respect for the two universities. This behavior is indeed ludicrous." Seeing that both sides were now questioning the behavior of Club HS, the head coach knew that their reputation was truly finished this time. Just as he was at a loss and in a panic, Zach suddenly logged onto his Facebook account. He merely made a one-liner post. "Introducing our newest member. Her name is Cheryl Smith. At MIT, at Sunny." This post was simply bewildering. Fans on both sides were stunned. Was the introduction just a name? What does this even mean? Is he telling everyone to attack the new member and hinting that this matter has nothing to do with HS? There isn't any relation between the two in the first place. From the start, the new member was the only one stirring trouble. I highly recommend that Club HS fire her. After all, she did stir up a lot of trouble. What is Captain Zach doing? Is he pushing the blame? Didn't they say that he is the most protective of his own? Lol. Everyone went into full-on mocking mode again. A huge furor went through the Facebook sphere after that. Zach had a great number of fans. He had nearly 4 million followers, comparable to celebrities' follower counts. His Facebook page was even more popular than the official Club HS one. Since the incident took place, many people had visited Zach's Facebook page to ask about the situation. However, he was focused on training and rarely posted on social media, so he hadn't logged back in. The post he had just made puzzled everyone. Even Sonny, the MIT student, was perplexed. But what was the big deal about Cheryl Smith? Was he trying to tell everybody to refer to Cheryl by her name instead of the new Club HS member when they were blasting her? While he was sneering at the post, his cell phone suddenly rang. To his surprise, MIT's admissions office was calling him. Given that the admissions office was calling him again after making him delete his Facebook post just now, Sonny suddenly felt a little sheepish. When he answered the call, the director of the admissions office roared,
"What the hell are you saying on the internet?"
However, Sonny, who didn't think he was in the wrong at all, retorted,
"I can't say what I want on the university's official page, so I've deleted the post. But why can't I say what I want on my own account? Don't I have any freedom of speech?"
The director was so mad that he could hardly speak. He yelled,
"Do you have any idea who Cheryl Smith is?"
"Who is she? Or is this related to who her father is? Sir, you taught us that we should not feel sorry for ourselves. We may be penniless students, but we have ideals and ambition. There are so many students applying every year, but how many of them qualify to enroll in our school? I was also the top scorer back in my hometown. What makes her think she can look down on MIT?"
The director was so speechless that he actually calmed down. After staying quiet for a moment, he asked,
"What was your score in the college entrance examination back then?"
At the mention, Sonny immediately replied arrogantly,
1442. It was the highest score in my hometown. Both Harvard and MIT called me back then, but I chose MIT in the end. But even so, I have never looked down on Harvard University."
Which part of Cheryl Smith's post looked down on Harvard University? It's only because of your own low self-esteem that you would find her arrogant. Even you admitted that you were deliberating between Harvard and MIT back then, so why can't she?
Said the director. After being taken aback for a moment, Sonny immediately became indignant. He said,
"Sir, are you really comparing me to her? I have been studying so hard for more than 10 years. She is only a gamer. How can she compare to me?"
The director kept quiet for a while and then slowly said,
"She scored 1,598 points on the college entrance examination this year. Both Harvard and MIT are trying to contact her in hopes of recruiting her into the school. When a student like her says that she is considering enrolling in our school, she is actually giving us a chance. But now, I don't think she will be considering us as an option anymore."
Sonny couldn't believe that she scored that high. He was stunned.
"What? How many points did she score again?" 1,598 points? That's impossible. How can anyone even achieve such a high score?"
The director didn't respond. He hung up on Sonny, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Only then did he truly feel like he had made a mistake. Though Sonny had learned about Cheryl's score, everyone else on the internet hadn't. While everyone was still attacking Cheryl, the Club JQ professional players, who were mostly night owls, gathered around Jamie in the training room and chatted with one another.
"This is terrible. To think Zach actually threw the little missy under the bus. He has no conscience whatsoever. To think they actually recruited a female member too. But how can she possibly compare to our Jamie? Jamie graduated from a prestigious university, you know. Their member even boasted that she could choose freely between the two universities or something, right? Does she really think she's a star student? Or does she think that Club HS would take her side? She's so naive."
Exactly. Jamie is undoubtedly the top female player in the league. With the exception of Zach, few have better academic qualifications than you. But while the group was gloating about Cheryl's misfortune, an uproar suddenly broke out on the internet. Harvard University had made a post on their official Facebook page. "We sincerely and wholeheartedly invite Cheryl Smith to be a part of our school. Thanks for giving her up, MIT, at Club HS." As soon as it was posted, the entire internet exploded. Fans were stunned. What was going on? Fans of Club JQ flocked to Harvard University's post.
Lol, what is going on? Has Harvard also decided to join the fray and back her up?
Why should she be admitted into Harvard? Is it just because she is a member of Club HS?
Or did the owner of Club HS donate a library in her name or something?
Exactly. Even gamers can enroll into the top 2 universities these days. This is so unfair. How much did Club HS pay you to put up this pretense? As fans of Club HS didn't dare to speak up anymore, the fans of Club HS didn't dare to speak up anymore either. Although it seemed like their club had won, it looked like they hadn't employed very respectable means. The director of the MIT Students' Admissions Office was furious when he saw the post. Harvard University was totally refusing to admit that they had benefited from the situation. Yet it was too late for MIT to do anything now. What could they do when they were the ones who had made a dumb move first and offended the girl? It was no exaggeration to say that they had offered up a student with immense potential on a silver platter to their nemesis. Given what they had posted on their official Facebook page at that time, it would be a cold day in hell before Cheryl would pick them. The furious director of the admissions office immediately called up one of the school leaders. "Wherever did you recruit such a stupid administrator for the school's Facebook page? Fire him right away." Back at Club JQ, everyone frowned.
What the heck? Why?
What's up with Harvard University? Are they really recruiting her?
Special admissions. Is gaming her major? Doesn't that mean we can all go to Harvard University now?
They are too much. Jamie's brows drew together as she balled up her fists. Having high academic qualifications had given her grounds to be arrogant in this industry. What gave the other girl the right to be admitted into Harvard University? She didn't voice her thoughts out loud. Instead, she comforted her teammates and said, All right. We all know the owner of Club HS is rich anyway. To be honest, is there even anything money can't buy these days? After all, it would be great promotional material if their newly recruited club member was a Harvard student, right? Come on, don't be mad anymore. I'm fine. But her words only served to make her teammates even angrier. One of them even logged into their Facebook account and left a comment on Harvard University's post. In that case, can I also be admitted via special admissions? I play better than Cheryl Smith. Smiley face. The smiley at the end couldn't get any more sarcastic. As he had many fans, his comment quickly garnered tens of thousands of likes and became the top comment on Harvard University's post. His comment was simply oozing sarcasm. It even made the headlines on social media. Everyone started to ridicule Cheryl even more. Harvard University suddenly replied to the Club JQ member's comment. Harvard University replied, Well, did you take the college entrance examination this year? And did you get a score of 1598? They had also added a smiley face at the end. Their reply was overflowing with counter-mockery. As soon as they replied, all of Club JQ went into an uproar. The member who had mocked Cheryl in his comment widened his eyes, somewhat confused. What is Harvard University talking about? Why would I take the college entrance examinations this year? A score of 1598? Are they trying to be funny or what? But as soon as he spoke, he saw the looks in his teammates' eyes change. After the momentary surprise, the guy finally understood something. No way. You must be kidding, right? All the netizens also went into an uproar. Everyone pressed Harvard University for more details. A score of 1598. You mean to say that Cheryl Smith achieved a score of 1598 in the college entrance examinations? What the hell? Am I dreaming? On top of the guy who got a perfect score 5 years ago, a new mutant has emerged now. No wonder she said that she's trying to decide between the two schools. With those results, she must be the top scorer this year. It's obvious that she can decide freely between the two schools. She can even take her pick from among all the majors available. The news didn't just excite the netizens. The fans of Club HS, who hadn't dared to say anything before, became instantly elated. One by one, they swarmed into Club JQ's Facebook page and attacked them furiously. Didn't someone just say that they wanted Harvard University to recruit them via special admissions? How shameless. Did he become full of himself just because he is a professional esports player? Or does he think the whole world has to pander to him or what? Want to hear a joke? Jamie had the highest academic qualifications among the female professional esports players. Oh my, I'm sorry, but the two players with the highest academic qualifications are both in our favorite club, Club HS now. Zach and now Cheryl. Upon seeing the sarcastic comments, an awful look came over Jamie's countenance. She bit her lip. Her teammates were also incensed. What's the big deal about having better grades? Why are they being so cocky for? However, someone said sheepishly, "Weren't we the ones who started this?" Everyone was annoyed at the boy who spoke out. Was this fellow unable to read the room or what? But they weren't going to take all this ridicule lying down. Jamie thought for a while and then smiled and said, "Aren't we esports professionals? Is that star student here just to fool around or something?" The rest instantly understood what she meant. Exactly, we're esports professionals. What's the use of having good grades? The competition is about our gaming abilities. Who exactly is Cheryl Smith? Club HS's recruitment of her is rather surprising. What class is a girl like her going to be? A support class? She's a support class for sure. Have you forgotten that the person currently playing as support in their team was initially a gunner? It's not like girls can be gunners anyway, right? Well, she won't be a threat if she's just a support class then. Jamie is the top support class player in the local server. There's no way she can outclass Jamie when it comes to being a support. While they were dissing Cheryl, the member whom Harvard University had mocked just now couldn't stop himself from posting a new comment. Whoops, sorry about that. It was just a joke. I didn't expect Ms. Smith's score to be so good. But since she has spent all her time studying, I wonder how good she is at gaming. With just one sentence, he had mocked Cheryl again. Even Jamie couldn't resist joining in and posting a comment this time. Jamie said, "Nice to meet you. You must also be a support class like me, right? See you in game at Cherry HS." Immediately after she posted the comment, Club JQ fans seemingly found a direction to go in again, and they tried to reverse online public opinion by saying things like how esports were ultimately still about games and so on. Back in Club HS. Don't bother looking at it anymore. They're just a whole bunch of keyboard warriors who can't stop flaming others the moment they find even the most trifling thing to nitpick about. Our fans are no pushovers, though. They have already begun to fight back, Zach said in a bid to comfort Cheryl. As the girl nodded, the corners of her lips curled into a smile and she said, "They think I'm playing as support." Yeah. Zach was not surprised, though. They were not trying to look down on women in esports. But after partnering with Cheryl for the past half a month, Zach had already become fully convinced of her capabilities and didn't dare doubt her prowess anymore. He smiled and said,
Let them say whatever they want for now. When it's time for the actual competition, you will be a real eye-opener for them, as well as a big surprise for our fans.
Though the fans of Club HS supported the club's decision, they were ultimately still apprehensive about having a female player on the team. Everyone was worried Cheryl would have trouble keeping up. Cheryl nodded. Yeah, I'm not bothered about their comments. We'll see who has the last laugh once the competition starts. After speaking, she popped a lollipop in her mouth. She looked so cute. Everyone in the PR department stared blankly at the battle of words on Facebook. How did they win the public opinion battle when they hadn't even done anything yet? Lionel was the first to break the silence. He said, Hey, Cheryl, what does Harvard University mean by this? I know you took part in the college entrance examinations this year, but what does this part about having a score of 1598 mean? What am I failing to understand here? Zach couldn't make himself look on. Here he was thinking that Lionel had finally smartened up, but as it turned out, he was just utterly bewildered. The corners of Zach's lips spasmed and he said, Cheryl scored 1,598 points in the college entrance examination. While the others hadn't recovered from the shock, Zach said to Cheryl, You can head upstairs and rest first. Okay. With the lollipop in her mouth, Cheryl went upstairs. Along the way, text message notifications from a group chat popped up on her cell phone. Alexander texted, I bet you had candy, right? Don't forget to brush your teeth before you go to bed. Peter texted, Peace has returned to the internet. I'll be there when your competition starts. Cheryl smiled at the messages, but right after she did, she saw a message from Justin that surprised her. Justin said, Move out tomorrow, you hear? Move out? The corners of her lips spasmed, but she understood that her presence was inconveniencing all the occupants of the villa. The morning after she moved into the villa, when she exited her room in her pajamas after she woke up, she bumped into a shirtless Lionel having breakfast in his floral-patterned boxers. Lionel had been caught completely off guard at that time. He let out a piercing shriek and ran into his room. Besides, the villa she was supposed to move into was right beside this one, so it wasn't like it was inconvenient for her to report for duty either. Cheryl wanted to head back down to inform her teammates that she was moving out, but the moment she turned around, she heard her teammates' exclamations. Oh my God, God C scored 1598 in the college entrance examinations? Is she really human? How can someone be so good in their studies yet be so crazy good at games? After a moment's thought, Cheryl decided that she would tell them about it the next morning instead. The following morning, Lionel choked and spat out his mouthful of bread when Cheryl mentioned that she was moving out. God C, are you going back to heaven? Huh? What on earth was he talking about? The corners of her lips spasmed and she replied, I'm just moving out. My dad said that he's worried about me because it's not appropriate for me to stay here with you guys. Plus, he has a house nearby, so... Only then did Lionel breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone tried to reassure her that everything was fine and that they didn't feel inconvenienced. Zach was the only one whose eyes dimmed a little. He coughed and said, You can move out if you want, but is the house good enough? Lionel immediately nodded. Yeah, look at all the fabulous benefits you get when you live here. Your room here is also a spacious one. Your dad's property is probably an apartment, right? Or a 2-bedroom house? In any case, it won't be any better than this big villa, so why bother moving out? Just as Cheryl was about to explain, Zach smacked Lionel on the head and said, Shut up and eat. Why are you talking so much? Lionel curled his lips disdainfully. A short pause later, though, he said, Fine, I suppose. We'll help you with the move later, Godsee. Then he sent a message to the team group chat. When we help Godsee move out, no one is allowed to mock her for having a small house, you hear? We must be considerate toward her self-esteem. After he sent the message, all the other teammates responded affirmatively. After breakfast, Cheryl headed upstairs to pack her luggage. Lionel hurriedly took the suitcase from her and then lugged it out the door. Then he asked, "Where are you moving to, Godsey? How long will it take to drive there?" Drive? Cheryl kept quiet for a while. This upscale neighborhood was relatively quiet, so there was indeed quite a distance between each villa. Traveling to another villa by foot would take at least 10 minutes, but it only took 3 to 5 minutes by car. So they drove. But before Cheryl could answer that it would only take a few minutes, Lionel had loaded the suitcase into the trunk and slipped into the driver's seat. This was a 7-seater multi-purpose vehicle. When Lionel sat in the driver's seat, the rest got into the car immediately. One sat in the passenger seat in the front while others sat in the back, leaving the 2 seats in the middle to Cheryl and Zach. After the 2 got in, Lionel asked, "Where are we going? I'll set up the GPS." "We don't need the GPS," Cheryl said. "Just drive forward." "Huh? Okay." Lionel started the car obediently and left villa number 8. Just as he was about to turn to the gate, Cheryl said, "Turn left." He turned left as instructed, but after he did, he said in confusion, "You're pointing me in the wrong direction, Godsey. The exit is to the north while the entrance is to the south. Never mind, I'll just circle back here." After Lionel spoke, a teammate nicknamed Chonk, who played as a support class, asked, "How big is the house, Godsey? Is it bigger or smaller than your room in the villa?" Chonk's question arose purely out of curiosity. The room in question was referring to Cheryl's suite in the villa. Cheryl, who had automatically overlooked the word room, thought he was comparing villa to villa, so she naturally replied, "They're the same size." Her voice was simply too cute. Chonk, who was entranced by her voice, subconsciously voiced his true thoughts and replied, "Isn't that really small?" All the members, no matter their financial status in the past, had made a lot of money during their few years of being professional gamers. Lionel raked in about $1.5 million per year from prize money from competitions, various product endorsements, live stream appearances, and more. After a few years as a professional esports player, all of them had accumulated substantial wealth that allowed them to purchase property, cars, and more. Chonk found a house that was even about 500 square feet small these days. After all, he had bought a big villa for his parents back in his hometown. Even the penniless Lionel had bought a 2,000 square feet house in San Francisco. They weren't looking down on Cheryl. They truly just worried the house was too small. Chonk quickly came back to his senses and patted Cheryl on the shoulder. He said, "Don't worry, it's not a big deal. If you work hard in the club, you will be able to afford a big house within 2 years." As one of the only 2 female professional esports players in the league, Cheryl must have an even higher endorsement fee than them. Lionel also nodded. "Yeah, ignore Chonk. It's already fortunate that you can afford to live in a 1,000 square feet house. Back then I was so poor that we had to sell almost everything we had just to cover my travel expenses to the club. Later, when the boss found out about this, he quickly sent some money to my family. Otherwise, my parents would have fainted from hunger. Even though I was poor back then, it doesn't matter anymore. Look at me now. I have already escaped poverty." Lionel was afraid that they had upset Cheryl. That was why he was bringing up his past. Chonk immediately followed up and added, Yes. I can still remember how Lionel looked when he arrived. All the clothes he was wearing were patched and mended. When he took off his shorts at night, even his underwear was full of holes." "Piss off. Watch what you say. Why are you telling dirty jokes?" Lionel was furious. However, it was mainly because such details were simply too embarrassing. How could he tell a girl something like that? In the back seat, Benjamin, a reticent top laner, couldn't help but nod when he heard Lionel. He frequently cleared obstacles in the top lane alone in the game, and was a rather reserved guy by nature. In all the time that Cheryl had been here, she had never heard him say much. If he could just grunt in response, he would never choose to actually utter the word okay. If he could express what he wanted to say in just 2 words, he would never utter a third. But he finally actually spoke up for once.
Everybody starts somewhere. You guys don't have to overthink this, though. Cheryl's family is definitely not a poor one.
Would a poor family be able to raise someone as spoiled as Cheryl? Benjamin had always been one to observe others quietly. Lionel and Chonk might not have noticed anything, but Benjamin had long since discovered that God C was actually very spoiled. During meals, she would never take a second bite of food that tasted even a little overcooked. When she ate apples, she would only eat them if they were peeled and cut into small pieces, or she'd rather just not have any. When she first came to the villa, he had thought that Cheryl didn't like fruits. It wasn't until one night, when they ordered a fruit platter takeout, that he found her munching away like a little hamster. She would only eat the freshest fruits. She didn't touch the watermelon, which seemed like it had been left out all afternoon. When Benjamin quietly cut a few apples into small pieces and placed them on the dining table, sure enough, Cheryl dug into them immediately after dinner. She was undeniably a pampered little princess. Or at the very least, her family doted on her very much. Benjamin arrived at the conclusion that Cheryl must come from a rich family. After all, for them to be able to afford a 1,000 square feet house in San Francisco, they were undoubtedly no ordinary people, right? Real estate rates in San Francisco were sky high. The houses nearby cost about $150 per square foot. Yep, her family was definitely worth at least $1.5 million. Lionel echoed him.
Yeah, Benjamin is right. Everyone starts somewhere.
Just as he was about to continue, Cheryl said, "We're here. You can stop here." Lionel screeched on the brakes. But when the car stopped, he looked out to find that they hadn't left the neighborhood at all. Confused, he asked,
"What's going on? There isn't any house here except for Villa number 9.
When he uttered that, his words trailed off in astonishment. The rest of the team was also stunned. Zach stared at Villa number 9, his lips curling up into an arc. Oh my, the kiddo's family is pretty well off, isn't it? A villa in the neighborhood cost more than $7.5 million. On top of that, Villa number 9 was right by the lake and was larger than Villa number 8, so it was worth $15 million. When they first moved in, Lionel had passed by the villa on an evening run once and remarked enviously,
"I wonder who the owner of Villa number 9 is. The scenery here is better than ours, and it's bigger. Damn the rich. Why do they get to enjoy life so much?"
But now he has found out who the owners of this villa were. Zach coughed. Lionel swallowed and asked in disbelief,
God see. Surely you don't mean to say that Villa number 9 is the house you were referring to, right?
Cheryl nodded. Yup. Lionel felt like crying. Come on, no acting so cute in the club, all right? Who would have thought that an adorable girl like her would turn out to be a little moneybag in disguise? He was this close to shedding tears of envy. He stuttered,
Are you living here alone, Godsey? How lonely would it be if you don't have anyone cooking for you, right? Do you want us to come over and keep you company?"
But as he spoke, the door to the villa opened and a full-time butler stepped out. Dressed in a suit, he looked at the car with a smile and quickly walked over. He made Zach step aside and then opened the door for Cheryl. Then Cheryl got out of the car.
"Ms. Cheryl, the villa is ready. This way, please."
Ms. Cheryl? What the heck was this? The butler looked awfully professional. The group was stunned. They had met rich people, for example, Zach, before, Lionel and the others had visited his home. Only manors like the Stannards' home would need a butler. Come on. So was God C's family as rich as Zach's? Zach was also taken aback because he recognized the butler. The housekeeping industry had a ranking of its own, and this particular butler ranked among the top 5 in the United States. A few years ago, his family had contacted him with the intention to hire him. However, the butler had told them that he was already employed by someone else. Little did he think that it would turn out to be Cheryl's family. Just who exactly was her family? Even Zach, who was exposed to the wealthy and dignitaries, felt lost now. Smith. Was Cheryl part of the Smiths from New York? But as far as he knew, the Smiths only had one 15-year-old girl in the family, and she was currently in her 2nd year of high school. The girl was said to be shy and gentle, and was known for her extreme beauty. Of course, Cheryl was also a beauty, but she was no shy and gentle girl. While Zach's imagination was running wild, the butler picked up Cheryl's suitcase and politely invited Lionel and the others into the villa. The housekeeper was in the kitchen, which was wafting an amazing smell of something cooking. Lionel swallowed hard. God C, I'm so jealous that my tears are flowing out from the corners of my mouth. Why does your housekeeper's cooking smell so good? Want to stay for lunch, then? Asked Cheryl. No problem. Lionel walked straight to the dining hall and seated himself at the dining table. Zach and Benjamin looked around at the interior decor. It was obvious that the decor here was cozier than in the club, and all the little details screamed luxury. After the meal, Lionel couldn't help but look at Cheryl and ask, Hey, God C, I kinda want to ask you something, but I don't know if it's okay to. Go ahead, replied Cheryl. Lionel coughed and asked, What business is your family in, God C? Cheryl thought for a while. Actually, I'm not sure myself. The Hunts had businesses in a large number of industries, while her grandaunt was involved with mysterious matters overseas. On top of that, her mum was also a mysterious one who disappeared for a couple of days or so every month for some unexplained reason. In the entire family, her brother Peter was the only normal one who went through his education in a normal way. She had heard that her father intended to hand over the Hunt Corporation to him this year. Her other brother, Alexander, was also mysterious. Nobody knew what their father was doing with him every day, and she had heard that he was planning to have him inherit something to do with King. In any case, Cheryl wasn't bothered about these things. All she knew was that she was the weakest in the family, and that she was so rich that she would never run out of money her whole life. But Cheryl's teammates misunderstood and thought that she didn't want to reveal anything to outsiders because of her desire to remain low-key, so they didn't ask any further. After lunch, everyone drove back to Villa Number 8 for afternoon training. After the training session, Cheryl refused the butler's offer to pick her up and insisted on walking home by herself. The villa was only a 10-minute walk or 3-minute drive away. She would take the walk as exercise. Zach stood up and announced, I'm going out for an evening run, so I can walk you back home along the way. Cheryl, who didn't think much about it, nodded. Before they went out, Cheryl commented, By the way, I have to take 2 days off starting tomorrow. The head coach happened to exit the room at this point. Upon hearing this, he asked, What for? Shooting practice. Don't forget that Cheryl had another identity, a shooting athlete. Although she had enrolled in Harvard with the college entrance examination, she had never given up on shooting as a sport. The coach was confused. What? Zach explained on her behalf and explained, Cheryl is a shooting athlete. The coach blinked in disbelief. Uh-huh, and then? Cheryl continued, I promised the national team that I would train with them for at least 2 days a month. The coach's mouth hung open in surprise. The rest of the club, who was eavesdropping on the conversation, began to crowd around.
Did you just say the national team?
Cheryl, who had mistaken their reaction as disapproval, explained, I only need to go for shooting practice 2 days a month so that they won't bother me. Don't worry, my focus is on the game. Gaming wasn't a one-man show, but a team effort. Therefore, Cheryl had to spend more time training team coordination with them. Lionel, who had become numb to Cheryl's revelations, joked,
Considering that you got a score of 1598 in the college entrance examinations, be it games or shooting, isn't either too much of a waste? Why don't you do scientific research instead?
Celebrities and game clubs were lucrative businesses, but being a scientist was a more respected profession. Cheryl thought for a moment and then replied, That's an option. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Cheryl put her hands up in defeat. I'm kidding. I was only kidding, she assured them. After speaking, Lionel, who wanted to improve his relationship with Ms. Rich Air God C, patted his chest and proclaimed, For the sake of playing for our club, you have decided to patronize the national shooting team and train with them a couple of days each month. Don't worry, you may not be able to take the championship in shooting, but we will make it up to you with the game competition. We are very confident of taking the championship this year. Cheryl tilted her head in confusion. Who said she couldn't take the championship in shooting? She blinked a couple of times and thought of explaining, but when she saw how moved everyone looked, as if she had given up shooting for the game, she couldn't be bothered to say anything. She put on her shoes and went out. Zach followed behind her. When they left the house, they saw a car at the door. A middle-aged lady dressed in very expensive clothing got out and walked straight toward them. The woman frowned at the pair in front of her and then spoke to Zach. Why is there a girl in the club? Is she the girlfriend you mentioned? Zach rolled his eyes and sighed. Some time ago, his family had wanted to set him up on a blind date. But he couldn't be bothered to go, so he made up an excuse and said that he already had a girlfriend. It looked like his mother had misunderstood the situation. He was about to explain when the woman started to berate him. Zach, you better be rational about this. I've already given my permission for you to become a professional esports player under the condition that you would only play until you are 25. When you will then retire and return to inherit the family business. But I will never agree to you dating a random woman. After saying that, the middle-aged woman's eyes reddened and she began to weep. Your father has brought his illegitimate son home, and I heard that he is planning to set him up on a blind date with the young lady of the Smiths in New York. If he really marries Ms. Smith, you'll be finished. You won't be able to inherit the family business anymore. If he wins the Smiths over, unless you marry the mysterious young lady of the Hunts, you won't have any hope of inheriting the company anymore. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? As she spoke, she took out a handkerchief and started to dab at her eyes. Never mind that he's fooling around outside, but he's even brought his illegitimate son home now. He is so confident that we won't fight back. Zach, you heartless boy. I suffered so much all these years, but you don't care about how I feel at all. I have given you everything you wanted all your life. How can you treat me as heartlessly as your father? Are you going to let that homewrecker step all over me in the future too? Zach heaved a helpless sigh. Mom, stop that act of yours. She's not my girlfriend. She's a new member of the club. The stunned woman stopped crying at once and then smiled awkwardly at Cheryl. Oh, is that so? You should have told me earlier. I ended up crying for nothing. Zach shook his head and slapped his hand to his forehead. Cheryl was still processing everything that Zach's mother had said. Did she say that the Stannard's illegitimate son was planning to befriend Mia? She tilted her head and took out her cell phone to inform Mia of the news. But then she decided not to. Mia was currently in her second year of high school, which was a crucial moment for her studies. It would be better if she didn't bother Mia with such news. Cheryl decided to send the message to Peter instead. She wrote, "Hey Peter, the Stannards in San Francisco are planning a political marriage with Mia." After sending the message, she looked back up to see the middle-aged lady pulling Zach's ear as she growled, "Listen up now. I didn't let you do whatever you want so that you don't fight for what's yours. That boy is 18 years old now. You're a whole 3 years older than him. You can play games if that's what you want, but you must take back the family's assets. It'll be so embarrassing if I end up being kicked out of the family after putting up so much with the Stannards." A helpless Zach replied, Okay. Try to find the young lady of the Hunts and see if you can seduce her." Zach nearly choked on his spit, and he stole a glance at Cheryl, who looked equally shocked. The young lady of the Hunts. Was his mother talking about Cheryl? Surprisingly, Cheryl ended up listening to gossip about herself in the end. She grinned and tried to sneak by Zach's mother. I'll go first." "Okay," Zach replied. Even after walking a distance away, Cheryl could still hear Mrs. Stannard nagging Zach. "Young man, you are already in your 20s. It's about time you find a girlfriend. You know you can tell me anything, Zach, so please, just tell me if you're into men, okay?" Did Cheryl just hear something she shouldn't have? She quickly sped up. She didn't want Zach to realize that she had heard his mother's comment. She didn't want to end up silenced by the captain. Just kidding. He wouldn't actually kill her, of course. But if he made her life difficult in the future, things would become very troublesome. As her mum would say, one must always cut off any potential source of trouble. It was only after Zach watched Cheryl speed up and escape that he finally came back to his senses. "Huh? What did you say?" Mrs. Stannard screeched, "You're impossible. How is it that you are my biological son?" Cheryl had a good night's sleep that evening. When she woke up the next day, the butler drove her to a nearby helicopter base, where she returned to New York for training by helicopter. All 5 shots hit the bullseye, one after another. Satisfied, Cheryl lowered the gun. Her coach then came over. "Good. It seems that you haven't been slacking." But he couldn't help but start nagging at her. "Cheryl, you carry the national team's hope of victory. We are counting on you for our gold medal this year. Can't you join that game club later? What's so good about games anyway? Can it win you anything? You should stay here to continue training instead. Cheryl couldn't help but interrupt. "Coach, what am I supposed to work on if I stay here to train?" The coach found himself at a loss for words. Ever since Cherry joined the national team, she had hit the bullseye every time. It was true that there was nothing she could improve on anymore. After all, how would he know that Justin was the one who had taught Cheryl her shooting skills? But she was still not allowed to skip her monthly training. This was the furthest the coach would allow. Cheryl had agreed to it as well. After all, she did have to practice a bit every month to prevent her skills from becoming rusty. It was June. Once the Olympics rolled in August, she would be competing for Team America. When she thought of how neither of her brothers was involved in such activities, Cheryl couldn't help but smile. After a whole afternoon of training, she finally found her groove. Then she went straight home in the evening. As soon as she stepped in the door, she spotted Justin sitting on the sofa and staring at the door. At the sight of her, the man got up. In a low but gentle and cheerful voice, he announced, "You're back." "Uh-huh." Cheryl skipped over and asked, "Where's Mum, Dad?"
Justin replied, "Why are you looking for your mum the moment you return? She's already asleep."
I knew it, Cheryl thought. Her mother's terrible habit of excessive sleeping still hadn't changed, despite so many years going by. She fell asleep all the time without any warning. This was due to her mother's physical condition, though, so it made sense. She was about to go upstairs when Justin tried to stop her.
"The kitchen has prepared your favorite chicken soup. New clothes and dresses from the current season have also been brought upstairs."
After speaking, he looked at Cheryl disdainfully.
"Girls should dress up more."
Cheryl sighed. Since she was a child, it was her father who had dressed her like a little princess all those years. She had loved princess dresses when she was a child, but now she wore whatever she found convenient and comfortable. And her father didn't have similar expectations for her mother either. Even if her mother wore a sack, he would still compliment her in it, even if he didn't really mean it. But for some reason, he had so many expectations when it came to Cheryl. She pouted and gave in. All right. Then she went upstairs. Before she entered her room, she glanced behind at her father to find that he had quietly walked over to the master bedroom. He opened the door gently and then tiptoed in. Despite so many years, Justin still didn't show any signs of aging at all. And even Nora could pass as her sister when they stood next to each other. It was like they weren't affected by the passage of time at all. Cheryl shook her head and entered her room. When she woke up the next day, she went to visit Mia. Mia looked as gentle as ever. She was clearly younger than Cheryl, but her thoughtfulness made her seem like she was the older one instead. The two had lunch together. In the afternoon, Cheryl went to the training ground for practice again. Then in the evening, she took the helicopter to San Francisco. The next day, she went back to the club and started training with everyone again. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. One day, everyone in the club sobered up. Even Zach looked serious and on guard. A curious Cheryl asked, "What's going on?" While no one was looking, Lionel secretly replied, "The boss is coming over tonight." Cheryl frowned. The boss? Did they mean Uncle Chester? While she was thinking, Lionel grumbled, "The boss loves playing games, but he's unfortunately not very good at it. But every time he comes over, he makes us play with him. He's terrible at it, but he loves playing it so much. He also has a bad temper. He disses us every time he loses. He has a real knack for insults, too. Do you know what he said when we asked him where he learned to diss others like that?" An earnest and well-behaved Cheryl asked, "What did he say?" Lionel answered, "He said that he learned it from his team leader and that he has been showing us mercy all this time." The corners of Cheryl's lips spasmed, and she thought back to how vicious she had been in the past. However, she had tried to restrain her temper a little these past months. Besides, she only threw insults at others because they were dumb. But her teammates were some of the best players in the game. She would never insult them like that. They worked well with each other in the game. Come to think of it, she hadn't blasted anyone at all this month, because they had won all the matches. Cheryl coughed. Lionel went on, "And you know what? The boss's background is no joke." "What?" Cheryl was surprised. Did Uncle Chesty have other identities that she was unaware of? Did he have secret identities too? While she was wondering, Lionel explained, "He is a part of the hunts in New York." Cheryl pretended not to know what he was talking about. "Uh-huh. What about it?" Lionel chuckled. "What do you mean, what about it? The hunts in New York. We're talking about the wealthiest family in America. Even the Smiths are less powerful than them. That's why the boss is so bad-tempered. The sight of him scares us. When he gets here,
You'd better not rush up to him in front. God C was the club's favorite person. Lionel wouldn't want her to be scolded in front of the boss, of course. Every time the boss came over, he would always scold all of them. Even Captain Zack wasn't spared. On top of that, he was always scolding him for the same things. Can't you smile? How are you going to lead the team when you talk so little? This is worrying. When he thought of this, Lionel couldn't help but look at Cheryl. Would the boss take pity on a cute little girl like her? While he was thinking about it, he heard a voice coming from the door. "Boss is here." Then, a beaming Chester walked in. As soon as he entered, his eyes locked onto Cheryl, and he exclaimed, "Leader!" Everyone turned to look at Cheryl in disbelief. Then they looked back at their boss, who was always scolding them. Chester was 30 years old. His wife had just given birth to their son, so he didn't have as much time as before to visit the club these days. Cheryl had already met the adorable and pretty baby boy before. Chester, who had been so busy taking care of his son, could finally relax now. He smiled. "Hey, leader, let's play around together." But the heartless Cheryl replied, "I don't feel like playing with you." Chester blinked in surprise. "Why?" "You're horrible at it." When Cheryl's teammates heard her blunt reply, none of them dared to utter a word. Zack looked at the two of them thoughtfully. Lionel widened his eyes and glanced at Cheryl in worry. Although he was astonished by Chester calling God C leader, Chester was still their boss. God C was way too rude. What if their boss got mad and refused to pay her salary? And Chester did get mad. "If you don't play with me, I won't pay your salary." He would give Cheryl's salary to his sister-in-law instead. Cheryl glanced at him. "Do what you want." Didn't he know that money was the last thing she lacked? Chester was obviously at a disadvantage in the conversation, but nobody could tell for some reason. They thought that Cheryl had enraged Chester. A smiling Lionel stepped in. "We'll play with you instead, boss." He took a step forward and stood between Cheryl and Chester, shielding her behind him. After spending more than 20 days together, Lionel had started to become protective of her. Cheryl was the club's favorite person. An annoyed Chester whined, "I've been having such a hard time lately because I have to take care of my kid. Can't you agree to my request when I finally have a day off today?" At the sight of his pitiful expression, the helpless Cheryl replied, "Fine. Just one round, okay?" 5. 1. 3. In the end, Cheryl heaved a quiet sigh and gave in. 2 rounds. "You're on." Chester grabbed Lionel's computer and mouse and logged on to his account. "Come on, hurry up and log in." Chester liked playing as a mage, so every time he came, Lionel would have to sit out and let him play instead. He was more than happy to do so too. After all, their boss was not only horrible at the game, but he also had an awful temper. Whoever played with him always ended up having to suffer. Lionel stood and waited, but after the game started, he found that their boss was actually playing calmly and wasn't losing his temper at all. In the past, whenever Zack fought in the jungle, he always had to go to the middle lane to help him fight the minions there, before quickly leaving because he couldn't steal the experience points. But when the battle started, Zack quickly went to the bottom lane after only a tiny bit of hesitation. Sure enough, Chester only glanced at him. It looked like he wanted to say something but held himself back in the end. After playing for a while, Chester exclaimed, "Ah, I died again. Leader, why didn't you come and save me?" "Save you? Chesty, please look at whether you're worth it. Is there any point in saving you?"
Even an advanced cannon does more damage than you." Lionel gasped at Cheryl's audacity. "Leader, someone assassinated me again. I'm only weak because I gave you all the coins we earned, so you're not allowed to laugh at me." "I'd rather give all the coins the team earned to a wild boar instead of you. At least the wild boar knows that it should counterattack the enemy. But what about you? You were knocked out in one hit before you could even cast any of the mage's skills. You should learn how to move first." Lionel felt like he was going to faint. Although it felt great to see their boss, who was always scolding them, get insulted for once, was it really okay for God C to diss him like that? And God C was so scary. She didn't even need to use swear words when she insulted someone. No wonder their boss always said that his insults couldn't compare to half of his leaders. Lionel swallowed. At the end of the round, even though Cheryl and Zach led their teammates to victory, the game didn't bring Chester any joy at all. He looked at Cheryl with downcast eyes. "Hey, leader." Cheryl patted him on the shoulder before he could finish speaking. "Be a good boy and go back to the baby. This game doesn't suit you." But in the end, she still played another round with her poor uncle. Even though he got scolded, Chester felt totally refreshed this time. After the game, he got ready to leave. When he was leaving, all the members of the club went to see him off. Cheryl also followed them out the door. Chester looked at everyone except for Cheryl and threatened them. "You guys better treat my leader well, you hear? Or all of you will be in for it." Everyone nodded in unison. After speaking, Chester looked at Cheryl cheerfully and then leaned in close to her. He lowered his voice and whispered, "By the way, Justin wants me to remind you that it's Nora's birthday soon." "Got it," Cheryl sighed. Her dad celebrated her mum's birthday grandly every year. Her mum clearly didn't like it, but her dad insisted that life was about having a sense of ceremony. So she was also forced to prepare birthday gifts for her mum every year. Sigh, how troublesome. Then Chester left in his car. He had moved to San Francisco for good. Not only was he near the club, but he could also escape the hunt's control. Life couldn't get any better for him. After he left, the way Lionel and the others looked at Cheryl changed. Zach was even more convinced that Cheryl must be related to the Smiths in New York. Otherwise, a hunt would never put up with her temper. But he didn't have the time or leisure to think about Cheryl's identity, because something had happened to their club again. It was also about Cheryl this time. The next morning, they all woke up to social media going into an uproar. Someone had taken photos of Chester leaving the club the previous night, and the person who had posted the photos maliciously edited the photos before posting them online. Everyone was saying that Cheryl had wormed her way into the club by relying on her feminine tricks. They even called Cheryl a homewrecker. Most people knew that Chester was married, but no one knew that Cheryl was actually Chester's niece. The head coach was furious. Lionel was puzzled. "We all know this isn't true. Besides, it's obvious that the photos are photoshopped. What are you panicking about?" The head coach glared at Lionel and then growled. "Boss was whispering into Cheryl's ear in the photo. The two of them are too close to each other physically. I'm afraid that Mrs. Hunt's wife will see the photos. How do you think she'll look at the photo?" Lionel felt dizzy. "Mr. Hunt's wife?" The head coach sighed. "If the boss's wife asks me to fire Cheryl, I might have to fire her." The head coach looked at him. "Even though we both know the truth, can Cheryl guarantee that it will not affect her? She is good friends with the boss in the game. I'm afraid that this incident will affect their friendship. This looks like a terrible move on their end, but they are going for a psychological attack. The qualifiers are about to start,
and it's highly likely that we'll be matched with Club JQ. What if Cheryl becomes emotionally unstable and doesn't perform well in the competition?
While the head coach was worrying about this, a voice reached them from the outside.
Coach, this is terrible. Boss and his wife are here.
The head coach raised his head and gasped. Lionel panicked.
What should we do? The lady boss is here. Will she really make things difficult for God C? I'll take God C and go into hiding right away.
Even Zach broke into a frown and looked worried. To be honest, when the boss and Cheryl leaned so close to each other that day, he had found their actions inappropriate. It wasn't like they were family. As they all worried about what to do, Chester swung open the door and marched into the room. Everyone in the training room looked serious and on guard. Lionel looked at Cheryl with worry in his eyes. Cheryl looked at the door. Like Chester, his wife was also the daughter of a rich family, but the kind that lazed around and did nothing purposeful in life. But she was cheerful and very kind. As soon as she entered, her eyes fell on Cheryl, and she exclaimed, "God C, I've come to visit you." Everyone in the club was shocked. As expected, the lady boss was here for God C. However, Cheryl stood and greeted her politely. "Hi, Auntie." No one could believe their ears. Everyone looked at Cheryl in disbelief. All of them couldn't believe that she had called the other woman Auntie. Even if she didn't want to call her Mrs. Hunt, she should at least have used something that sounded younger. The lady boss wasn't even 30 yet. "Hey, don't call me that." The lady boss suddenly became stern. See? As expected, it made her angry. Lionel took a step forward with a big smile, but as he was about to speak, the lady boss giggled cheerfully. "Call me Kitty." Everyone couldn't believe their ears once again. The corners of Cheryl's lips spasmed. Both her aunt and uncle were equally undependable. The couple had often made her game with them in the past, and her aunt's nickname in the game was Kitty. She coughed. "Why are you here?" Everyone in the club had to stop themselves from gasping in shock. Lionel felt like Cheryl looked like a conversation killer right now. This was their club, but why was she asking why they came over? But for some reason, the lady boss was still smiling brightly. She explained, "I saw the trending topics on social media, so I came over to visit you." "Those people sure are gossipy. They spout all kinds of nonsense. Your relationship with Chester." Before she could even finish, Lionel hastily interrupted her. "They are gaming friends, nothing else." The lady boss raised her eyebrows and looked at Chester. Chester winked at her. When the incident broke out after he returned home the day before, his wife had insisted on coming over to clarify matters, since she was afraid that the people in the club would misunderstand Cheryl. He had told her that it wasn't necessary. After all, he could already tell from his visit the day before that his leader was the favorite in the club. But his wife refused to believe him and insisted on coming over. See, her teammates treated her incredibly well. Then Cheryl's aunt's cell phone started ringing. Her aunt gave them an apologetic look and picked up her cell phone. But when she saw the caller's name on the screen, she raised her eyebrows. "Who is it?" A concerned Chester glanced at her phone. "It's Jamie," his wife explained. "She played pretty well as a support class before. I played 2 rounds with her. We added each other on Facebook after that." Oh. Even though Chester wasn't bothered, he heaved a sigh of relief. Cheryl's aunt picked up the phone. The voice of Jamie, who was from Club JQ, rang out at the other end of the phone. "Hi, Mrs. Hunt. Are you okay?" Cheryl's aunt was baffled at the other woman's question. She replied, "Of course I am. I'm doing pretty well." But Jamie continued as if she didn't hear her.
You don't have to hold yourself back in front of me. We are friends, after all. No, wait. Have you looked at Facebook yet?
But right after saying that, Jamie acted as if she had said something she shouldn't have, and continued,
I'm sorry, Mrs. Hunt. Mr. Hunt must have forbidden you from spending too much time on your cell phone since you gave birth recently. I shouldn't have said so much.
She was being a giant hypocrite. Cheryl's aunt said in a straightforward voice, All right, that's enough. You must be referring to Cheryl, the member of our club, right? Oh, you're aware. Jamie began to console her. Cheer up, Cheryl's aunt interrupted. But I'm not upset. Jamie brushed her off. But I know you must be upset, so you don't have to pretend that you're not. Anyone would be upset if their husband cheated on them when they've just given birth to his child. Of course, I'm not saying that Mr. Hunt must have cheated on you. He would never do anything like that. It must have been Cheryl who seduced him. Besides, she probably hasn't succeeded yet. What did you just say? What is this nonsense about Cheryl seducing Chester? Cheryl's aunt's voice suddenly rose. Everyone in the club turned to look at her. Lionel, Zach, and Benjamin tensed up at once, afraid that Jamie was successfully creating a problem between the lady boss and Cheryl. Chonk walked over to Cheryl and whispered, Come on, Godsey. Hurry up and explain everything to her. What am I supposed to explain? Asked Cheryl. Chonk and everyone else shook their heads. How were they supposed to explain this to her? What did Cheryl not understand? On the phone, Jamie was still going on and on. Calm down. I'm sure there's nothing between the two of them. Don't worry. Of course I'm not worried, Cheryl's aunt sneered. Why would anything ever happen between the two of them? Her words made everyone in the club heave a sigh of relief. It looked like the lady boss trusted Godsey very much. Phew. But then, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The lady boss shouted angrily, Don't you dare add fuel to the fire. Do you think I'm not aware of your purpose in calling me? Do you think you can do anything you want just because you've joined Club JQ? Who do you think you are? Jamie pretended to be insulted. Mrs. Hunt, I know you must be frustrated and depressed, but you shouldn't lose your temper at me. Mr. Hunt comes from a very good family. Even though he is not a direct descendant of the Hunts, he shares a good relationship with the current head of the family. I know you'll want to keep this matter under wraps and deal with it together with him, but you shouldn't let yourself suffer in vain. You can at least kick up a bit of a fuss and at least get Mr. Hunt to kick that woman out of the club. Cheryl's aunt interrupted her again. What do you mean by that woman? Watch your language. Cheryl is only 15. She's still only a child. And besides, why would I kick my niece out of the club? Her words stunned the other party right away. The club also fell completely silent in an instant. Lionel, who had been worrying about Cheryl, looked at her in surprise when he heard what the boss said. Lionel looked at Chester. Cheryl and Peter shared identical facial features. Though they were indistinguishable from each other when they were children, now that they had grown up, it was now possible to tell one apart from the other. After all, Peter was already starting to go through a growth spurt and was now half a head taller than Cheryl. They were only 15 years old now, so he would only grow taller in the future. The older Peter became, the more he resembled Justin. Cheryl's facial features were very similar to Justin's, except that they were gentler and younger. Despite her young age, she was already a stunning beauty, and it was obvious that she would become a second Brenda when she grew up. If one looked closely, they would see that Cheryl and Chester did resemble each other somewhat. Wasn't Cheryl's last name Smith, though? How could she possibly be a Hunt? On the phone, Jamie was also stunned.
What did you say, Mrs. Hunt? But her last name is Smith.
Cheryl's aunt smirked.
Can't she take her mother's surname, you fool? In my opinion, you shouldn't stay in the club anymore. That place doesn't suit you.
After saying that, she hung up. She went on to Chester after hanging up and said, "What a foolish woman. Doesn't she know who she's messing with? To think she had the guts to call me. Chester, call Club JQ immediately and tell them to fire Jamie. Look at how much trouble they have caused God C, all because of that woman."
It's not quite appropriate of us to bully others like this, right?
Asked Chester. Cheryl's aunt sneered and asked, "Do you know what I love the most?"
What? Bullying others.
Chester had long wanted to do this, but he didn't dare to reveal Cheryl's identity to the public. After all, Justin had never once publicly announced anything in order to protect his 3 children. If Chester kicked up a fuss, wouldn't he end up exposing Cheryl's identity? But since his wife had said so, then it must be all right for him to do so. Chester picked up his cell phone and called Club JQ immediately. "Have you had enough yet? I want you to fire Jamie immediately. Otherwise, Club JQ will cease to exist."
Why?
"Ha! Because she called my wife and made her angry." Chester hung up. While Chester was on the phone, Cheryl's aunt was also talking to the rest of the team cheerfully. "Do you know why my niece took her mother's name?" By then, Lionel and the others were already numb to further shocks. Their brains were not even functioning anymore. "Because she's hiding her identity, of course. My niece wants a quiet, peaceful life without any disturbances. Get it?" Lionel and the others nodded. On the side, when Zach heard this, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. The guys in the team were so shocked by Cheryl's identity that they didn't even understand what the lady boss was trying to say. He kept quiet for a while and then said, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about it." Only then did Lionel and the others react. They nodded hurriedly and echoed, Yeah, we won't tell anyone." Lionel then asked, "But what about Jamie?" The lady boss smiled and replied, "Don't worry, she's a smart one. She knows that there are things she can say and things she can't." Even though she had offended her in this industry, things weren't that bad for her. At the very least, she could continue live streaming even after she was kicked out of the club. However, if she told outsiders that she had offended the Hunts, then she could forget about making a living in other industries too. Zach understood this very quickly. It was Lionel and the others who didn't understand how such things worked in the wealthy circle. Regardless, they didn't probe any further. The boss was always right anyway. As they had a month-old infant at home, Chester and his wife didn't stay long at the club. They left shortly. 10 minutes later, Lionel was scrolling through Facebook. He smiled and said, "Did you see? Jamie posted that she is quitting Club JQ because gaming is ultimately not something for her." Club JQ had also posted on Facebook and announced that they had terminated their contract with Jamie, citing incompatibility issues as the reason. Surprisingly enough, their fans didn't show much of a reaction. After all, few girls played professionally in the first place. Some clubs had tried using this as a gimmick before, but it had ultimately failed. Jamie's departure made Club JQ fans breathe sighs of relief instead. The trending news about Cheryl and Chester had also died down without anyone realizing it. In fact, there wasn't even any news about them anywhere on Facebook. It was as if the incident had never happened. However, in order to prevent similar incidents, they nevertheless secretly released a piece of news to the public. Cheryl and Chester were relatives. As the piece of news died down before it even gained traction, few noticed it. However, Club HS fans were a little worried. They went to Club HS's and the members' Facebook pages and left messages. For the sake of the championship, shouldn't we cancel Cheryl? Club JQ has already terminated their contract with Jamie. Why don't you guys do it too? Girls really are a bit lacking when it comes to esports. Are you guys planning on giving up the championship this year because you've won for so many years? Members of other clubs on good terms with Club HS also mentioned Zach in their respective group chats. It was common for people to switch teams during their time as a professional esports player, so there wasn't much hostility between members of different clubs. The captains of the various teams had created a group chat each. The captains of the other team were all trying to persuade him in their group chats. It really is very tough to win with girls on the team. No matter how good you are as a jungler, it won't do to have a support class holding you back, Zach. Everyone had, by default, assumed that Cheryl was playing as a support class. Hey, quit it, guys. I heard through the grapevine that the girl is related to their boss. I reckon she's probably the daughter of a wealthy family somewhere who's just out to have some fun. We won't hold back during the competition, though. Yeah, let the rich little princess know about the sinister nature of the world. Even Zach won't be able to carry her and still bring the team victory. Esports gaming was a team effort. No matter how strong one's individual ability was, if the team had a weak link, it would still be tough for them to win. However, this was also where the charm of esports was. Zach looked at the group chat messages that were either showing concern or issuing challenges, and then looked up at the girl currently seated in front of the computer, tapping away on her pink keyboard seriously. He smiled and wrote, "I'm not carrying the kid." As soon as he sent the reply, everyone got ready to comfort him. However, before they could, they saw his next message. "The kid is the one carrying the team. See you guys at the competition." Everyone was surprised he would say that. 3 days later, the competition officially started. Club HS was ushered to their very first battle. For the first game of the new season, the organizers hosted an opening event where they invited stars to perform. Many clubs sent representatives for the event. Coaches would usually just attend such events with a random member of the team, as the purpose of showing up was simply to show their appreciation to the organizers. However, as Club HS was up in the first round after drawing lots to determine the order, as well as because Zach was simply so popular in the circle, all the members accompanying their coaches were the captains of their teams. All the competitors were resting backstage. The captains gathered and started a discussion. "Club HS is so unlucky to be up against Club JQ again right in the first round. I heard Club JQ found a new member to play as support right after Jamie quit, and the support plays so much better than her. They are also ranked pretty high on the local server. Yeah, my team played against them in a training match yesterday. How did it go? Club JQ has become even stronger." The entire group fell silent, all somewhat worried for Club HS. Be it Zach, Lionel, or even their retired ex-gunner, all the Club HS members were on good terms with the others. However, Club JQ members were somewhat seen as black sheep among other players. They often headhunted people from other teams, and even players from other countries, by offering high remuneration. They stopped at nothing to win. When Club HS recruited a female team member, they had also immediately recruited Jamie, all because they were determined not to be outdone. They wanted the top spot in everything and were willing to leech off anybody's popularity. Everyone disliked them. Unfortunately, during the last season, the wrist injury that Club HS's ex-gunner previously suffered had returned to plague him, leading to him making a mistake in the finals. He had then been killed by Club JQ's jungler immediately, making Club HS lose the final round of the team battle. Club JQ emerged as the champions. There was no room for mistakes in team battles. Everyone was unhappy with Club JQ, and no one ever considered them worthy of their title as champion. What is Club HS gonna do? With their new support being a rookie, they're gonna lose for sure. Besides, Chonk, who plays as support, didn't play very well when he played as a gunner previously either. That was why he switched to a support class instead. When you spend enough time as a support, you'll end up habitually protecting your teammates. Do you think people like that would play recklessly? While they were deep in the discussion, Zach pushed open the door. They were all friends with one another after all. Since he was aware that the captains were all here, there was no doubt that Zach would drop by to say hi. As soon as he entered the room, the other captains all cast him a pitying glance, which baffled Zach a little. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong?" Someone immediately asked, "Why didn't your team recruit a gunner when they were looking for new members?" Yeah, if you had recruited a gunner instead, a certain somebody wouldn't have been able to join, even if she had all the connections in the world. Even your boss understands that an important position like that is no laughing matter. Speaking of gunners, someone comes to mind right away. I also thought of someone. Me too. Me? I know who you're all talking about. We've been dominated by her for so many years. Aren't you guys sick of it yet? You can just say her name, God C. The mention of her name makes me panic. Me too. When Cheryl was a child, she often encountered professional players when she reached the highest tier in the rankings. On occasions when her teammates weren't strong enough, she liked to play against them one-on-one. A good number of professional players had loved dueling one-on-one with her back then. Even their coaches had ordered them to play one-on-one with her, because one-on-one duels with her were no different from grueling training sessions for movement practice. Even though she was a gunner, she could still avoid all the assassins and dish out a counter kill. With the skilled way she moved and her incredible reflexes, even the head coaches found it a shame that she didn't play as an assassin. But it was true that the gunner made up the core of a team. She would indeed be the strongest if she played as a gunner. Everyone present was a professional player who had made a name for themselves during the last 5 to 6 years. All of them had experienced the era of God C's domination in the game. There had even been an unofficial ruling among professional players back then. Players who wanted to be on the starter team must play one-on-one against God C at least 50 times. This was the only way to train one's mental resilience. Before anyone realized it, God C had already become an insurmountable obstacle in their hearts. At the mention of God C, everyone became pumped up. They started chatting about how she had trounced them all so badly back then. Toward the end, someone said, "That's why we all thought that your whale of a boss would definitely invite God C to join Club HS after your ex-gunner retired." After all, Chester had built up Club HS's reputation as a filthy rich team with real money. Zach didn't want to spoil the surprise just yet. He kept quiet and said nothing. Well, the kid would have to introduce herself when she went on stage later anyway. When that happened, she would most definitely astound these guys, and they were looking down on her. "That's impossible," one of the captains said. "Think about it. God C was already dominating the game 10 years ago, so she must already be past the ideal age for a professional player. Her reflexes must have already declined." The others nodded at once. "That's true. The optimal age for a player is between 16 and 24 years old. Zach can probably play until he's 26. But for people like us, things will probably start going downhill from as early as 22. Zach was currently 23 years old, but he was still in his prime. Forget it. The list has already been finalized anyway. Let's not trigger him with talk of God C anymore. That said,
You now have a little princess instead of God C on your team, Zach. You guys won't end up trying to protect a support class like her during the competition, will you? Wasn't there a saying that goes something like, you can lose the game, but you mustn't let the princess die? Actually, that would work too. You guys can afford to lose a few matches here and there anyway. By the time you guys lose enough matches, I'm sure your boss would also have understood. You'll definitely find a replacement then. I reckon the little princess will probably go home once she's had her fill with playing too. But this doesn't change the fact that we're here to watch you get thrashed by your opponent in the match today. Now that all of them were joking around, the things they said also changed. The corners of Zach's lips curled into a smile, and he patted the shoulder of the person closest to him. That may not necessarily happen, though. What? However, Zach decided to leave them on a cliffhanger. He said, "Open your eyes wide and watch the match carefully." After speaking, he stood up and said, "All right, I'm off. It's the kid's first time participating in the competition, so I'm afraid she may be nervous." Everyone was surprised by his tone. It was so indulgent. All of them exchanged looks with one another. After Zach left, they thought about it and asked, "Hey, has Zach been corrupted by money?" "It's possible." "Well, that makes sense. Families related to the Hunts must also be very powerful. That girl probably has quite an impressive background. Zach eventually has to inherit his family's property, so it's about time he starts planning for the future." No wonder Zach agreed to let the little princess onto the team. "I feel like the spirit of the game would change once even Zach bows down to money." Everyone fell silent. Gaming competitions were becoming increasingly commercialized. However, these captains hadn't been focused on making money back when they started playing. All they had on their minds was winning the game. Among them, Zach upheld his moral boundaries the most. Should he, of all people, also decide to compromise, they didn't know if they could persevere in the game for much longer. Just as a gloomy atmosphere took over the room, the performance on stage ended. The competition was finally starting. The host began to introduce the participants. One by one, Club HS members went on stage. Suddenly, someone noticed something amiss. "Look, why does that team seem kinda off?" Teams generally lined up according to their roles in the game. Mages fought in the middle lane, so they would also stand in the middle. So why was that pretty girl standing in the second place from the left? That position wasn't for support classes. Everyone panicked. "Is the new member not a support class?" "Going by the position, she's definitely a gunner." "Good lord, the little princess wants to be a gunner. Well, if you think about it, that makes sense. What's the fun in playing as a support class? Rich players love looking for good players to protect them while they play as gunners anyway. In such cases, those players even have to give them their kills." Just as everyone became gloomier and gloomier, one of the captains suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, look." "At what?" "Look at her game ID." Cheryl's game ID had appeared above her head. HSC. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Is that the same C I'm thinking of?" "That's God C, no way. Is God C really a girl?" None of them dared to say any more, for fear that they would have to eat their words later on. They had originally only shown up to show Zach support, but in this instant, they suddenly felt like they had made the right decision to come. The competition was streamed live online. None of them saw that the comments had already gone into an uproar. C? Why does that name look so strange and familiar? Dude, you need a crash course on God C, the Dominator. Why did the little princess of Club HS give herself a name like that? Is she trying to imitate God C? What nonsense. Game IDs are unique. Duplicate names are not allowed. Did the little princess buy God C's account?
Exactly. God C was already playing this game 10 years ago, but the little princess looks just like an elementary school student. There is no way she's already 20 years old. And Cheryl is only 15 years old this year. Amid the discussion, the match started. And then, everyone found themselves dumbfounded once more. The comments went into yet another uproar. Whoa, C's moves totally dazzled me just now. Are those movements even humanly possible? She was clearly about to die. How did she manage that counter kill with so little HP? Club JQ should have realized how powerful she is by now. That's why 4 of them tried to surround her just now. Offstage, in the area where the captains were, nobody dared to say anything. After all, Cheryl's moves in the game were all too familiar. None of them had any doubts anymore. Still, someone couldn't help but ask. So God C was just an elementary student when she thrashed us in the game back then? Ugh, shut up. I'm so embarrassed that I want to bury myself in a hole right now. Here's a piece of good news, guys, someone suddenly said. Everyone looked at him. God C took her college entrance examinations this year, so the ones who were thrashed by her during the last 3 years didn't get thrashed by an elementary school student. Get lost. I can't imagine how young God C must have been when she struck fear into all of us back then. Gradually, everyone started to accept the truth. One of the captains sighed and said, Zach is already difficult enough to deal with. Now that they also have God C on their side, there is no doubt that Club HS will win the competition this season. Everyone fell speechless for a while. When Club HS's ex-gunner retired, everyone had been ecstatic and thought that they finally had a chance at victory, but Club JQ had beaten them immediately. Now that the new season had started, everyone was all geared up to vie for the title of champion, but in the end, God C had shown up. Did they even have any chance left? Someone soon recovered and declared, My team will definitely take second place this year. Even if they couldn't win Club HS, it didn't mean that they couldn't win against others. Everyone instantly found back the feeling that they had when they first played the game. Besides, what was the big deal about God C anyway? She might have given them a beating back then, but it was now time for them to get their revenge on the battlefield. Passion was eternal in esports players. They would never admit defeat. Passion surged in the captains once more. Full of fighting spirit, it was as though they had found the aspirations they had when they first entered the industry back then. Cheryl had absolutely no idea what kind of impact her presence had brought to that group of esports players eroded by commercialism. All she knew was Club JQ was awfully weak. After a month of training, her coordination with her teammates had become so smooth that the match against Club JQ was completely effortless for them. After winning the 3rd match in a row, Cheryl looked at the others perplexedly. How did you guys lose last season? Everyone in Club HS fell silent. They felt humiliated. Why did it feel so good to be humiliated by God C, though? Well, it was mainly because their match had simply gone so smoothly this time, so they had given all their coins to God C and allowed her to guide them further. In the past, they were worried that the gunner would be assassinated, but now they could completely trust God C. With this battle, almost everybody could foresee what was going to happen in the future. Netizens were already starting to take notice of Cheryl. First, she had achieved a score of 1598 in her college entrance examinations. This was undoubtedly the highest score in the country this year. Few could achieve a score like that, even in the New York circle. And she was God C of esports. Originally, only those in the esports circle had paid attention to this incident. However, it gradually blew up and started to attract a great deal of attention. Everyone swarmed to Cheryl's Facebook page and began to leave messages. God C, what's your secret to having good grades and being a powerhouse player?
Does this mean that even geniuses should work hard?
While they were asking her questions, a number of people also popped up and started to recount Cheryl's journey of accomplishments. Someone made a post on Facebook which attracted all the netizens' attention. I am Cheryl's classmate. She grew up abroad, so even when she was 10 years old, her studies were a complete mess. Every time the exams came around, she either handed in blank papers or got all the questions wrong. She also never once realized that all her knowledge was wrong. But when she was 10 years old, God C suddenly turned around and started to study hard. In the first year, she skipped a grade to 5th, and in the second year, she went to high school. She pretty much did in 5 years what we would take 12 years to do. As soon as the news came out, all the netizens were astounded. It couldn't get any more inspiring. Everyone had already imagined for themselves how hard God C must have worked during those 5 years. A player in the game stepped forward and posted a record of how much time God C had spent in the game during the last 5 years. Thanks to this, everyone now knew that God C went online for 3 hours every day for the past 5 years. Didn't she need sleep at all? At this point, Cheryl went online. When she saw everyone asking about her schedule, she posted a reply. Yes, I have been very hardworking all this time. Every single day during the last 5 years, I only slept 10 hours, exercised for 2, played games for 3, studied for 5 hours, and practiced shooting for 10 minutes. The entire internet fell into silence. Hardworking? Yeah, right. How many people had to sacrifice sleep and wake up at the crack of dawn, spending all their time studying just so that they could enroll in a good university? Yet she had achieved that with just 5 hours of studying a day for 5 years. Was she trying to crush everyone's hopes or what? People did notice that she had mentioned shooting, though. Someone asked, God C, do you like shooting? Are you a professional? Cheryl replied, Yeah, I am. I am on the national team. I also like skiing, running, ice skating. At this point, the national team also made a post on Facebook announcing the list of athletes participating in the Olympic Games this year. They specially @mentioned Cheryl in the shooting section. Everyone lost their minds at how accomplished Cheryl was. Fans of the Club HS couldn't help but start to worry. Considering how many things God C has to do, the time she has for training will definitely be greatly reduced, right? Can she really do it? Yeah, next to shooting and studying, gaming doesn't seem that important anymore. What exactly is God C the best at? I'm so worried. Seeing this, Cheryl replied, Don't worry, my specialty is gaming. The rest are just my hobbies. When everyone saw her reply, they all reached a tacit understanding. They understood that God C's specialty was gaming. Studying was something she couldn't get out of, while shooting was just a hobby. She was just participating in the Olympics to make up numbers on the team. As a result, Cheryl's fans couldn't help but start defending her to outsiders. It didn't matter whether she won a medal in the Olympics or not. What was important was that she had participated in it. What came next was a fully packed schedule. Club HS had regular matches scheduled for the rest of the month. During the course of the competition, Cheryl built up an even better rapport and coordination with her teammates. Club HS won every single match during this 1 month. So when everyone heard that Cheryl was taking a week off to participate in the Olympic Games, they were shocked. Lionel was the first to speak. We can still play as usual during your week of absence by sending in a substitute, so we don't have to worry about that. But God C, will you become rusty if you don't play for a while? Chonk cocked his head sideways and asked, Didn't you say that shooting was just a hobby? Your participation in the competition is a formality, right?
You'd probably be disqualified in the first round, so you probably only need to take 3 days off at most. Why are you requesting a week off instead? The competition will be over by the time you're back.
Benjamin smacked Chonk lightly.
Are you dumb? God C is still teammates with the other athletes no matter what. Even if she can't make it to the finals, she should still show support to her teammates. This is a major event. Besides, we haven't reached the critical point of the competition yet, so it's just the qualifiers right now. So don't worry, and just go for the shooting competition, God C.
Actually, I'm pretty good at shooting, said Cheryl.
Even so, can you clinch the champion title? Lionel was the first to laugh. Come on, stop the jokes, God C. There are so many shooting experts around. You may be impressive here, but your skills won't be much to marvel at in front of others. Still, this is something you're interested in, so we respect your decision.
The head coach also chimed in.
Yeah, we will respect your decision. We will definitely be fine in the qualifiers.
From how the matches in the past month had gone, it was obvious that Club HS would be the champion this year. There was no doubt about that. Cheryl wanted to correct Lionel, but she decided she wasn't going to say any more. Instead, she nodded and reached out for her pink suitcase. However, before she could put her hand around it, Zach had already taken hold of it for her. He said,
I'll see you off.
Their competition wasn't held in San Francisco, so they were currently staying in a hotel. In order to stay with her teammates, Cheryl had chosen not to move to another hotel. All of them were staying on the same floor. Justin hadn't expressed any opinion about this. After all, she needed total focus during the competition, so it was not quite the same as the training sessions in the villa. Sure, replied Cheryl. The pair walked toward the elevator. Before they got in, Lionel called after them, It's all right, even if you don't get a medal, God C. We have a champion title waiting for you right here. Don't worry, we will definitely be the champions this year. Wow, thanks for the encouragement, said Cheryl.
No problem.
Lionel beamed at her innocently. When the elevator doors closed, Chonk smacked him on the head.
What did you say that for?
Lionel replied, Athletes who do not aim to be champions don't make good esports players. Everyone that does esports aims to win. I'm sure that includes God C, too. That's why I tried to comfort her. Chonk sighed.
To be honest, when you consider that she can still make it onto the national team when she spends so little time training, if she used all the time she spends playing games on choosing practice instead, do you think she could win the competition?
As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. Come to think of it, what he said made sense. Everyone was terribly moved. God C definitely had the utmost dedication to esports. She was giving up the chance to become a world champion for the gaming competition. In that case, they must get the gold medal for God C. Lionel, Chonk, and Benjamin instantly became pumped up.
Don't worry, God C. We will be fine while you're away.
At the door, Zach loaded Cheryl's suitcase into the trunk. Cheryl got into the car and waved to him. When she was about to shut the door, Zach suddenly said, Good luck. Cheryl thought. She was about to speak when she saw Zach smiling at her. He said, You can do it. Cheryl blinked in surprise and then returned the smile with one of her own. In order to avoid creating a stir, the club did not make any announcements about Cheryl's participation in the Olympic Games. However, when a different gunner showed up instead of Cheryl during the next match, her absence caught everyone's attention. The fans panicked. What's going on? Why did they change the gunner? Where's God C? The match feels so dull without God C. What are they trying to do by substituting someone else for God C at this point in time? Do they look down on their opponents that much? Are they trying to say that they can win against their opponents even if they didn't use their trump card? Of course not. Have all of you overlooked a certain upcoming event? Most people into esports were homebodies. to the extent that some weren't even concerned about real-life events and spent all their time in the game. However, there were still some who paid attention to popular topics and current affairs. Some people commented, "The Olympics have started. I remember Godse saying she's part of the national team, so she will be representing America in the Olympics. Did she go to the Olympics?" What? You're right. Come on, let's see if Godse competed today. She probably did, right? The women's qualifiers are taking place today. I wonder how Godse fared and whether she made it to the finals. Tell me the outcome after you guys check it out. I'm just waiting to laugh at Godse now. There are over 100 athletes in the competition. Do you really think Godse will make it into the top 8? Well, if she does, then she can continue with the games tomorrow. If not, she can return to us and continue with the competition. Everybody went to check out the results of the Olympic qualifiers. 20 seconds later, a comment appeared. "Okay, I'm back from checking the results. Regarding this, I have 6 points to raise." Everyone wanted to know. Amid all the question marks filling the screen, someone finally wrote something different. "I can't describe it any other way than this. She's too damn impressive." "She's amazing. Cheryl Smith took first place in the qualifiers." "I suspect that the two of them have the same name. How can anyone not only excel at gaming, but also at shooting?" "Sudden thought here, but what if Cheryl Smith turns out to be the champion?" That's right. Cheryl had taken first place in the qualifiers and successfully made it through to the finals. Once the finals were over, which would be held the next day, she would receive the medal. Cheryl's fans started chatting in the forums. "Don't go around bragging online just yet, guys. Stay low-key. Low-key, you hear?" "Yeah, the girl might have lucked out in the qualifiers, that's all. If we start bragging and she doesn't win tomorrow, it'll be really embarrassing. Cheryl is still young, it's okay, even if she doesn't win this time. She can always try again after 4 years." "Yeah, you're right." As for the Club HS members, after they easily won the match, the host couldn't help but ask Lionel during an interview, "Do you have any comments about Ms. Cheryl Smith's participation in the Olympic Games?" Lionel, who was completely unaware that Cheryl had already cleared the qualifiers, smiled and replied, "Well, what matters is that she gained some experience by participating, right? Godse is cooped up in the club with us all the time. There's only so much energy one can have. Since her talent has gone to gaming, it's a given that she won't do well in other areas. That's perfectly understandable, no?" He cleared his throat and added, "Besides, Cheryl is still young, so do be patient with her. We'll eventually compete on a global scale after this, so we can clinch a world championship title for everyone too." The host was tickled by Lionel's response. Utterly bemused, she looked at Lionel and asked, Haven't you looked at Ms. Smith's results in the qualifiers?" Lionel, who was even more lost than her, replied, "Yeah, the match just ended, so I haven't had a chance to look at my phone yet. I was told to come here for the interview immediately. What's the matter? Did she rank too low?" "Well, that's perfectly understandable, isn't it? People shouldn't be so demanding towards kids." The host kept quiet for a moment. She tried to give him a hint and asked, "Seeing that Ms. Smith has ranked first in the qualifiers, how confident do you feel about her taking the champion title tomorrow?" First in the qualifiers. Lionel felt like he was dreaming even as he walked down from the stage. He pinched himself hard, the pain making him inhale sharply. Only then did he turn to Zach in disbelief. "Hey, Zach, just what kind of genius have we recruited?" The answer to his question came the next day. Cheryl was the champion. An uproar went through the whole country. Cheryl's fans were incredibly excited. "Oh my God, I only became a fan because she's so pretty. What kind of unbelievable person have I become a fan of, though?" Nationwide top scorer in the college entrance examinations,
a godlike player in games, and a champion in shooting. Dear Lord, any one of those titles is enough to brand one successful in life. God C is unbelievable.
God C is no human, she's a god.
At the same time, a proud Harvard University official also posted on their Facebook page, "We await the champion." The moment they made the post, people swarmed to it. The staff of MIT also raised a furor. Over at the student admissions office, the head of the department sorely wished he could turn back time. Why on earth had they allowed students to take care of their official Facebook page? Great. Not only was Cheryl the top scorer, but she was also a world champion now. If she had picked their school, their reputation would have been so much greater than Harvard. To save the situation, as well as to prevent the department head from holding him accountable for the farce, one of the teachers in the admissions office smiled and said,
"Those things can only help us in terms of our reputation. The student that we recruited this year is the one who will bring us actual benefits. Don't forget, he's from the Stannards in New York."
MIT had recruited the heir to a conglomerate this time. He hadn't even started his studies at the university, yet he had already sponsored a good number of the university's research projects. In addition, he had also promised strategic partnerships with MIT that would last numerous years. Recruiting him had granted MIT tremendous tangible benefits. When the head of the admissions office heard the teacher, he felt a bit better. After all, it wasn't like Harvard University enjoyed similar benefits. However, his mood had only just improved a little when the expression of a teacher who was scrolling through Facebook suddenly changed dramatically. She stammered, "Sir, someone just revealed Cheryl Smith's background." When the head of MIT's student admissions office heard the teacher, he couldn't help but turn to her.
"What's the big deal? It's not like her background can possibly be more amazing than our students."
For her to train in shooting since she was a child, she must come from a pretty wealthy family background. Not many had the chance to try shooting as a sport. But the thought had only just formed when the teacher jumped to her feet. Close to tears, she declared, "It certainly is more amazing. She's a hunt."
"What?"
the head of the department exclaimed. They were able to dig up Cheryl's family background. But this wasn't to their own credit, but was because a certain somebody couldn't resist showing off his daughter. This person had, accidentally, spilled the beans. Mr. Justin, slave to his daughter Hunt, who had now transformed into Justin Proud Daddy Hunt, had given all the employees of Hunt Corporation bonus pay equivalent to a month's salary. When asked about the reason for the bonus, he replied mysteriously,
"I'm in a good mood."
"Why are you in such a good mood?" someone asked cautiously. At first, that person thought that the cool and aloof CEO wouldn't answer him, but unexpectedly, Justin smiled and asked,
"Have you heard of Cheryl Smith?"
"Yes, she's our first gold medalist this year, she..." The man, who was also watching the Olympic Games, was about to sing Cheryl's praises when Justin exclaimed,
"She's my daughter."
The subordinate was shocked. The subordinate launched into a crazy bout of flattery, which made Justin so giddy with glee that he nodded and agreed,
"Exactly. Neither of the two lousy boys at home can compare to my daughter. My little girl is the best."
Peter had joined the company this year, and judging from the CEO's actions, he was intending to have him take over the company next year. He was an outstanding young man. Not only did he achieve a perfect score on the college entrance examinations at the tender age of 10, and complete his university education in 2 years, but he also completed his double master's degree in 3 years. On top of that, he successfully applied for a doctorate. In addition, it was said that the AI system designed by Peter was equipped with the ability to think autonomously. This was going to revolutionize the world of IT engineering. Was there anyone who wouldn't be impressed by someone like that? Even though Cheryl had won a gold medal and brought glory to the country, Peter's achievements had allowed the country's technological advancements to progress beyond what was thought possible. But if the CEO said his daughter was the best, then that must be true. With that, every Hunt Corporation employee now knew that Cheryl was Justin's daughter. Had it just been the core employees in the know, the secret wouldn't have spread. However, it was obvious that Justin wanted people to know, so everybody began to spread the news about Cheryl to outsiders. To celebrate their little princess's victory, the Hunt Corporation's official Facebook page even held a giveaway that rewarded 1,000 lucky winners with $1,500 each. Given the fanfare they were making, wasn't it obvious that Cheryl's family background would be exposed? An uproar went through the internet. There was a Facebook post introducing all the members of Cheryl's family. Here's an introduction to Cheryl Smith's family. I'm sure everybody already knows this, but Cheryl is a Harvard student. Cheryl's father is the CEO of Hunt Corporation and the holder of 3 master's degrees. Her elder brother, Peter Hunt, is the valedictorian who achieved a perfect score on the college entrance examinations at the age of 10, 5 years ago. After graduating from university in only 2 years, he went on to further his education. It is said that the young man, who is a genius in the IT field, will soon take over Hunt Corporation. Then there is Alexander Yale, her elder brother, who was admitted to Harvard University at the age of 13 and has graduated with a degree in medicine. He is the youngest surgeon ever, and his hands are insured for millions of dollars. Although Justin's father was somewhat of a jerk, it was true that he had graduated from an Ivy League university as well. Iris, Ian, and Yvette didn't need further elaboration either. Their academic qualifications were no secret. It wasn't difficult to look them up. This information was all on Wikipedia, and someone had collected and publicly posted it. When internet users saw the post, they became incredibly excited. As expected, intelligence ran in the family for star students. What a family of geniuses. However, among the envious and idolizing comments, a joking comment appeared. Why didn't Cheryl Smith's mum attend school? Compared to the group of big bosses with excellent academic qualifications, there was nothing online about Cheryl's mother. Nobody could even find out which school she had attended. This was because Nora had never officially attended school her whole life. Therefore, she didn't leave any academic records. The person who posted the comment was just joking, and it should have blown over quickly. But people found the joke especially amusing, so the comment instantly garnered more likes than the actual Facebook post itself, continuing all the way until it reached over 1 million likes. The hashtag, "Why didn't Cheryl's mum go to school?" started to trend. When Nora suddenly saw the news after she woke up, she was bewildered. Nora wasn't going to hold it against the internet users, though. After all, they were just joking. She was a lot more easygoing these days. But the sight of the news had angered Justin so much that he wanted to have the trending topic removed and delete the entire discussion online. Nora stopped him. She explained, "The topic is trending at its peak right now. If you delete it, everybody will find it strange. It's not like they are really making fun of me anyway, so don't take it to heart." Justin narrowed his eyes, but then smiled. "Fine. Your birthday will be here soon, though. A lot of people are planning to visit to celebrate it. Let's not turn them down." Nora shrugged. If she was being honest, she couldn't be bothered to celebrate her birthday. If she had that much time to spare, she'd rather catch up on her sleep. But since Justin had put it that way, if she continued to turn him down, it would make her seem unappreciative. So she nodded and replied, "Okay." There were still a few days until Nora's birthday, so after Cheryl won the champion title, she hurriedly returned to the club for more training. On the day of her return, Lionel and the others decorated the clubhouse in celebration of her victory. Although they now knew she was a Hunt, they all got along very well during the past month, so they didn't shun Cheryl at all. Lionel, in particular, waggled his brows and chuckled. "Hey, God, see, why did you hide your true capabilities? You should have just told us that you're a master marksman." A surprised Cheryl replied, "But I'm not really that good at shooting. Dad, Mum, and my brothers all outshine me at it." Lionel swallowed hard. "But didn't you say that shooting was your hobby?" Cherry nodded gleefully. "Uh-huh. Shooting is my hobby, just not my favorite one. I also like skiing, jogging, long jump, and swimming, but I'm the weakest at shooting. That's why I can't really be bothered to spend much time training in it." The Olympics had age requirements for all the disciplines, but the one for shooting was the lowest, so Cheryl was allowed to participate. But each participant was only allowed to take part in 3 disciplines at the most, so Cheryl would only be able to sign up for a maximum of 3 disciplines in the next Olympics 4 years later. She was still considering what she should sign up for. All of them were flabbergasted. "What are you the best at, then?" Cheryl raised the keyboard she was holding and replied, "Gaming, of course. Didn't I already say so?" Lionel's lip corners spasmed a little. Then he remarked, "What a shame." "What's wrong?" Puzzled, Cheryl cocked her head to the side. Lionel gave her a wry smile and replied, "Considering how smart you are, it's a real shame that you're not spending your time on scientific research beneficial to humanity instead." Games could make one a champion, so could the Olympics. However, neither had as great an impact on humanity as scientific research. Lionel wasn't looking down on gaming or the Olympics. He only thought that if Cheryl had the ability to invent something that could benefit humanity, then wouldn't that be a better use of her superior intelligence? Cheryl only shrugged. "Nah, it's not a shame." Before Lionel could reply, Cheryl explained, "I'm already doing that." Had Cheryl only been studying all this time? Nope. After she completed her studies, she also delved into scientific research. She was interested in human genetics. This was because the gene serum hadn't been thoroughly destroyed and still existed in the world. Cheryl wanted to study and invent a real, proper gene serum that could bring out a human being's potential, but not harm their genes or reduce their lifespan. A serum like that would be a lifesaver for a lot of patients. It could even improve the makeup of someone with poor health or the genes of people with hereditary diseases. Justin had even gotten in touch with Harvard University and sponsored a huge sum of money to set up a research project, all for his daughter. However, all that would only be set into motion after Cheryl won the gaming competition. As they said, slow and steady wins the race. Everyone shrank back when they heard Cheryl. Even Zach, someone seen as a golden boy and one of the standouts in San Francisco, suddenly felt small next to Cheryl. He was an outstanding man, but compared to Cheryl's mutant-like family members, he was way far off. A few days later, it was Nora's birthday. A few reporters sneaked over to the entrance of the Hunt's residence. One of them sighed, "I'm surprised that news of Mrs. Hunt's birthday was leaked. I can't tell if the Hunts were too careless or what." The other one snorted, "Who cares? Any photographs we take would trend anyway. Even now, the topic about why Mrs. Hunt didn't study properly is still going viral." A different reporter piped up, "Yeah, what kind of sheer dumb luck was it that allowed Mrs. Hunt to marry Mr. Hunt and give birth to such amazing kids? This must be because Mr. Hunt has superior genes. Even though I've heard that mothers contribute a lot to how intelligent a child is." One of them cackled, "Haha, the Hunts have totally proven how untrue this statement is." A different one added, "Mrs. Hunt was a Smith. The Smiths are very clever and shockingly capable,
So in terms of genetics, she must also be very intelligent. It's a shame because I heard she grew up in the boonies. Her talents must have gone to waste.
Yeah, I also heard that she grew up in a small town in California and has never attended school. For someone like her to marry Mr. Hunt, this must be a political marriage between the Hunts and the Smiths.
Mrs. Hunt is so lucky. You can pretty much say that she's a winner in life without even needing to do anything.
Suddenly, one of them began shushing the entire group.
Shh, a guest is here. Let's see who they are. Eh? Isn't that Lisa Black, the famous neurosurgeon? Why is she here?
After her stint as Athena's postgraduate student, Lisa joined the medical field after graduation. She was now a well-known doctor specializing in neurology in the country. With her and Lily around, Nora had stopped performing as many operations. She only had one operation scheduled per month. To keep her life quiet and peaceful, she gradually removed her identity as Athena from the public eye and slowly became low profile. Apart from the groups of students from Lisa's schooling days, there was nobody who knew about Nora's identity as Athena now. However, what made Lisa well known was that she was Athena's one and only postgraduate student. She was Athena's direct successor. The reporters were astonished to see her. Lisa was very well respected in the medical field, and she had a lot of people in line hoping for her to operate on them or treat their illnesses. She had become particularly famous over the last 2 years and had been interviewed a lot recently, so all the reporters knew who she was. One of them said, "I recall that Dr. Black is married to Louis Smith, the 6th son of the Smiths, so it's not surprising that she would turn up, right?" The other one nodded. "Yeah, that's true. I heard that Dr. Black and Mrs. Hunt both lived in the same town in California back then. They're probably old friends." Yeah, it's perfectly normal that she would show up." As the two reporters talked with each other, another car approached. Through the window, they saw that the passenger in the car was the most famous doctor in alternative medicine practice in New York. He was Dr. Sylvester Zabe's grandson. 8 years ago, after Dr. Zabe passed away from poor health, his grandson took over his practice and began to study alternative medicine, eventually becoming the chairman of the Alternative Medicine Association in New York. He held an esteemed position in the circle. However, he had no relations to either the Smiths or the Hunts, so why was he here? Both reporters were dumbfounded. Due to Dr. Zabe's position in the alternative medicine field, everyone in New York respected the family a lot. So the children also held a highly valued position in the field. It was said that he had learned all his skills from the only disciple that Dr. Zabe had ever taken. Dr. Zabe's disciple was said to be younger than him, but nobody knew who they were, and they rarely made an appearance. One of the reporters shrugged. "The Hunts are the #1 family, after all. It's understandable that the chairman would show up to support them." "Yeah." The two reporters continued to whisper between themselves. Then they saw more people approaching. Some were famous personalities, and some were even celebrities. All the big bosses from various fields and circles had turned up, making the reporters' jaws drop. The two exchanged a look. One of them gasped, "The Hunts are really impressive, huh? I heard that big bosses only hang out with fellow big bosses, so it's understandable that those people would be on good terms with the Hunts." The other reporter frowned. "When you think of it that way, Mrs. Hunt sure has it tough. She definitely wouldn't have anything in common with any of them. Also, even though all those big bosses have turned up because of Mr. Hunt, deep down, they must secretly look down on Mrs. Hunt." As the two were speculating, a butler suddenly walked toward them. Shocked, the reporters turned to flee right away. But then they found that the Hunt's bodyguards were right behind them. The reporters panicked and apologized.
Sorry, we'll leave right away.
But the butler only smiled.
Please don't misunderstand, sirs. Mr. Hunt would like to invite the two of you into the house.
The reporters were dumbfounded. However, the butler didn't look like he was joking, so they followed behind him and entered the Hunt Manor. In a show of goodwill, the reporters promised,
"Don't worry, we won't make up any stories in our articles."
But the butler only chuckled.
You have it wrong. Mr. Hunt would like the two of you to truthfully report what you see here.
When the reporters joined the party, their eyes widened. Big bosses were at the party too. This party must be a top secret one for sure, right? There were so many influential figures here. Any one of them easily made headlines in the news. The Queen of the UK and Princess Lucy were here. So was Carl Moore, the boss of an overseas security service. Even the internationally famous star Kelvin Hart was here. And that wasn't all. The most renowned hacker, Solo, was also here. Solo, who had been active in the United States the last few years, had assisted police in solving numerous cases and was currently under employment in the United States. His claim to fame came when he represented the United States in an international network breach and defense competition and won the champion title. There were also many other familiar faces commonly seen on TV. One of them was Logan Anderson, who had represented the United States in a car racing competition and emerged as champion. The reporters were dumbfounded. Why were there so many famous people here? Had this been Justin's birthday party, the guest list would make complete sense. But it wasn't. It was Mrs. Hunt's. It didn't matter how much Justin doted on his wife, because those big bosses would never go along with his outrageous demands. What was going on? The reporters parked themselves somewhere and squatted down. They knew that if they wanted to know what was going on, all they had to do was wait. Once the guests started to present their gifts, they would start talking. When that happened, all would be clear. Nora didn't notice the reporters at all. She yawned and looked at the bunch of familiar faces in front of her. She had already spotted Kelvin long ago, but she merely raised her brows and looked at Justin. The cousins certainly bore a striking resemblance to each other. With a bit of makeup, they would look like they were the same person. Back then, when she had been overseas, Kelvin had even hit on her. However, after everything ended, Justin had explained everything to her. It was imperative that he did so, otherwise it would be awfully awkward if a misunderstanding formed between his cousin and his wife. Kelvin was exceptionally respectful toward Nora now, and he didn't behave as awful as Justin had when he was impersonating him. Kelvin was now in a relationship with Cheryl Anderson. After her boyfriend cheated on her, Cheryl had thrown herself into her research. For the longest time, there was no love interest in her life, until she met Kelvin one day. As an international superstar, Kelvin was simply too dashing. When he confessed to her, Cheryl completely fell for him. The couple had already secretly gotten married. After all, Cheryl only wanted to lead a peaceful life as a researcher and coop herself up in the pharmacy to study new drugs. She didn't want reporters tailing her and keeping tabs on her private life. Both of them were currently focusing on their careers, so they didn't have any children yet. This greatly troubled Nora's aunt, Melissa Anderson. She urged, "You're already 33 years old. If you put this off any longer, you'll face much higher pregnancy risks." Logan, who was next to them, piped up,
"Yeah, Mom's right, Cheryl. I want a niece or a nephew, too."
Cheryl looked at Kelvin. Kelvin rubbed his nose.
"We'll try for a kid when Logan finds a girlfriend. There's no hurry."
His words diverted Melissa's attention at once. She turned straight to Logan and exclaimed, "He's right.
How come you haven't found a single girlfriend yet? Logan groaned. His brother-in-law was as devious as Justin. The family's banter with one another was a heartwarming sight. Nora smiled. Suddenly, someone leaned toward her. Solo asked, "Hey, Athena, why isn't Brenny here yet?" Even though he had found a proper job and was already in his 30s, Solo still looked as young and handsome as he did back then. Nora raised her brows at his question. She asked, "It's already been so many years, but you still haven't succeeded in wooing her." A bleak look flashed across Solo's eyes. He scratched his head and replied, "Well, you know how it is. Both Brenny and I don't believe in marriage, so there's not much point in obsessing over whether I've managed to woo her or not. I haven't seen her in 2 months, so I miss her a lot." Nora sighed. The two of them were basically star-crossed lovers. Solo had unknowingly been an accomplice in the events that led to the death of Brenda's teammate, and Brenda couldn't get over it or let it go. Nora asked curiously, "Didn't she already let it go after the case from 5 years ago?" Solo and Brenda had worked together that time to catch a criminal. To protect Brenda, Solo had taken a bullet to the chest. A tearful Brenda had called Nora in the middle of the night, who then hurried over in a helicopter to operate on Solo. Only then did he manage to escape death. They had already reconciled in the hospital ward at that time. Brenda had finally forgiven Solo. The two had even gotten engaged. But for some unknown reason, the couple had separated again later. Solo gave Nora a sad smile when he heard her question. Then they heard some noise coming from the entrance. The pair turned to see Brenda striding into the room.